it's been a minute. Call, shining, hard, got a ball on them, put in work till I'm tired, bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right till the day I expire. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished, and now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chillin', No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel solid. Go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attached to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest, forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it, I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off, I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose, until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others a superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
Opposition only makes the competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me. For sure, it's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. I was born ready to play. I hustle and I grind for it every day. They say I'm battle tested in every way. Catch me if you can, I'm ahead and you ain't. I came too far for me to backslide. I took off and didn't land, I'm that fly. If you need the job done, I am that guy. Go and ask them, they'll say I am him. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me. For sure, it's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. There's an I in win, and I am him. There's an I in win, and I am him. If you get knocked down, get up. Yeah, I know that's right. If you get knocked down, get up. Get up. Get up. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. We back in your city, we back, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact, in fact. No, never, no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a rap. They cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put their record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a we on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on the vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. Two play, it'll be played. Get up out my face, we are not the same. Get down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no playing it safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, pick a side. Okay, is you on for the ride? Okay, new kid on the block, next up, best up on the rise. New kid on the block, next up, blessed up. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way.
Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. I'm the one they talk about up in the streets. I'm the big bad one, don't approach me. Real cute and I'm crazy when I see. Kiss you with my tits, you won't be sleeping for a week. Don't fuck, don't touch, yeah, I bite back. I'm sick in the head, but you like that. My body's the yeah, bitch, you'll never be me. Supersonic sickle got you down on your knees. And then I'm like, oh, got you addicted to her. I told you when the ritz my up, it's getting down to the wire. She's just like a good vibe, I'm so hot, you're on fire to me. Click, click, bang.
when I pull up on the scene like, let's get it, no limit, I get it, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Go down, I had to level up the team, loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T. Now it's rebels on your scene. It's the season with the timeline. So by the tell them get they mind right. Catch me speeding through the traffic with the limelights. Headed to my future, that's the limelight. G-O-A-T, Z-O, that's pay me. We woke, they sleep, we cold, and they weak. No need to ask the question, cause we showing up. Cause when it's going down, bet we going up. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. Let's get it, no limit, I get it, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T. Yeah. Now it's rebel everything. Now it's rebels on your scene. Go, yeah. Drop down to get at 'em. Lock down like it's practice. Pop out to get active. They ask who was the ruler. Right now I'm the captain. They love cause we the shooters. We team up and go tag 'em. Yeah. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. Let's get it, no limit, I get it, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T.
Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all. Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Never risk it all. Talking forth and down. Putting up them shots and ain't nobody make a sound. Head down, focus, ain't got time to look around. Life has a way of keeping feet on solid ground. Now how you about to handle it? Trophies all on the mantle. Working when you tired to make you the perfect candidate. And when the crowd screams high, you gon' keep the candle lit. Some rooting for you while others try and dismantle it. Still keep it authentic. It ain't all about winning. Time in versus time out. It's about how you spend it. By being committed. Ride it down and go get it. Ride around on that side of town. Tell yourself you done did it. Horses in the chariot, only way you should carry it. Heart pure gold, they tried to label nefarious. No validation, that's the type of thing we stand for. Heavy is the head that wear the crown, that's what we plan for. Yeah. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, greatness I animated and illustrated. Grinded it on the daily, I couldn't take it. Won't rings like Olympics, I'm getting tempted. Pull up with the windows tinted, are you offended? Focused on who I wanna be, not the wannabes. Long live the great, that's the summary. Busy as a bumblebee, the weight of the world will crumble under me. That'll get you anything you wanna be, huh? Just hit the point of no return, everything was earned, lights bright. Jitters with the nerves make your stomach turn. Fight night, but it's with yourself, some will never learn. Trying to calculate the purse, that is none of your concern. Yeah, they know that I'm about it, can't believe that they got it. Rose up for that concrete, they can't believe that I sprouted. Welcome to my rodeo, they clearly see that I'm wildin'. Don't matter what happened here, I'm still leaving here smiling. Say you want it all, heard you want a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gon' make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all, heard you want a ball. Are you gon' chase the dreams if nobody gon' make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. in peaks, and I know that I'm at my peak. I'm knowing that I got that reach to make them all fall at my feet. I'm standing tall like I'm a mountain. I double up and I keep counting. I switch it up then I keep bouncing. They wanna know how I stay valid. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You heard about me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You better recognize I'm on it. I've been triumphant, I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm the champ, I've been 100. I've been done and I keep running, yeah. From the like Krim, I win and I win, I win and I win. From the like Krim, I'm better than them, I'm better than them. From the like Krim, again and again, again and again. From the like Krim, I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top, like it or not. I'm at the top, I can't be stopped. I am not them, I make it go pop. I'm at the top, I can't be stopped. Let me make it clear, I'm top tier, I'm the man of the year. Switch them gears, now they all got fear. I ain't gotta lie, I'm the real one here, yeah. I'm pushing the culture, about to take over, hoping they notice. New heights, they can't see me. Take flight, moving up easy. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, and I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You ain't heard about me. You better recognize I'm on it. I've been triumphant, I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm a champ, I've been 100. I've been done and I keep it running. I'm at the top, I can't be stopped. I'm at the top, like it or not. I am not them, I make it pop. I'm at the top, like it or not. From the like Krim, I win and I win, I win and I win. From the like Krim, I'm better than them, I'm better than them. From the like Krim, again and again, again and again. From the like Krim, I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top, like it or not. I'm at the top, I can't be stopped. I am not them, I make it go pop. I'm at the top, I can't be stopped.
Yeah, I came to do my thing. 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 Do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. 10 toes in the rain. It's a calm breeze. This is all season. I've been rolling through the town just to cop these. Real hot, blowing up with a bounce beat. You know, gotta own it all. This is not lease. Leader of the pack like bang. Now I gotta do my thing. Making that swing. Do it till it hurt like pain. Gotta go and do my thing. Dunk on y'all like a candy candy. Nowadays I demand it, hand it. Photo finish, I get so candy. They just can't understand it. I do this for the feeling. Yeah. You stack it to the ceiling. Yeah. You gon' make us a billion. Trust. I came here just to run it. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Do my thing. Do my thing.
it's been a minute. Call, shining, hard. Got a ball on them, put in work till I'm tired. Bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right to the dag spot. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished. And now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chilling, yeah. No frown when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel something. Go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attach to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest. Forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it. I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off. I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get that nail. 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 I get that I get that Don't be a fool. You know how I do. I be so cool. That's what I do. They be like, yeah, insane. I must be out my mind. I'll be on my grind, working all overtime, bringing that fresh new, that brand new, that's like fine wine. Hard like bamboo, I'm taboo, I'm at my prime. Can you handle it? Can you handle it? This ain't no accident. Can you handle it? I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I do it on my way. I'ma be here to stay. You know that I'm gon' slay. Bringing that sweat. I get that brand new. First thing the morning dew. Stepping out on the scene. Yeah, got all you need. I get that now. I get that now. Coming from Los Angeles, you know I keep it fabulous. But you come at me wrong, then I put you in an ambulance. Don't mean to be real scandalous, but you better respect me. I know that you can't handle it, so you will never check me. Y'all know, I've been dope on the low. I'm out here trying to get it, now I get it and they know. I know, I'm out here being dope. If this is the beginning, now they feel it, now they know. Can you handle it? This ain't no accident. Can you handle it? I get that new. I get that new. I get that I make a move. I get
compromise, we don't wear no white flags. We just wantin' all the smoke, so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they never fade this dog like some skyscrapers. Steady stepping on the scene like some fly papers. And even aliens be contemplating why takers. What your name is really? Now once upon a time, listen, that's a different story. About to take it to the top, but it's for the glory. All these people bore me, but they all adore me. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, baby. It's funny money, listen, never lose the show masses. 2020 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What your name is really? Hey, yo, patience is the virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is the new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up.
Represent for Admire. We bring the fire. Burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang. Jump them loud. Girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho pero no acá faltan mucho de su chain. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. A mí. Ven y pégate a mí. A mí, pégate.
Tell me that you want me. Get ready to keep climbing. Can't conquer this so easy. Throw a left, throw a left. You tell me that you want me. Get ready to keep climbing. Can't conquer this so easy. Throw a left, throw a left. Eu quero agora, coração, toma meu coração. Eu quero agora, coração, toma meu coração. Come and get it.
Hey, what do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match, bro. I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe.
tiempo es verano. Todas las guiales con su tanguita, todas las guiales con su bikini. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, no busquen más. Los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura que le en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo una de party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Hay un after party en la piscina, llegó la policía. Dice que la bocina se escucha hasta la otra esquina. Oficial, usted tranquila, tú mucho de tequila. Y si quiere comida, venga y pase a la cocina. No sé sinceramente qué le pasa a la vecina. Si yo solamente invité un par de amigas. Pamela, Carolina, la Daniela y a su prima. Susana, Catalina, Mia Califa y a Cristina. En hilo de estar bailando en agua en cristalina. Pura guiale dura, nada de que latina. Europea, China, morena, la latina. Racataca, oye, ella no importa voy pa' encima. Están haciendo fila desde la marquesina y mi vecina de al lado asoma por la cortina. Artistas que en tarima llegaron en limusina. El Neki con los racas que tú comes que adivina.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura guiale sexy en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo una party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, no busquen más. Los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. En su hilo dental, en el hilo dental, en su hilo dental, se ve bien criminal. Game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Bon dia and welcome everybody to First Stand
Semi-finals day!
We're still in Brazil, we're still in Sao Paulo at the Riot Games Arena to celebrate the last 3 best of 5s we have at First Stand here. Things are getting serious for our teams. 2 best of 5 today, and we see the first teams entering the arena. JDG signing the mirror once again. I actually want to check what they look like. Pretty basic. Like their gameplay is gonna be today, right? Because they're facing up against G2, the last hope for the West, the last hope for Europe. They took down LCK's second seed yesterday.
Welcome everyone!
Can they make it happen again today? We'll see about this. It's about to be a pretty difficult matchup.
Yeah.
For the West, how are you guys feeling?
As an LCK rep, I'm feeling, sad about being K4X, but pretty good about
Why are you asking us? How are you feeling?
I'm vibing, man. Why should I be worried?
Okay,
I got my hope, I got my cope, we got the fans again. I'm really happy to have people with us today. I want to play a quick game again, because we've been doing that every day, and I want to test your knowledge and the fans' knowledge as well. You might have seen it on Instagram. LOL Esports did a game with pro players, and I want to play it with you guys. It's going to be guess the item. Which item is this?
Ox, you're about to be proven as a fraud.
A picture, and you're going to guess which item from the new season it is. First.
Oh, I know this one. Seraphs. I think it's Seraphs. I'll go with Seraphs.
Seraphs? Well, she had it before you. So.
You had it? What? You had it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Way before you.
Archangels.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Archangels. It's Archangels.
Nice.
Close enough. I think it's like partial marks.
Close enough.
You deserve it.
You deserve the points.
She deserves it.
You get credit anyway. Second one is.
Oh my God, I don't know this one.
I didn't think people would guess that fast.
There's a green item.
Do you have it? Tank item.
Oh, is it Verdant Barrier?
Tank item?
Is it Verdant?
Yeah, Verdant Barrier.
Yeah, I think it's Verdant.
I said that first, you copied me.
No, that was me! That was me!
Yeah.
Let's go! Okay, we'll take
Making things up.
He's a fraud! I was like, right
You're both frauds! They were all better than you guys!
I swear, who said it before me? No one? That's me.
I said it first, right?
I'm gonna side with the fans today. Anyway, if you want to see more of this, there's actually a version of this with the pros playing on LOL Esports Instagram. Check it out. It's really fun. Shout out to the social media team for this game. Now, let's get into the real stuff. Let's get into the series we have today. I want to check the bracket to see where we leave things as we're entering the knockout stage today with JDG versus G2 on the first series and BLG, JDG, a rematch of LPL matchup in the second series. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's pretty early in the morning, but I feel like we still haven't woken up. The fact that G2 is here today, I haven't had the chance to process it. Feel like Lion had the better shot. No. The fact that G2 is, they've really impressed everyone and shut me and a lot of people up.
I think coming into the tournament, expectation was we just have LCK, LPL teams at this point of the bracket. So for them to come through was a big upset, big achievement. And then guaranteed as well an LPL team in the finals with that domestic sort of matchup. It's
often like this, yeah.
True.
Yeah, any take on JDG making it yesterday? I was with Raz on the desk today, so I want to hear what you think, Ox, actually, on the way they made it here.
Not their best performance I've seen.
Yeah.
There was a certain a couple of game states, which I think Lion had control of, and then just tossed it away.
What about your boy Xiaoshu? That's the one question mark people had for JDG coming in was like, yes, consistency around mid, bot, all that, but like Xiaoshu was the one question mark players like, oh, give him his Renekton, great. But then we're in Fearless, what's going to happen there? But no, he really rolled yesterday. So.
All right. We know we're going to have an LPL matchup later
today,
but the real juice is the first series we have today. As you said it, the last hope for the West, G2 3-0 against your team. Ox, excuse me, are they on the plane already? We don't see them anymore.
Where are they,
Ox? It didn't even matter. 3-0 against them, an amazing performance from Hansama, especially yesterday.
I mean, the bot lane in general, especially going up against Diablo and Kellen, who were so feared, so fearsome, and the main sort of winning force for being K4X. Hans, Sama, and Labrov just had a massive step up in this series.
A misfit. The fact that we haven't really, at least I haven't seen this performance from Hans Sama in quite some time, and for him to come in, and he had multiple games, not in just that series, even his Senna performance. I know that game, people will look and criticize the draft, but if you look at his performance, you're like, no, I kind of want him picking that. And take a look at his carry performances throughout. Like, the stats are very loud. And I think for people who were critiquing G2, a lot of the times they looked at their side lane, specifically their bot lane, and they have not been talking. And I think another shout out goes towards Labrov too. So that bot lane, I feel like they're going to be a real question mark going in today because they might make the difference.
Doing wonders here. And as you said, it's been a long time since we haven't seen this level from Hansama. The aggression, especially when the team needed it, that's what we're going to be looking at today. Among other things, they're facing off against the favorite team in the tournament. But another French player, guys, that I really want to highlight here because both of them have been smashing it so far. It is Qmond. Last year was his rookie. Thank you. I appreciate it. After his rookie year in the LEC, he took a new form completely this year as the captain of G2, as he said it himself in the LEC versus finals. What of him so far at first 10? He's been instrumental to G2's victories.
He's been incredible. And I want to hear from some of the fans on this one, just their thoughts on Qmond throughout this event, just because you're the one excited about it, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has been playing so well. I mean, he grew a lot compared to last year, and I mean, he has played very well, and I think he can play very well against Canyon.
I
think he can step up a lot, so I'm really hoping that he will step up and be the captain for this game and win in the jungle. I mean,
hell yeah.
What are the hopes for Canyon, actually, in the matchup against Qmond? What are the hopes for Canyon, actually? That's the question here.
I think a continuation of the form we've had. I think last year we saw Canyon not be as proactive, but this year he's been on a tear. You know, a lot of players have such a strong opinion of Canyon. You hear so many junglers talk about how he's their favorite jungler, and I think we're really seeing that form so far this year.
And I think the faith that we hear from the fans and even just like online about Qmond, there's a reason for it. Like,
but
the stats are one thing, but
it doesn't look great stats-wise, guys. That's my issue here.
The eye test speaks louder than the actual stats themselves, especially in that game 3, like where I'm like, he's trying a lot, he's flashing over the wall level 1, he's trying, and then of course bot lane loses, then he gets dove, and it's like, okay, I look bad from the stats, but in terms of like what's happening on the map, he's keeping it together.
You know, Gen G's stats always look amazing because they just win so much, right? And you know, they've had times where their stats have looked amazing coming into matches domestically, like that KT series they lost. I think if you win a lot, you're gonna have great stats. That's just how it is.
You know what's another interesting stat? The fact that G2 3-0 against BFX was the first best-of-5 win against an LCK team in 6 years. And guess who was the last team they beat? It was Gen G! Not the same Gen G, though.
Yeah, very different team.
A much different beast this time around.
They did still have Ruler then.
And Caps.
So those two are still there from all that time ago.
Yeah.
Everything else has changed.
And I feel like it was that era of G2 that gave a lot of faith in, like, international success and performances, like being in the finals. So like they could recreate that. I remember that team of like Wonder and Yankos and all that, and like that was a good time for you guys. And all it takes is like another shock and awe. We got that the day before. It could happen today. So it's all up in the air. I'm just throwing that out there. But the one person who's been a thorn on a lot of teams' side has been Keen. Keen has been a demon throughout this tournament so far.
He's just been playing so well. This matchup up against Dokla on the Embassy was an absolute monster. And for me, I think Keen is just such a complete top laner. He can play carry so well. He can play range tops, melee tops. He can play tanks. Anything you really need him to do. And you know, Keen's always been a fantastic player throughout his career, but I think Fearless has really unlocked him because he can just fill any role the team wants. And when you have a lineup as stacked as this, having so much flexibility in your top laner is so powerful.
I mean, that's what he was telling us in the interview last time, Raz, the fact that he's been working on tons and tons of matchups to be ready for Fearless Draft, and the fact that now, whether he counter picks or he has to blind, he's ready, no matter what happens.
He has just been the best performing top laner in the world right now. And for the matchup to be him versus Broken Blade, someone who's kind of at the beginning and good portion of the tournament, I feel like has been struggling a little bit in lane, that is the test. That's why we must track how he does throughout this entire laning phase, because even hearing from Caps just yesterday, he's talking about, and even any team that goes up against Gen G, they're like, early laning phase, pretty important, because they might just roll us from that. That's the top matchup that I want to see in how we get to see from Broken Blade versus Keen.
Yeah, and Gen G about to do something amazing potentially, as so far they are undefeated at first time. We never had a team making an undefeated run at all in an international tournament. Usually they lose games in finals.
Yeah.
What are the most dominant run we had in league in history here?
I mean, I remember that one, 2015 Worlds. It was right in the finals where they ended up dropping that game. That one was so close to having it, but you know, we've had a lot that get very close, but never quite gotten over the edge. I think it's just difficult because obviously as the tournament goes on, competition gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
And even if you're winning all those series, keeping the consistent form over the entire series is so hard.
Yeah, and you can make the case, of course, of like Worlds and MSI, like the amount of games that you end up playing, but I think Gen G has given the respect throughout the entire year of how dominant they have just simply been, even in the LCK. And in this tournament, you're going up against the best teams globally. Like, you're going up against number 1, number 2, so that's going to always be a question mark if they can keep that even in their more creative drafts.
But that's the thing, it hasn't really been a challenge for them so far at first time. So let me ask you guys, as much hope as I have here, what are the win conditions? Where is the hope for G2? What do we want to see from them?
Oh,
take this
I'll let
one
you
today?
take this one.
Okay, I'll try. I'll make my gambit here. I think for me, there's a few things you can land on. Just to throw this one out there. Draft for strong bot priority. Look at this, look at that. Just yesterday, we got to see the Ashe Seraphine constantly pushing through bot side, heavily punishing it. We can disregard what happened level 1, and then it made it super easy for them to like go for early Drakes. And I think that was my main topic of concern, and they were able to do that. I noticed something here. Look.
Yeah. Talking to Inspire, talking to the G2 players as a whole, something that they always tell me when it comes to what is hard against Gen G, more than the early game, it is those cross-map plays. Because if you try to face Canyon, the team is going to onshare on the other side of the map. If you try to face any lane, the team is going to take your money and everything you have on the other side of the map. So don't go for useless aggression. Go for something that is going to be a useful trade. Otherwise, this is how Gen G builds lead, and this is what you want to be careful about.
And just to like cherry on top, I put down play easy front to back team compositions. Obviously, like you're never going to really be able to guarantee that within the draft. But I think what we saw is a really on-point Hansama so far this event, and so I think you can try and put the ball in his court and play around that, especially since I have a lot of faith in Skumon. So like all of that is there. Have a clear strategy. The early game, Caps made it very clear. Do not make mistakes in your early game. So all of this needs to be done for G2 to have a good chance.
I like it.
Pretty good.
What about Gen G then?
I've actually prepped some win conditions for Gen G.
Oh, did you now?
Oh, it's right behind you.
So first up,
wait, what?
Waking up. Very important. Also, all members of the team do need to do this. That is key. Travel to the arena again.
So
every member of the team needs to do this.
This is checked. They woke up. I've seen them at the arena, so we have this as well.
Already. And this one, so this is important because you don't want to be picking agents, characters. It's League of Legends. Pick champions.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Yeah,
see, I get it.
I think all 3 are vital. They've already ticked off 2. Well, we'll see how woken up they are, right? Might be a little sleepy, we'll see. But if they can get the pick champions one, I think they're in with a great shot.
All right. Thorough analysis here. Thank you, Ox. I want to see what the fans think.
Oh, yeah? What happens when Gen G gets a little too confident, huh? That's all I'm going to put out there. What happens when that happens?
Not sure what you're referring to.
Let's see what the fans think here. In the Mastercard fan prediction.
What? 48% for G2?
You know what? We take it. We take it.
Wow.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to hear none of that nonsense. I want to hear from the fans right now. I'm going to go towards some people. I want to hear predictions from you guys, okay? Oh, you're rubbing your hands. You have a thought already going in your mind. What do you think so far in this series? What's the numbers?
I'm here to say that, Laura, I'm with you.
Thank you.
3-2 G2.
I appreciate you.
3-2 G2.
There you go.
Yeah. Shirley, okay, what about you?
I think it's going to be 3-2 G2 as well. We need to.
Wow. Okay, you're giving a reason.
Because I think someone gonna make a show today.
Okay, Shirley, someone else. I see some Gen G signs.
Gen G 3-0.
Okay. Let's
notice the difference in confidence. With Gen G, it's always a 3-0.
Who's more confident here? Why are you on this side? Okay, no, what do you think?
Even though I'm a really big Chovy fanboy, I'm a West. I live in West, so I'm gonna go for 2-2.
Okay.
And guys,
that's fair. All right.
See.
Wait,
this is why people have hope. I did not pick the wrong team. I did not pick the wrong team. You two, I find your lack of faith absolutely disturbing, guys. If G2 has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If G2 has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If G2 doesn't have any fans, it means of death. Why would you not believe in them when they made things happen time and time and time again? Why would you have hope when you have cope? Why would you have analysis when you have delusion? It is Gen G series to lose. They're the favorites anyway, so G2, bring in everything you've got, and let's get into this semifinals.
因为第一次就是进入世界赛，就是半决赛嘛，然后马上就进入到决赛，就是比较激动吧。然后再次面对到 BLG 的话，就是想把我们自己的东西都打出来吧。
我觉得我们其实因为这几场比赛我们没有太多训练嘛，然后我觉得从游戏上来看的话，我觉得别人应该会怕我们。
然后就是 BO5，然后包括比较大型赛事打得多了，可能心态会更加的沉稳吧。让大家想起我的话，就是一个比较全面的上台选手。
下场就不管碰到谁的话，我觉得他们应该都很怕我们，我们一定能拿下比赛。
I was really not really handling the pressure well, whether it's from the results or from the fans. But the most important thing will be to learn from these mistakes.
그리고 이렇게 4강에 일단 빠르게 안착하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고.
Gen G will look to round this one out as the quickest series here at First Stand.
저희는 그냥 어떻게 해야 이길지, 그리고 어떻게 해야 더 좋은 퍼포먼스를 끌어낼 수 있을지 이런 생각밖에 없습니다.
Gold lead in mid for Vikla over Caps, keeps him low. Chunk this level will land onto Vikla. The wave cleared out there, the chains. Oh, they have to be careful.
I really hope that our iteration of G2 will be able to bring back the international glory. We'll have another chance to prove it against probably the best team in the world currently against Gen G.
반 정도밖에 못 보여도 생각하고 많이 더 보여줄 수 있죠.
He's eating all the cupcakes and almost going down berserker. Dashes in and dies.
보여드릴 수 있는 게 많다 생각합니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. It is semi-finals time. We have brought out 3 commentators for this first one, Gen G versus G2. And one of them is Cody, as you just heard. The other one is Vedius. I'm Atlas, and we are very much looking forward to getting into this. It's feeling like a bit of a classic, right, Vedius?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still remember fondly that 3-0 that G2 got against Gen G.
I was so depressed on that day.
Not that long ago as well.
Now, you don't remember any of the series after that?
What I do remember is that in every best of 5 that these two teams have played against each other, G2 have gotten at least 1 win, minimum.
I like how you edited that from the beginning of the day because you realized in the best of 3s.
No, I didn't edit
G2 got 0 games.
No, in 5 games,
yes,
on average, there is a 1 win secured by G2. And against this Gen G roster, I feel like that's an accomplishment for any team.
Honestly, yeah, that's not doing too bad. So far here in this tournament, they haven't dropped a single game. Prior to that, 2 map losses. But no series losses so far in 2026. Gen G, just pretty good. I think is what we can feel safe to say.
Excellent. I would.
Excellent. We're going to upgrade.
I'd say they're
I think
excellent.
that's
You know what?
fair.
I would agree.
They're pretty excellent.
We did hear, though, that G2 were pretty confident after their victory yesterday. And B&K kind of just rolled over and died. And they managed to take a game off Gen G. Transitive Properties says they agree with you, Vedius.
Well, I'm relying on transitive properties right now, and I'm kind of relying on a bunch of intangibles. Like, I heard that Gen G don't like the food. I'm hoping that affects their gameplay.
That's crazy.
So you've been up to sabotage, have you?
I would
Classic
never.
British spy.
I was going to say, he's like brought some British food as well. I know he's Welsh,
They
but you know,
did
just
say that
bring
they
the
thought some of
tribe.
the food was bland. So I'm like, that does sound like a British specialty.
Honestly, that makes sense. There is a lot of flavor in Korean food, so it's hard to compare. Still, I don't know whether that is really going to be getting under their skin, as oftentimes you just bring a few cups of ramen and you're fine.
I will say there's actual real positive takeaways for G2 though from their series with BFX.
Yeah.
Lots of things that people didn't necessarily expect. Specifically Han Sama, the bottom lane really did perform, and it's especially against Diablo.
Yeah.
You know, he was very aggressive in some key fights. You know, Hans was falking forward, he was positioning aggressively, and he was gaining a lot of advantages for G2. So let's see, you know, this is the beginning of the series where all hope is still alive, Eddie.
It absolutely is. And here we are into Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX, and already all of the bans have come on through. The Rumble, the Rise, and the Orianna all make some sense. The Varus ban, quite interesting. I've personally been a bit of a Varus anti this tournament, and the Karma has been cropping up all the time here just to make sure that you get a whole bunch of that lane priority. Is Seraphine first pick? Gentlemen?
I mean, we know that bot lane has just become so meta dominant, and making sure that you have that winning bot side of the Rift was the strategy that G2 implemented yesterday. By taking the Seraphine away, they've now put the pressure on G2's bot lane coming into this matchup to say, well, what have you got as an answer? They've showcased the Senna Nautilus before. They might feel confident, but the problem with the last time they did it was that composition just lacked damage. It did not have enough to bring them into the mid game, and they fell rapidly far behind against BLG.
I think the Nautilus angle, though, is the correct angle when Karma is banned. Like, you could go like Karma Ezreal poke style into it if the Karma's not banned, but if that is the case, then you kind of have to go for some sort of kill pressure onto the Seraphine. And so maybe they do you know, either Nautilus or Leona with the Misfortune. Some of the common pairings.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Back in the LCK, we would say that they'd be heading towards Zeri Yumi. That has been the considered winning lane.
I'm not
into
such a big fan of Yumi at the moment.
And sometimes it didn't work all the time, Kobe. It worked that one time, and then everyone thought that it was going to be okay, and then it was definitely not. I kind of like this idea. Instead, going for the Misfortune, and there is the Pantheon. Certainly a big jungler on this patch.
I really like the adaptation. I believe this is the first time we've seen Han Sama on Misfortune this year. If you want a real throwback, he had a really stellar performance on the champion. I want to say back in 2021 Worlds when he played for Rogue, and he was styling on Fools, so very experienced on the champion. Lane dominance has kind of been his go-to back in the day, and they seem to be confident in their ability to bring something out against the Ashe Seraphine. With the Xin locked in, I mean, this is exactly what we saw from G2 yesterday. It's such an effective staple, easy way to start off fights, easy follow-up as well. The Seraphine Xin combo, like the ultimate, can combo beautifully off of Xin, providing that extra range in the team fights. We're expecting the Nautilus to come through here, maybe even a Leona if G2 want a little bit more ranged engage. It depends how aggressive they're feeling in the bot side.
Yeah, so they are going to go for it, try and kill this Seraphine in the bot side, because if you're not able to, the team fight just gets crazy for Gen G later on. But I really do like this. You know, Misfortune, very good at the one-item power spike, move her into mid lane, and then kind of opens up for areas for Pantheon to make some plays with too.
And now Aurora and Ahri rise in priority. These are the two mid laners that we've seen heavily contested when Ryze and Orianna are the main mid laners that get banned away. I think we've seen some answers into the Ahri. Mel, another one that's also been becoming just more and more popular, because I think teams are struggling to find an effective counter pick into her outside of some of these assassins, which in game one aren't always the best to bring out.
And if you're banning away the Mel, and you already have Pantheon, like Pantheon and Ahri is such a good mid jungle, very strong early game, lots of kill pressure. So G2, they definitely could go, and it's even looking better if they wanted to be able to grab that Ahri.
Yeah, it could be more disengaged as well from Gen G if they'd like to. We know that Chovy really does like things like the Hui that we saw come out a couple of days ago. And so I think that Ashe Seraphine opens the doors to a lot of different mid laners that you can throw in. And so we'll see what they do decide to go with.
How likely do you feel about it?
Oh man, they want Ahri so bad. Look at this. And Silence Band also.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like
Silence Band, they're like, please, can we have Ahri?
The Narband to me also suggests something like a Cassante for
Or
Key.
a Renekton.
Or a Renekton, exactly. Something relatively safe. It's likely that he's going to have to blind pick. Based on the bans, you're very much right, Kobe, that it feels like G2 is looking at an Ahri pick, and then Gen G will have to pick something blind on the top side, but they'll get counter pick for Chovy in mid.
I like Renekton with the Seraphine. I feel like you can add a bit of longevity to the champion by keeping them alive a bit longer and being a little bit more frustrating.
Do they now just pick something like Cassante themselves? I don't know if they feel like they need the front line. I mean, we talked about the Ahri and the Aurora. I didn't love Caps' Aurora that we saw when he played against BLG. I mean, I'm hoping that Cap shows up today because he definitely had a couple off games yesterday and against that BLG series as well. But we'll see now what Chovy brings as a response. Annie is sometimes used, but I don't know if I love Annie in this composition.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Annie's going the wrong direction for a composition like this, as there's that Renekton that we were talking about. I don't think too worried about things like Kennen as well. In the LCK, we'd often see the Gnar and the Kennen both banned away to protect the Renekton pick, but not something they seem to be too worried about at this point in time. As Duro wanted to pick up something for Chovy. See what it is going to be, whether it is going to be a little bit more range. Maybe it's just a Victor or a Nazir or something like that, just to try and chill in that mid lane, make things up. This would be a different school of thought, but still the same idea of
the chilling
I'm
that
happy
you're
to
talking
sit
about,
back
though.
and scale.
Yeah, that's the chilling.
Yep.
That is the chilling max. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Much more aggressive, much more big team fight here from Gen G, and on an much earlier timeline than the Aurelion Soul. Now, this Aurora, I mean, it is a good matchup into the Renekton too, so you could still put it up there if you want to switch it up here for Caps, but honestly, I kind of do expect the Cassante, and just give Broken Blade the Cassante, or some sort of tank up there. That's the direction G2 have been drafting, is just keep Broken Blade on a bunch of, these frontline big beefy tanks, and they're going to keep it up.
I'm a bit worried, though, for the lack of damage here on G2's side. I feel like if Gen G are able to get onto their chosen targets, wipe them out, then there's not going to be as much follow-up potential.
And especially, a lot of damage is your Misfortune Ultimate, and Misfortune Ultimate is so hard to channel versus a Seraphine, because Seraphine, wherever you start channeling it from, if you do it early, Seraphine's just going to bounce an Ultimate straight towards you, and there is a lot of stuff to make it difficult for that Misfortune to get good value out of the ult. Of course, Pantheon and Aurora in the mix there as well. And
that's true. Pantheon does do a fair bit of damage.
I do think G2's comp is very similar to, like, we use this shotgun analogy, where it's kind of like you need to find that target, burst them out, and then ideally with a numbers advantage, you can then play the extended fight. Because in contrast, Gen G want to dive as well. When you've got Renekton, Zing, and Galio, 3 champions that love to be in melee range of their opponent. So it's kind of that front-to-back style with a lot of backline threat, and especially if Keen can find flanks, as he's so often proficient at doing. Like, that backline is going to be very scary to navigate for G2. So I really like what Gen G's brought. I think the game 1 is already going to be a tough one, and I really think the Caps needs to show up in this series, because Aurora, not an easy champion to pilot, but if he could find Ashe, find those picks, that can be the difference maker in G2 potentially finding a game.
And if you don't get some early money and keep up as far as the pace of the game with the Aurora, then how do you do damage later when they have Galio ult shield and like Seraphine healing and shielding? Yeah, like that champ could become useless if they don't get some value out of it in the early and mid stages.
Yep, so what we want to see is early action as we dive onto the Rift for game number 1, G2 versus Gen G. This is one that G2 has won in the past. As Vedi already set up, they often win a game in a best of 5, right? And so it shouldn't be another sweep. We've had a few too many of those so far this tournament. Hopefully this one is going to stay more competitive. As Gen.G, this is a very Gen.G draft as well. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Ruler's Ashe. I think he just glides on this champion. Chovy's Galio needs no introduction. Keen is on his Renekton, and he's a top laner, and so obviously that's a comfort pick. And Canyon Xin Zhao is pretty amazing.
You know, Renekton is even comfort for a lot of people that autofill top lane, speaking from experience.
I think Chovy even played it when he was filling in top lane when he was playing on Griffin back in the day.
Yeah. Okay, Skumon here, since they had the early ward and they saw that Raptors and Blue both are not started by Canyon, then they kind of assume that he's just up there doing a red buff start, and they can go ahead and split the map. Splitting the map against Ashe Seraphine is part of this plan that we talked about in Champ Select. We want to kill it. You pick a Nautilus, and you want to kill this lane. So this is a very common like solo queue jungle path where you go your own Raptors into their blue Gromp to get your level 3 and then gank bottom. And now the gank bottom is coming. Skumon, as soon as he finishes Gromp, he'll get level 3 and he'll be there.
Yep, there's the hook as well. They did get the information that Skumon wasn't in his own jungle, so they have an idea that this Pantheon's making his way over, but the flash in as he does get the stun onto Ruler. Flash out already used from the bottom lane of Gen.G. Looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, so the thing is the timer for the wave and the timer for finishing the Gromp were a little bit different there. So Lebrov just saw the angle to go in. So he starts it then just because the angle is there and because the wave is going to push in further. But, Skumon obviously had not quite finished the Gromp to get to his level 3, so he wasn't quite at the perfect timing to actually complete the kill, and they just get the flash.
Yeah, there's a pretty interesting jungle interaction now because Canyon, with great awareness, seeing the gank from Skumon on the bot side, sees that there's a window to steal away his red buff thanks to the Ashe E. That Ashe E completely changed Canyon's plan, and he's kind of adapting on the fly now to the situation that he's in. There was an opportunity for him to potentially gank bottom lane, which is why Skumon had to path bot. He had to try and clear his bot side camps and be ready to cover for a potential fight down there, because if Canyon was able to find a gank, then this whole early game investment would have put G2 very far behind. So his clearing and his path is a bit awkward, but now they're fighting over that bot crown.
Yeah, and they can chase him off because the bot lane is pushing yet again. When you do this path in solo queue, your Raptors into their blue and Gromp, I find that I always have to, like, from the very beginning, type out to the bottom lane the plan and like keep the timing very well aware so that they don't, do anything early. Otherwise, it's really hard to keep up with the camp respawns when enemy jungler gets the early information. So good response from Canyon.
In the meantime, though, Ruler is still taking a whole bunch of damage here towards the bottom side of the map. Surround sound will be helping to keep him alive. But G2 certainly standing their ground here in this lane.
And while the scrapping was happening, you can see running at the side of your screen the history that's happened between the two organizations. Initially, right at the start, when they did meet, G2 was kind of at its heyday as an organization, but since then, JG has come back with a vengeance, largely at MSI Internationals, but also in the World's group stages. Gen.G have really gotten G2's number, and things aren't expected to be different today as they come in as the heavy favorites once again.
And I remember the result of that, the 3-0 as well, even echoed throughout the LCK for Gen.G immediately afterwards. Often they talk about that best-of-5 series and saying what they can do to try and mitigate it. They had a lot of respect for G2 as well. So I have a feeling that Gen.G is certainly not going to be taking this matchup lightly, even if it has been a few best-of-5 since then.
Yeah, I like the past tense, the had.
Yeah.
Probably still.
I mean, I think that it is still, like, those types of, like, 3-0 unexpected victories, they stick with you, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, G2 do, like, in the West, they are kind of just the most winningest team when it comes to playing against teams from the East. So I just imagine that a lot of teams, especially from the LCK, have that respect because they know the history's there. And Caps is always a player that can always show up on the day. Right now, though, you look at that mid lane matchup, Chovy, I mean, his Galio is just always so impressive to watch because I see him losing half his HP constantly in the lane, but you look down at the bottom of your screen, oh yeah, even in farm. No difference in gold. He does such a good job at staying even in often these very difficult matchups to play in the early laning phase.
Yeah, very even game here in the opener. All solo laners using their teleports right back to lanes. And junglers here finishing up and coming right back to the bottom lane. I don't think there's going to be any further action, but remember that the flash from Ruler is still on cooldown, as is his barrier. So in their attempts to push in this lane as well, there's a little bit of a dangerous timer. That's why Canyon is hovering here on the control ward.
Yep. Making sure that he's there for a counter gank. They spot Skumon out as Canyon looking to move in, but Ruler is already in so much trouble. First blood to Han Sama. And yesterday, he was certainly the linchpin of this squad. That's going to continue here as he gets the most money.
Great hook from Labrov, and Ruler's got to position more towards, Duro there a little bit to ensure, because that hook lands, you're just so dead. You are so dead. They know that it's possible that Skumon comes from that tri-brush. That's why Canyon is camping there on the control ward. But if you get hit by the hook, Vedius, doesn't matter if you know that he's there.
Labrov had a great performance yesterday in the series versus BFX, and he's looking to continue that performance today. Landing that hook, I was kind of surprised that it connected, to be honest. I thought that Ruler would be safe, but he finds the angle, he gets the connect, and they just one-shotted. Punishing that flash, this Ruler. Really happy to see that G2 are looking to try and take advantage of these summoners and are continuing to find advantages through bot side.
Oh, skirmish over Crab, yeah, level 6 is big.
Very nice pickup there from Skumon, just walks over and grabs the smite. Nicely done, as the hook this time is going to miss, thanks to the Justice Punch out of Chovy, who's now just going to be rotating down towards his Hex Drake, looking to try and get some control of the area.
One of the best things about the bot lane play for G2 as well is that Skumon didn't have to flash follow to be able to follow up on that hook because the timing was so good. And so you still have your flash stun on Pantheon to set up the next play. And now,
Caps just looking to kill Caps. Not going to be able to flash because he does not have it. Isn't going to invest anything else, but still, that was a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I would say the next possible repeat kill could be on Seraphine on bottom. What?
Well, speaking of which, yeah, Duro just caught in rotation. Really nice quick start pull out of Skumon.
How does the rest of the script go? Does this look good for G2? Is it looking positive? I mean,
it was happening yesterday too, and it's actually, I mean, it's easy to follow the like no flash on squishy targets and then still having kill buttons on Pantheon, right? And I was thinking about Pantheon's flash, but Pantheon's ultimate also, and so just right into the river there. Labrov sets up another one, and they're just chaining these, the summoners on bottom lane here. G2 just destroying the Gen G bottom lane throughout the map and earning themselves this big gold lead.
I mean, I'll be completely honest, like this seems like such a basic concept, but it's one that's often lost in the LEC where you burn a flash and then you just keep attacking that same lane, and they're doing such a good job of Skumon just investing his focus on the bot side of the Rift and they're netting advantages.
And I'd say I would also blame multiple supports for basically this sin of you burned your flash on bottom lane and then you're just like right back to your duties as usual and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go get some vision now. No, you don't have flash. We saw an Alistar do it. I don't remember which one it actually was, but right after burning flashes in bottom lane, then getting yourself in dangerous territory. Ash Arrow.
Arrow gonna connect there. Let's see whether Trophy does have enough damage here. The Justice Punch comes through and there's the Colossal Smash. And Gen G are on the board. Duro is gonna be punished for it though, as Hansama takes him down with some bullet time and gets back to farming.
Okay, so Ruler with great accuracy sets up a play in the mid lane, so Chovy gets himself a kill. But the same thing happens in the bot side as Labrov catches Duro out and he finds himself at 0-2-0 on the Seraphine here 9 minutes into the game.
This is why a lot of teams, they kind of wait until maybe a little bit later in Fearless or something, or maybe drop bans on Nautilus when they go for Ashe Seraphine, because Nautilus is so good at looking for picks and kills onto these squishy targets like earlier in.
Absolutely.
And that's why you expect this pick, but Labrov also props to him for playing it super well.
The champion has so much versatility. I think hook champions in general against squishy targets feel so deadly for the squishy range support just because once that CC does connect, you are so prone to dying. The Ash Arrow, I mean, Caps did this exact play with Hansama yesterday. And now he's getting a taste of his own medicine as Chovy gets an easy kill. Flash over the wall from Labrov as there's a bit of a contest over the vision. Ruler is not in the area, and it results in a kill on the bot side, so 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, they are just blasting this bottom lane here. We'll see too, because it's an earlier Bloodthirster is the result of these early kills here for Hansama. And that's a huge power spike for the champion. You just get infinite sustain basically off the wave now.
And I will say, like, so far at first stand, or at least the first few games, Broken Blade, I think, was underwhelming compared to what we expected of him. But since their approach to, we're just putting you on tanks, bro. You're playing Ornn, you're playing Sion, you're playing Cassante. Like, yesterday, he was extremely solid. Or, like, I would say his Ornn performance was carry levels of performance as well. And now against Keen, he was behind about a wave, and now he's pretty much kept it dead even against a Renekton matchup, which can get quite ahead early. Keen has continued to try to proxy, but he's been that steadfast tank on the top side, being a pillar, while G2 invests more resources on the bot side of the Rift. Rift.
Yeah, it's been such a cool story for G2 where even though Caps hasn't been having his best games, pretty far from it, honestly, the rest of the team has been doing so well around him. The bottom lane, as you're talking about, Broken Blade as well for top lane, and they've had him on a lot of these tanks and kind of playing the role. G2 really feels like they've identified the way that they want to play the game here at First Stand, and they are succeeding with it. Skumond especially, with the Pantheon Ultimate available.
Another arrow coming down here as Caps will be able to avoid it this time around. And Chovy looking for a little bit of an angle towards grabbing some plates, but not going to be getting kills this time.
And we've been talking a fair amount about how G2 have been rising up, but it's because they are such underdogs in this series. The reality is that Gen G is just exceptional, and you only have to look at some of their stats. They're undefeated so far at this tournament. They're first in almost every single stat. Their average gold lead at 14 is 3,000 gold. So they are unbelievably dominant, and the fact that G2 actually have a gold lead in this early game is one of the biggest surprise factors going into this Gen G matchup.
And it's quite considerable. This is not a nothing lead. 1.3K is certainly snowballable, you could say, as Keen and Broken Blade going to be finding each other one more time. One, I guess, hesitation I would have is that Gen G's composition does 5v5 very effectively, and their bottom lane is a large amount of utility for this squad. Not necessarily what they're going to be needing to play through later on in the game.
We got to emphasize the utility here with the early deaths, because the damage the damage might not be there.
Well, Chovy does not quite find a taunt there, and another hook from Lebrov is fantastic. They could be able to take the Gargoyle down, and in fact, they absolutely will, as Caps manages to get that last hit before the heroic entrance comes down.
An uncharacteristic catch onto Chovy. Generally someone who's very stable, hard to catch out, but caught in the river, no support from the rest of the team. Due to find another pick.
And it's made possible because Hans can 1v2 bottom lane with his early Bloodthirster here. The Ashe Seraphine are in no position to punish him at all. You can't poke and chip down Misfortune when he's got full Bloodthirster this early. He just heals back up, destroys the wave, and even 1v2 he pushed them out because Skumond's ultimate on Pantheon always threatening if Ashe Seraphine are too far up in the lane, and that just means G2, they get priority everywhere. They're going to grab another objective.
Double Dragon.
And the Galio death meant that the bot side of the Rift as well was very scared. They had to back away. That support with the jungler on the top side of the map as well. They have to go back to base early. They're playing safe underneath the tower. Keen getting very low.
Yeah, has to Dominus actually just to avoid death from Broken Blade. Really good positioning there to catch him out of position after that slice had come on into the wave. And BB is going to stop him from trying to get home there as well. Keen going to be delayed a little bit on his return.
Been keeping my eyes on Skumond. I thought there were a couple times where they would actually threaten a dive onto top side just because of how low Keen was, but they're sticking to their game plan, playing around mid, playing around bot. After that kill, Caps has definitely closed that gap against Chovy. Second dragon in their favor. I'm cautiously optimistic about how well G2 are playing this early game. But as you highlighted, Atlas, it's those fights. Well, hang on now. Hang on now. It's the fights with which Atlas did warn us about, and it is the team fighting of Gen G that has been the undoing of many teams that have found advantages against this team before.
With how big Broken Blade is, though, Thornmail is already completed. It could certainly just be a frontline to play around here for G2. Just play it front to back, keep it honest.
I like that there's no risk for me hyping up G2, you know? Because if it works, I'm like, oh my god, look at the hype. And then if it backfires and Gen G wins,
just Gen G.
then I'm like, damn, too bad, Benny, sorry.
Yeah, I'm
risk-free from me.
Right now, I'm cautiously optimistic. Herald's going to be spawning in 30 seconds, and you can see that's what the swap has been for. So Broken Blade being sent to bot lane has the TP available. Caps now with control over top, and Lebrov is just hovering here to make sure that his mid laner is safe. MF moving over, they're going for the dive.
Yeah, they're looking for it. The hook is going to miss because of the flash out from Kane. Avoids a whole bunch of the extra damage as well. So arrow does go wide, clears just up the wave, and Kane will survive. But no flash for the Renekton could be a big deal.
Yeah, honestly, well played from both parts. You know, G2, they don't make the mistake of taking tower aggro after the flashes were traded there. And, you know, they're happy to trade Lebrov's flash for the Renekton flash. Despite not getting the kill, Rift Herald is spawning. That's why you go for that play on this timing anyway. All right, Gen G, is this the moment though? Chovy, look at Chovy from bottom lane. If he roams a little closer, then he can threaten Galio ult, but sounds just going to teleport now.
Yep, they're teleporting in. Let's see whether Canyon can get on towards this Rift Herald, as I don't think it's going to happen, as it is going to be secured there by Skumon. Now Broken Blade gets into that front line, but he's taking a lot of damage. Knockout from the Q only connects onto Canyon. He's not too worried about it with that Crescent Guard running as Keen gets into that backline, but doesn't have the dominance, and there is the bullet time, but it's eaten by Chovy's heroic exit. Just escapes the situation as Canyon looking to try and escape on the other side. It is still a win for G2, and we'll see whether they can take down Canyon as well.
He's chasing, but I think Canyon should be able to walk his way out of this one. He's got his tier 2 boots as well.
Yeah, tier 2 versus just the brown bags or the free ones.
They're going to trap him. Teleport here.
All right, Caps should be able to make his way forward. Just needs an auto, and in fact doesn't need anything at all. Going to be able to lock down that kill onto the jungler as Chovy moves on over, but knows there's a man advantage here for G2, and it just everything keeps coming up G2 in this game.
Yeah, even with Seraphine ult hitting like 3 people there, you know, Hans is able to cleanse it, then backs off, fires off the Misfortune ult, and still has enough power to chase off Canyon from the other side. So G2, they get the Rift Herald, plus they get a bunch of kills after.
Keep your eyes on the Scion here, because Broken Blade goes in super deep, but then he uses the Rift Herald to actually get out of the situation, because the threat of the Galio is real. But the Scion is getting low, goes into the Rift Herald, knocks up Keen, allows him to get the pick, and now it's Gen G that's split apart. Scion is just creating chaos on the backline. The bot lane of
look on me, 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 look on me.
I think Hans wanted them to look on him.
That he did, because he was cautious of Canyon and Chovy threatening him on the backline. But, I mean, yeah, impressive stuff. G2 win a fight, they get the Herald, but that gold gap between the AD carries, there was a 1k gold lead for Hans Sama that Ruler has successfully been able to shrink.
Yeah, I love it. The Broken Blade driving, spinning donuts there in the middle of the river. And as the team is killing Keen, Hans is like, okay, yeah, finish killing Keen, and then look at me, okay, I got 3 people over here.
So now, 40 seconds, that'll be the next big point of contention. Items looking good for G2. Skumon really the biggest threat on G2's side as the ulti's chuck top lane.
Yeah, Grand Starfall is going to come on through here as Chovy does have to flash, but I don't think it's going to save him as the Aegis comes out and Caps is going to lock down a killing spree for himself off the back of Skumon's great plays.
Great stuff. Yeah, Skumon's here, still 0 deaths. He's only missed out on participating in a single kill, and that was the bottom lane one where they flashed on the Seraphine and got that one for free. So another really good game from Skumon himself as well. And with Pantheon, it's very easy to keep up the pace. When they start to get these outer towers down for G2, they're the ones that can now continue to pressure side lanes and then look to collapse.
That spear from Skumon definitely hurting.
Yeah, he has 2 items, and there is only a Ruby Crystal on Canyon.
Caps has not got TP. This is a numbers advantage. Galio has the ulti to arrive.
Broken Blade has ulti too. Broken Blade can sign ult down this river.
Let's see whether they can actually utilize it as Broken Blade. As you can see, just off to the side, but they're not going to go for it. Arrow is going to go wide as Ruler does not quite find his mark. And Gen G will successfully take away the Drake, stopping that soul point.
Yeah, Caps was coming from base, so Caps was just a little too far.
Yeah, I think it was a good punish from Gen G and good respect from G2 because they realized Cap stayed top, they tracked his TP, they knew he couldn't arrive. Chovy matching him, even though he was dead, had the ultimate to arrive in time. But also G2 saying, do we need to force a 4v5 when we can just save our stuff for a play like this?
Well, that is going to be Keen taken down once again. Caps is just picking up kill after kill here as he goes towards the bottom lane to do the same thing. Hans Sama just holding onto the wave here in this mid lane. The Bloodthirster meaning that all of that poke just does nothing at all.
And Broken Blade has teleport, so he can actually recall and then go teleport to top lane to try and catch the top wave that Chovy is putting in. And G2 showing some good restraint during a timer where we're close to a play, but just not quite because Caps is a little bit too far. And then they get the follow-up play instead. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I'm really proud of my region right now. I'm showing some restraint there. Because it was one of those things where, like, yeah, on instinct, you'd want to fight that dragon. And normally, I would expect G2 to fight it. But yeah, they recognize this is a bad position, and we can just concede it. It's okay. It's all good. But they'll get a kill. They'll get a tower. Hans did lose his flash in mid lane, which could really hurt him as we get later into the game. But
Ruler.
Yeah, Ruler is very, very
dead. Very hurt.
Oh, actually able to barrier that last little bit of damage. As now the encore comes forward. The double charm is fantastic. Underneath that turret there as well as Labrov trying to get his way out. Canyon really wants to punish that positioning. As Wind Becomes Lightning is not enough to do anything at all, and G2 managed to walk it off.
Yeah, Hansa now have vision on Ruler as he walked away through the brush and didn't remember that the barrier was still there. So he knew, okay, it's just a couple of waves of my ult to be able to kill him. But because of the barrier, he does survive. And Hans canceled his ult early just so he could go back to mid lane and continue the pressure.
Okay, Caps having a much better Aurora performance. Aurora performance.
Yeah, better Aura too.
The Aura's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, you guys are right.
His Aura.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just shocked by how proactive G2 are being and the fact that they just keep punishing Gen G. This team that genuinely felt so infallible based on what we've seen all split long. For G2 to playing with this level of confidence, like, it really does feel like they've turned the nameplates off and they're just treating them like any other team, which is exactly what you need to do.
And it's not even necessarily confidence, it's discipline that they're using. We've seen already with that Dragon fight here as well. They notice that Ruler is overextended. And yeah, that was a little unfortunate, not being able to get the bullet time to fully complete, but still even being able to walk away from that great encore out from Duro. They just seem to have all of the answers, and it feels like it's preparation for each of these plays that's really benefiting G2 in this game.
Yeah, Hans was feeling benevolent. He was like, you know what, fine. Ruler, world champion, I'll let you walk away this time, buddy.
You can have one.
Remember that.
I mean,
how kind of him.
Ultimately, he got what he wanted, though, which is the long-term play of no sums on the bot lane. And that Pantheon, we know that Skumon, he's got a homing missile with that ultimate, and he's going to be locked and loaded, aiming for Ruler's head.
And now, he will for sure be timing that barrier.
For
he's
sure.
like, all right, I remember. But it's the luxury that G2 are in this game, that that they still have the massive priority.
They have 3 towers to 0, gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a shutout right now. It's
I'm not excited yet. They could still throw this. I still fully believe in their ability to throw this game.
I don't. They're looking, as we said, really disciplined.
Say the Cast a Curse thing again. Do it, Max. Stop this man. Stop him right now.
Nope. Not this time. I've been told that I should not do that anymore. I'm a changed man.
And Gen G are looking really sluggish, honestly.
Well, I mean, it's true. And I feel like this has been a thing for Gen G, but not in 2026. It was a 2025 thing where it felt like they just pick a very slow composition and then just try and play to stay even throughout the game and then win in team fights later. But they're not very proactive when they're playing this style. And that is looking like it's what they're continuing to do here today, which is not a great sign if you are a Gen G fan.
I thought the Broken Blade was doing a bit of a bait there. Starting that one off, trying to bait the Ashe E out to draw that attention, get that vision done. Instead, their focus is very much on the bot side of the Rift. They did lose that 3rd Dragon of the game, but this time around, their position, their timing is good. Cap's quite a little unfortunate for him. He's just short of the death cap. You can see he's very close, but if he can get that gold, he does have the teleport available and could regroup with the fight. If he can secure that, his kill threat onto Ruler significantly increases. And remember, those flashes still unavailable for Ruler and Dura if they want to contest.
Well, Ruler also taking a big chunk there from Caps. And Gen G very far away from this dragon. It's spawning in 1 second's time. There it is. Second mountain to come on through as now Keen deals with this outer turret on the top side of the map. Finally, Gen G are on the board as far as that is concerned, but it looks like Soul Point should be going over to G2 without a contest.
Yeah, you don't want to fight this at Gen G. You're so far behind right now that just try and get some gold in trade for a dragon. Singular dragons are not that big of a power boost, but actual gold from turret plates, if... So King got the top side turret, and he got one turret, the little baby turret off the turret plate off the secondary turret here. Just try and get as much gold as you possibly can to fight your next fight after you get a couple more completed items here.
I'm still keeping an eye on the itemization from Caps. He has to be so close to that death cap now. A couple more waves should probably do the trick as they clear out vision. Start setting up around this Baron. 25 minutes in, and G2, they've held on to a gold lead this entire game. We've seen little to no mistakes from G2 so far against Gen G, and they're going to, with a gold deficit like this, as you're highlighting, they're going to need a big team fight to swing the game in their favor.
And I just want to take a moment to talk about jungle again.
Okay.
Because this is why I'm always such a big fan of deviating from full clears when your comp really indicates like a lane will super benefit from it. And there isn't that much risk to doing it. Skumon, remember back to the opener, we're going to have a little bit of a fight here. Skumon does have ulti, Pantheon could join.
Yeah, race to the bottom lane as Chobi avoids the CC and will be able to get out with the heroic entrance. So That does mean that ulti is on cooldown, but still manages to escape.
But remember back to the opener, and it's like, okay, so you see this this clear decent amount where you go your Raptors into separating bottom lane. When you've got an Ashe Seraphine that's going to be a very vulnerable but heavy pushing lane early, go for the 3 camp attempted gank, you know, get the flash. Wait a second.
Arrow going to connect there as there's the encore. Gen G do not want to waste anything here. Making sure that they take down the Aurora. So Caps lying on the floor. There is a bit of extra money going over to Keen as well.
Yeah, very good pick from the side of Gen G, punishing Caps as he's trying to clear out vision. They even got the flash out from him as well. And it looks like he's still short of that Death Cap gold. But I don't think Gen G's going to get much off the back of it. They'll buy a little bit of time. They won't even claw back much vision, though. We look at the minimap and we can see that they don't even have any vision littered around the river. This entire other half of the map is completely dark, and they're very reliant on Ruler as he's forced to use the Hawkshot to get info as to whether the Baron has been started or not.
Yeah, Gen G just constantly standing on wards here in their own jungle. Finally, some sweepers going to be utilized, as Duro might be able to find this one ward as well. As there's control ward in the back of the pit, and immediately Broken Blade says no, you're not allowed to see.
Yeah, they have to rely basically on the timer of Hawkshot and the 2 blue trinkets and try and rotate those. So Hawkshot used now. For next timer, they can use a blue trinket. Control ward actually back in the back of the pick. Now G2, I would say, only thing is don't flip versus Canyon.
Well,
Canyon will steal those.
It's a bit of a scary situation here. It looks like they are going to pull away, though, as Keen makes his way in with the teleport. I imagine that's what G2 are looking for, right? Make sure that the Crocodile does not have that in the side lane. And they get it, and then they back away.
And that's that discipline again, Vedius. You start the objective with your goal, get your side lane teleport there. Of course, Caps, no teleport on the Aurora as well. But yeah, they got Keens out, and
They should have been tracking the fact that Chovy already TP'd earlier, so they have TP advantage with Broken Blade. So they can do this exact same play again. Put Broken Blade bot, draw pressure towards that area of the map, then TP, guarantee the numbers advantage, but they're kind of forced to have, you're seeing it now, Chovy has to match, because he's the only person that can get within range to ulti to then join the fight. So G2 just have a lot of leverage right now, and finally the Death Cap is completed for Caps. It's taken him a little bit longer than he had planned, but a big item spike for the mid laner at G2.
Meanwhile, the Lord Dom's done for Ruler, so he can actually do damage to the Scion now. And if they are able to get a good like initiation, maybe a little bit of someone sectioned off from the rest of the team, then you do have to be wary of the Gen G CC, because the game is not completely exploded at the moment. It's still teetering there. There's chances.
Ooh, unless Ruler just gets one shot, the answer is no. Not just yet. The opening salvo, not enough there from Caps, but I think fear of death, certainly there for Ruler. Mid lane has always been a little bit of a rough place for Ruler. We call it the Ruler position for a reason. It's just around beneath the Raptor pit right there. You guys might remember.
Yeah. I believe you guys even have a name for it.
Yeah, it's just called the Ruler spot.
Well, the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, and I don't think Caps is going to have his ulti. I can't quite see the cooldown on it, but it's going to be just short. Maybe if they can buy a little bit more time. Gen G actually invests a lot of time around Baron. They've cleared out a lot of vision, and I think they're starting this objective off.
Yeah, they do just move over there. Teleport is going to bring Broken Blade into the fight, but this Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly. Ruler just pumping these arrows into it. Labrov making his way over. And Skewmont off towards the back of the pit, but it looks like they might just be rushing this one down. Can the steal actually come on through? Skewmont waiting to get on in there, flashes forward. Who's going to get the smite? It is going to go to G2! As Canyon with that Crescent Guard just desperately trying to stay alive. But Broken Blade gets into the back line. Justice Punch is decent there from Chovy as well, trying to hold him in position as he goes golden at the same time. Gen G still kind of alive in the fight, and Cap says no, they are not alive in this fight. Atlas down they will go as he wipes out the bottom lane. The Grand Star falls there as well, and G2 may have just stamped this game in game number 1.
They don't lose a single champion in their efforts to take the Baron and take down Gen G.
Excellent discipline, excellent execution. G2 are living up to the potential that this organization believed in. Here in game 1, a over 7k gold lead. They're going to secure the soul, and they are dominating Gen G.
The discipline from G2 here. You know, it's Gen G that felt like they were boxed into a corner, and so they try and get a miracle Baron play for themselves. But G2, nice response, and Skewmon hits the Q plus smite, I believe. I'm going to have to look at the replay for the combo of damage. but he is able to secure it for G2. And that should secure the game for them.
Yep, Mascot priceless moment as well as we have a look at this Baron being taken. Bit of desperation out of Gen G.
I think Broken Blade eliminating Ruler from the back was a really good way to start. Skewmon then has to stack up his Q. He didn't even have the fully stack, but Q plus Smite able to secure it. Outsmiting Canyon, got to be a great feeling for the young man in the jungle for G2. Chovy does what he can to try and keep Keen alive, but Keen ends up falling short, and Broken Blade just does so much work on the front line. Kind of the unsung hero of this fight, just eliminating Duro and Ruler from getting involved. And then Caps, his ultimate comes back off cooldown, cleans up on the back end of the fight. And G2, again, like, I'm so impressed by their discipline. This level of play is the complete opposite of what we saw against BLG. This team is completely leveled up in such a short amount of time.
I even think that it's different from what we saw yesterday as well. I feel like they were playing more fast and loose in that series. This is certainly some by-the-book League of Legends. As Labrov able to just get his way out, and they are just playing smoke and mirrors. They're not giving Gen G any opportunity to get into any of these fights, and it's something that we've seen Gen G do all year long. It's why they're frustrating for a lot of teams to deal with. But instead, G2 just delivering a bit of their own medicine as Gen G losing all of their inhibitors at the same time. Top just going to go down in the bottom lane, the last one to fall as the hook is going to connect there onto Keen. Not exactly the optimal target there as Canyon might also be taken down, but there are all three inhibitors lying on the floor. It's only a matter of time before G2 are able to take down these Nexus turrets as Canyon realizes that he goes in, but Skewmon is so tanky, man.
Caps working his way towards the Nexus towers, both will fall. G2 doing this tutorial style, not giving Gen G anything left in their base. The minions, I mean, the Baron buff is worn off, but they don't need it anymore as the hook connects.
Yeah, another hook is fantastic there out of Labrov as Canyon just realizes that he has to go in. Ruler trying to dance around the battlefield, but it does not work. Even Skewmon survives. How did that even happen? As Caps is just dashing, flashing onto the fountain to try and get the last kill, and finally, G2 are going to take down the Nexus. What a statement here from the European first seed as they go up 1-0 in this best of 5.
G2 just demolished the tournament favorites, Gen G in game number 1 in the opener.
And that was brutal start to finish. There was no part of that game where it was, oh, that was a whoopsie play. No, it was a stranglehold.
I vote for Skewmon for player of the game because
I mean, yeah, absolutely,
the repeat ganks on bottom side.
Absolutely.
Labrov and Hans played it really well too, but with the ganks, amazing stuff.
Yep.
Analysts, do you feel the same?
They're doing is 14K. I'm coming. Let's keep marking, guys. Okay? Spread out and mark. I'm coming. Oh no, they're in. Ranks on me. I'm fine. I'll go to Lengo. Ranks on over here. Ash flashed, okay? Ranks on behind you, Hans, okay? He's coming. Guys, Ash will die. Rankton. Looks very good. Yeah, still front line. I'll go T. Just keep tanking. Keep front line, I'll go forward. I'll go T. Nice. I'm basic. T. I'll chase. Don't flash Ash. Huge guys, big. Very big. Mid guys? Don't touch. Don't 40 seconds. No, go. We should push for sure.
They were patient. They came prepared today against Gen G, and it's just one game, but God, this game means the world, especially when it's against the tournament favorites.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a huge win already for G2.
Cinema!
You hear in the comms.
No, not of that. I'm a game 1 MD and I don't care.
Let's just see the checklist. Because we came into this one really wanting to talk about it. And G2 came in prepared, like immediately, as you can see. Like the point that you made, Laura, be cautious of early game cross maps. They were very cautious of their timers. They hit that one. Play front to backs, like a straight up front to back team fight. That was as front to back as you can play. Maybe like Aurora can play it on an angle. Now the draft for strong bot lane was tough because Gen G banned the Karma. First pick the Seraphine.
The thing is, it's hard to get 2v2 prior there, but they went the MF, the Nautilus, the Pantheon, and they were like, we'll just kill them. And that worked so well.
And you know what? You're like, why don't we get a friend involved in it? So like, we got the Pantheon going bot lane. The early pathing from Skewmon was very smart. We should just run the reel.
And that's what Caps was saying yesterday. You want to be cautious about Gen G in the early game, and they took that by the letter, putting that pressure on the bot lane, helped by Skewmon. This is what gave them the early lead, Ox.
Yeah, and I mean, Labrov was just so on point with these hooks coming in. They'd beaten that flash earlier from Ruler, so they got a gank there. Duro's flash down here, get another pick here. And it just felt like that momentum built up so effectively. Here, Duro trying to contest a ward, ends up getting caught out as well. And it just felt like the support for G2 was so decisive on these plays.
For how much praise we give to Skumon and towards Hansama as well, Lebrov's, this was his game. I felt Lebrov was completely on point. And I think a lot of people in the community, rightfully so for this tournament, have been giving credit to Lebrov. But this one was just everything that we really had wanted.
Yeah. And what surprised me the most about this iteration of the G2 is that usually they thrive in chaos. This was meticulous. This was organized. They were patient time and time again, especially during these fights.
This Herald play was crazy. The value he gets with all the knockups and the fact that he survives in such low HP, just such a great read from Broken Blade and the comms to get the Herald set down there. And this is a point in the game where Gen G have seen many times before, they've had sometimes early deficits, but those team fights are usually so crisp. G2 just manhandled them.
What happened to my team? They're so clean.
Out of nowhere! Out of nowhere! If you hear from Caps was like, well, goldfishes, right? Like they're talking about how the fact they forgot all of the things, the notes that they had mentioned coming into this event, and they just remembered it just like that, and suddenly they're cleaning house.
They left the goldfish at the hotel here today, honestly. I came so prepared against Gen G. I know that it's only one game and I'm celebrating, ha ha ha, we'll see what happens next, but it's still Gen G. No team could do so far what they did today. They're the third team, Ox, to take them down this year in 2026.
It's been such a clean year in general for Gen G, and again, they only dropped a couple of games.
Yeah.
First time at this tournament. We saw the stats as well, 3,000 gold lead at 15 minutes on average for Gen G. So when they got that early lead, immediately it was a game we didn't expect, but the fact they carried it out cleanly was so impressive.
And I just want to see who the player of this game was.
I give it to Skumon. There was a lot of choice here. You can look at, you want to look at who made the action happen bot lane.
True.
Could be anyone, could be Lebrov. I chose Skumon here, and yeah, I guess that's what we're going with.
I mean, that's fair. I think everyone probably ends up deserving it from the side of G2. And I'm interested in what the fans have to say on this one, too, because Skumon, yes, Lebrov second, we'll take it. We'll take it. I think I'm on board with that.
They got their priorities right.
I think also one of the criticisms in the past of this G2 roster has been the jungle support not linking up too well. They were interlinked constantly throughout that game, working so well together.
What are we looking at next? It's just one game still. You know what? I was on the edge of my chair all game. I was like, they have it. It's still Gen G. They can still come back.
Yeah.
You know that it's never done and dusted, especially against this team.
This one right here, as you saw it quickly, you already have mentioned it, the third loss that Gen G has had so far this year and the first in the tournament. So already that entire idea of them hitting a history, some records here is not there. So for me, it's about Gen G just resetting. Right? Just chilling. Just relaxing, Ox.
They need to wake up. That was my conditions. I haven't seen them wake up yet, so hoping for that in game 2.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in game 2, but so far G2 make things interesting in that semifinals, opening up the score against the tournament's favorite. Let's see what happens next.
Wait. Bump it louder, bump it louder.
Right after burning flashes in bottom lane and getting yourself in dangerous territory at Arrow. Arrow gonna connect there. Let's see whether Trophy does have enough damage here to just... Yeah, Grand Stoffel is going to come on through here as Trophy does have to flash, but I don't think it's gonna save him as he just comes out. Caps is gonna lock down a killing spree.
Nice. Nice, guys. That's fun, baby.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
best players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
Oh my God,
He'll forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. See, I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestigious. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match, bro. I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe.
Yeah, it definitely feels really good, especially winning like on the 3-0 against like LCK. Like Europe has done this in like many years. I'm definitely proud of what we have done. But now that this is over, I will focus on like our next game, and I think that we can do a lot of stuff.
There's everything, and they'll kill up on Summer. Cannon with a beautiful engage. Now it's all on Caps to do the damage. Raptor trying to step up. Call of the Fortress coming out as well. Skewman dives in onto Victor. He locks both the carries into the pit, and now find them all. The Aqua Prism puts the...
If G2 will win this tournament, I think it will be because of like our resilience going to the tournament. We've had like a lot of challenges, whether like it's being sickness or just like bad performances, but also yeah, like our determination and our like way of like actually adapting to the tournament. And I think it makes us like a really dangerous team going into the tournament. I think this will be the reason why G2 would win.
Well, they showed it already in the first game here. Welcome back to First Stand. Tickets are on sale now for both the LEC and LCS Spring Splits. Scan the QR code on your screen to get yours now.
And if you want LCK tickets, I'm sure you can get those too. We don't have
DM
fancy
Atlas.
QR code. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't DM me, okay? And if
Yeah, you
Cadril
can DM
tells
me
you,
about it.
if
In
Cadril
fact,
tells you that I have tickets, he's lying, okay? I don't know what tickets, but stop DMing me about tickets. Thank you.
You don't need to. You've got a QR code.
Exactly. There's a QR code on your
was right
screen.
there.
I hope you took a screenshot. Thank
If you
very
didn't,
much.
you can like
DM
just open up YouTube. You can just go
DM
back.
Betty for free packs of Riftbound.
No, don't do that. Don't do that at all. Don't.
Free packs for everyone!
Anyway.
Thanks, Betty.
Anyway.
Let's get into the draft, shall we? Here is Champion Select once again. As we see Gen.G with first pick here in game number 2. Makes a little bit of sense there as they're already just banning away Lebrov. I think they believed Daniel Orks Harrison in his player of the game vote there.
This man has shocked me. Lebrov has come out of nowhere. He has been like the biggest point of criticism from fans pretty much ever since he joined the roster. And it wasn't until summer of last year that we finally saw him have that synergy with Skumond, that they'd been working so closely. But then even this split, everyone was saying Busio is the best support. Busio clears everyone. Busio by far way better. And now Lebrov is just making a name for himself here on the international stage, and he is showing up today.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that vote had legitimacy to it. All the hooks that Lebrov was able to hit.
Yeah.
Really big for G2. So, Atlas, the question is, with the new draft, are Gen.G also awake now?
We don't know. Not until we get onto the Rift and see them do stuff, Kobe. That's when we'll be able to do the wake test. It is very easy to pick champions while you're asleep. Your coach kind of helps you out.
Talk to Golden Glue about that, because we've had some teams in LCS that have failed at picking the correct champions. Hopefully that does not happen here. Starting out with the Vi, though, for Gen.G. Whenever you first pick this champ, now you're signaling, all right, we are definitely going to go dive, so G2 can already think about things that are good against it. Gen.G, though, thinking about that ahead of time, they pre-banned the Bard, which is a really good answer into a lot of Vi comps, because you can defensively ult with Bard, so they've got that there.
Yep, and fun fact, this is the first time the LCK has lost 4 consecutive games to the LEC.
Ever.
Ever. In the history of League of Legends. Shocking. It's kind of crazy, as it could be 5 after this game as well, as the Varus is going to be locked in here for Hans Sama, certainly a favorite for him. I don't really like Varus at the moment, but that I think is just a personal thing, not necessarily a power level thing. As Skumon, let's see what he's going to be locking away.
It's also just scary.
Yeah, I kind of share it when you're looking at a Vi, you know, and you're like, lock me that low mobility.
I was thinking to myself, like, what do you pick into Vi? With Pantheon and Xin gone, these are kind of the 2 junglers that you kind of use as a response to Vi to kind of match your aggression and the backline threat. But Zehen was something that, I mean, originally I saw it first from Blabber over in the LCS, and then a lot of other teams started picking it up in the LEC. And it became, at least in the LEC, it became like first pick worthy. Zehen jungle became super high priority, and then here at First Stand it's just kind of fallen to the wayside. So to see it now returned, we'll see if I'm expecting this to go in the jungle. We'll see how well Skumon can pile.
Yeah, I love Zehen when you get to play into low-range comps and you get to just thrive in the middle of these long brawls where you can have the time to stack up your passive. Zehen, very good if you've got time. If they have a burst comp, then he's not so good.
I'm a little bit scared of a Sylas.
Oh,
Every time I see Alistair, I'm like, it's a Sylas angle. And Caps
one of these bans over here, maybe if Caps doesn't do it now.
I feel like they're going to take the
opportunity.
Nico. They're either taking Nico or Braum here, I think, G2.
We'll see what they do decide to go with. Punishing a Sivir Alistair lane is certainly something that you can do, and the Braum is going to come in. This might open the door to an on-hit Varus as well.
The only thing is they're lacking Engage.
You don't like Engage Braum?
I don't. I've seen enough Mickey Braum to know that Engage Braum has definitely like a 50-50 chance of being good.
50-50? Those are good odds!
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, I'll take those.
It either hits or it doesn't, gentlemen.
Exactly.
If you get the Super Blast Cone Rift, then his chances get higher.
That makes everyone an engaged champion, though, so don't worry about it.
Okay, these are good bans, though. You got to ban Mbessa from Keen. Like, you don't want to see Keen just wake up and take over a game here. So take away some of those huge carry champions from top lane, especially since G2 have clearly been like Broken Blade. You know, you are going to be our front line for a lot of these games, and you're just going to pick a lot of tanks on the top side, so they don't want to deal with Mbessa.
Is Ahri worth a ban? That's my question.
Perhaps. I think the Ahri has a lot of value here. There are still things like Assassins that we saw now fights. Akali, I think Syndra can be good into Ahri. Vi Annie was kind of a bot back in 2023 combo that we've seen a couple times, which I think is also good. They're still banning away junglers.
Yeah,
I guess they're not entirely
I think Jarvan is so good into Sivir that would be worth flexing the Zen for.
You're completely right.
You got to respect the flex here, so.
I like that, though. It does eat up a ban. So G2 are going to benefit from that one. The Gnar going to be taken away as well. Renekton already off the table. And Gnar can work into a bunch of different picks towards the top side.
Do they just blind the Ahri? Do they have enough damage? I mean, like, the mobility is nice, but the spell shield, I think they're a little bit worried about. They could also consider Victor if they want just kind of long range.
Are you talking about G2's perspective or Gen G's?
Okay, my apologies.
Because I'm with Max that Ahri would be great for Gen G's.
Absolutely.
I think they want to pick the Ahri. Absolutely.
Yeah, because right now with this G2 pick, that's what I'm debating. Is it worth just slamming the Ahri now to act as a denial and also just getting that extra mobility? But I'm also thinking you don't have the best champions paired alongside the Ahri based on what you've drafted so far. So maybe just something like an Azir or a Victor having a little bit more long range and poke could perhaps facilitate the comp more.
It's, it is hard because like the Sylas, if Gen G ended up going Ahri, Sylas would be great for G2 because then you get a Sylas with an Alistar ult to seal and you get a good matchup in lane. But
now I want to see Gwen Ahri locked in. I want Gen G to have lots of damage.
If they do
Force them to wake up.
I think if they do that, then G2 for sure just slam the Sylas because Sylas into Ahri very good. Sylas with the Alistar ult to seal very good. So that's what they're kind of waiting for here. If they do it, okay, I think it's got to be a G2 Sylas then.
It's weird though. How do you guys feel about the Ahri Sylas matchup? Because we've seen Ahri picked into Sylas all the time.
I think it's very Ahri favored.
Ahri early, but I like the scaling for Sylas. Scaling for Sylas later.
This is one of my favorite Kobe quotes of all time. The show us you Garen. I know it's from 10 years ago.
They picked it on purpose.
They're hovering it. I think it's good into Cassante.
Instead of Vayne top from Keen is going to come through. That is not what I was expecting. I thought we were going to get that yesterday from Dokla, but instead it is Keen locking it away. This wildly goes away from any sort of team fight composition though.
I love it because you're like, okay, fine, Broken Blade, you're going to keep on picking all these tanks. Then we're for sure just going to get a Vayne lane up here and look for a Keen.
What about the Sylas angle and he steals away the final hour?
I think G2 just pick a poke comp. The reason why I prefer Victor here is just because, like, so Vayne is short range, Sivir is short range, Ahri has pick potential with the Vi, but Victor makes it much harder to get picked on because of the gravity field. You've also got a Braum to act as peel, and any follow-up from the Alistar can be heavily mitigated, and so you're very reliant on your Varus and your Victor, and you basically just chip away at them. The problem is G2's engage is very low. It's actually very difficult for them to close that gap if they want to be the initiators. They're very reliant on Varus' ultimate or Broken Blade finding a flank. But Gen G, they are a relatively short-range composition, and I mean, I don't think G2's going to be happy if they close the gap onto you.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this. I don't think it's necessarily a composition that screams weak in teamfight really comfortably. It's not one of those easy to execute compositions that I would expect a team to pick up after losing a game one, right? Because oftentimes you want to go back to comfort, ease of execution, and just focus on the basics and get a win on the board. That is not what it's looking like. It's looking like slam the top lane, try and get Keen a massive advantage so that he is unanswerable in a side lane.
But I mean, the craziest thing about Gen G is it feels like all year long, the conversation has been they can pick anything and they'll just win.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a thing.
And after a loss, you'd sit there and, as you rightly said, think that, okay, well, surely they're going to pick something that you'd expect is strong on paper. But no,
we needed more difficulty. That's what's going to help.
Let's challenge ourselves more with a harder to execute composition. But hey, would we not agree that Keen is considered the best player, or at least coming into this tournament, he was considered the best player in the world?
I would agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, now that title is going to be put to the test as he's piloting Vayne in the top lane.
And honestly, I think it's actually pretty hard for G2 to catch these carries.
100%.
Yeah, you were talking about the lack of engage.
Yeah, Sivir speed and Vayne mobility and Ahri mobility, as much as it's like, oh, it's hard to pilot them, these are the best players in the world. And so I think that they will be able to pilot them fairly successfully because there's no point and click on G2's side. And Keen has gone exhaust as well. So even if the Zehen gets in the middle of them, how does Zehen stick on Vayne and Sivir and Ahri carries here? it might be hard for G2 to actually hit their damage, even though they do have like a very good, like we can kite back definitely pretty well. We have good, you know, poke and range like you're saying as well, Atlas. So it might put more pressure onto Gen G, but especially if Gen G can play side lanes early, then
I think it does sort of show what Gen G wants to do in that summoner spell. Because I think that if they were going to play for team fights and things like this, Cleanse would have a lot of value from Keen. But instead, I think in the 1v1 and in side lanes, the exhaust is extremely powerful.
They want to try and pick this G2 squad apart with an open map.
So far in this early game, it's Gen G that have pressure in top, kind of as we all expected with Vayne into Cassante. Meanwhile, in mid and bot, it's G2 that have that early pressure. Victor, a very good early trader, can really outrange and just outpoke the Iron. In the bot side of the map, Braum is just making it very difficult for the Alistar to play, which should give a lot of freedom for Skewmon to contest that bot crab. It's likely that we'll have to see Canyon forced up towards the top side, but I am expecting that if there are going to be early ganks, they will be centered more towards that Cassante to help accelerate Keen on the Vayne.
Yeah, I think that Broken Blade is just going to continually have a pretty rough time. Silverbolt's now picked up at level 2 for Keen. That is why the Vayne is so good into these tanks with max health damage.
And if the pain continues, it becomes really hard to even call your jungler. Junglers don't really want to go to lanes that are losing super heavily, like especially if it's a Vayne with exhaust, because I will waste a lot of my time trying to help you even close the distance to a Vayne, and if we fail that early on, then you are just in trouble the entire game, and it becomes harder and harder and harder. And unless Zehen can like prep a Q1 on something else and then come to your lane and do like a flash dash and try and get it there. But again, if Cassante and Zehen fail to close the distance to the Vayne the first time around with Flash and Ghost, it can get really painful, and she can outplay you and kite both of you.
Yeah, I think the risk is certainly very, very high.
Yeah.
Doubling down on a losing lane. As the Crab is going to be secured eventually by Skewmon as it does try to reset momentarily. Ruler taking a fair bit of damage though, as the Pulverize from Duro is going to help protect him, but does get hit by those concussive blows.
Kind of what we're expecting every time the Alistar goes in. The Braum can then immediately apply that passive, and in teamfights especially, that's where it can get very scary for the Alistar. We'll have the Unbreakable, of course. Ultimate providing a lot of assistance, but Duro set his sights onto Hans.
Yeah, he's going in, doesn't find the Pulverize though, unfortunately, as Ruler has to deal with the door out of Labrov, and Duro is just dead. First blood going over to Hans Sama once again, 2 games in a row, and Ruler, he also has to flash 2 autos, would have meant the death of him. And just a little bit of a whoopsie here for Gen G. Once more here in game 2.
Dude, this is Hans' tournament. I'm saying it, man. This is Hans Sama tournament. That flash, he is so ready for it. Duro, it's fully telegraphed, man. He starts his trample. He starts running straight at him. So Hans is like, are you really going to hands check me and think I cannot flash this combo? Hans immediately flashes it, and he pops his ghost. He's turning 100% of the time. He flashes the combo from Duro. He walks up. Labrov puts the Unbreakable, so they know you win this return damage 100% of the time. And Hans Sama lays it down again in lane. They get the first blood, Vedius. You were trying to put Vikla as a North American player because he played in the LCS. I am going to claim Hans.
No, that's not what I did.
Because you did that. It's exactly what you did. And I'm going to claim Hans because he played in the LCS. That's my boy right there. I've always said it, Hans. That's my boy.
Do you want to claim Broken Blade as well? Like,
yes.
You got a few different options.
Honestly, we're going to claim Don Falco too. We got 3.
I feel like we're going off topic a little bit. I feel like we've twisted the argument a little bit. But I mean, my biggest question is, what was Duro doing?
Well, he didn't think Hans would flash it.
I mean, that's crazy. He was just running straight at him.
Disrespectful,
that was mega disrespectful. I mean, he aptly got punished for it. And yeah, I was not expecting, I mean, really, against either Korean team, I was not prepared to say Hans Sama and Labrov would be winning those 2 versus 2s.
I'm so hyped right now,
but
man.
They absolutely are winning these 2 versus 2s, so credit to them. Massive glow up from the bot lane of G2, especially when the conversation around G2 has been if Caps is playing bad, G2 cannot win.
Yeah.
And so for so many G2 fans, they have to feel vindicated right now because G2 is not, Caps is not having an amazing tournament, but this bot lane certainly is, as Skewmon makes his arrival.
Yeah, making his way in. There's the flash out from Duro immediately. In the meantime, though, Canyon trying to get some work done in the mid lane, get the flash out of Caps. Still a success, but flash is burnt on both sides of the map as Skewmon will head over to this Crab.
He's funneling the Crab towards the bottom side of the map, which is his strong side of the Rift right now.
Yeah.
Look at the positioning of Braum as they threaten a potential dive.
They for sure could, because they forced Duro back to base here.
It's slow, though. The wave isn't dying super quickly. They need to get here quick. Here comes Vi as well.
Yeah, Ruler, let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield.
Wait,
and the last tick is enough to do it. Labrov locks down the second one for G2.
Twice in a row, that almost happened with the barrier.
I never doubted him. Don't worry about the exclamations there. They calculated.
That was just for the moment, right? Yeah. Beautifully done,
Tension.
Kobe.
Love the response from Canyon, though. I think he's doing exactly the right thing. He sees that the bot lane dive is happening, but he knows that G2 have to recall. So there's a perfect opportunity for him to grab the dragon. He's going to steal that one away, and there's no way for G2 to contest. So even though Ruler does end up falling, at the very least, Gen G will get something back.
Yeah. Always looking for the response plays. Dragon number 1, but 1,000 gold this early, and Skumon's on the attack again. He does have ultimate, but so does Chovy. Can Chovy...
Yeah, that is 3 people moving on over towards this Ahri. Does find the charm onto Skumon, just to offer something back, but still does have to burn that Spirit Rush.
So I'm just keeping a track of Caps' stacks. I believe he should have hit 100 by now, because he's only sitting at 9 in the bottom left, which means that he's chosen to upgrade his Q rather than his E early on, which, I mean, I guess he's prioritizing getting that extra movement speed, especially after losing his flash early, and also just giving him that extra trading potential against Chovy by prioritizing the Q over the E poke.
Yeah, and Caps is going to scale so nicely with big team fight damage. So they've taken away the biggest danger to him, which is Chovy's ultimate early on. And you blow the Ahri ultimate before Ahri's able to get Malignance. It's an actual cooldown right now. So, they've taken away so much of the threat. And since he didn't have flash, I think that was necessary, because it's a timer where Canyon is now level 6 on Vi. So
wait, is this a kill?
And that is the charm to come on out there. That does keep Chovy alive still. Does possibly have to burn his teleport after that one.
Beautiful placement of the W. Like, he got Chovy right in the middle of it, and with no use, because he used his W at the same time, he lost his movement speed.
Yep.
So there's no way to get out of that, and then the charm connects, which ultimately, I think, mitigates a lot of the potential damage that Caps did have, but he'll get the flash, he'll get the TP. Caps playing the lane really well, which, I mean, considering his performance, he is the player that I had needed to see step up the most, and he's having a great series so far.
And he's going the tanky build so he can survive some bursts, because you know you're Vi Ahri, right?
Oh, yeah.
I need to survive is been kind of the number one thing on his mind. But they take away the Ahri ult, they take away the Ahri flash just with individual play on the second time around. So G2 are feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you just don't look top lane. That's all you need to do. Because, I mean, Keen is doing exactly what we would expect in the matchup. Warden's Mail Cloth Armor picked up for Broken Blade, doing everything that he absolutely needs to survive this Vayne as much as possible. But, like, it is a horrible lane, and Riot have made it so that with the role quests, you cannot escape it. You are trapped in here with the Vayne, no lane swap shenanigans, at least for a while. And so he's just going to have to tank it for now.
And Canyon continues to pick up the objectives on the map.
Ooh, Chains of Corruption here is going to get the Unbreakable Will out of Duro. And so that is a big cooldown. Still Canyon on these grubs, like you were saying, Kobe. Not going to be able to stop him from doing that.
Problem is, if he finishes the third grub, they're going to know Vi is top for sure. They might have actually had vision and seen him go.
I mean, they read the play. They can sense it.
Yeah, so they know for sure Vi just finished grubs, but nobody is really showing there, so
just going to bot lane leads. The Hans and Labrov, after that 2v2 kill and after the dive, they're in such a commanding position.
That's gigantic. Is now Broken Blade looking to close the gap onto Keen. Let's see whether that Condemn will come out. The answer is not quite yet. This is the problem. You can initially close the gap. It's just trying to walk away that can be quite difficult.
He's actually a full level down as well. I didn't notice that. He's been zoned off a lot of XP as well. Still, though, I think overall, G2's in a fantastic spot. The fact that their bot lane is so far ahead, they are down on objectives. Canyon's been doing a good job in that department. Right now he's looking to cover top lane because he realizes Keen is in a bit of danger here. Wants to make sure he can push out this wave and get home safe.
Guaranteed the crash.
The problem with casters telling me where not to look is that later on in the game, you're going to have to look eventually at the side lanes.
When you're told not to look somewhere, you always look.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Yeah, I was subtly suggesting, hey, Gen G fans, keep your eyes on Keen. He's doing pretty well right now.
And I will say, the way that you pick apart this G2 comp is going to be side lanes later, as we kind of went over. And neither the Cassante, who's extremely starved at the moment, or, of course, a Victor, is going to want to be in a long lane later on. So the biggest problem for G2 is going to be mid and late game. What has happened with our side lanes?
You're completely right, actually. Like, something that when in a very dragon-dominated meta, often it's easy to forget how difficult it can be. As Ruler, he's having a miserable time down here on the bot side of the map. Skewmont continues to make his presence known.
Not a lot of vision available there, so I was a little nervous, but still, Hansama going to be able to get the push in. Has gone the on-hit Varus as well. Actually really like this. We've seen some pretty consistent nerfs towards the lethality version, so this will do a fair bit of damage. Still, not a lot of mobility, and you do have to try and auto-attack, so we'll see how he does do if team fights do break out. Still, certainly massive damage potential. Also gives them a lot of ability to do neutrals, right? Baron is going to die very quick as Arcane Storm goes down and trade for the Spirit Rush, and it looks like that is just going to be that.
And all G2 have to do are stop those plays. Continue to stop them as Gen G are looking for a pick onto Caps. And all Skewmont has to do, jump out, show, scare them, and Dragon will be ours. Now, Gen G, I don't think you want to force anything on the other side of the map either. Just let Keen stay up there by himself. He's going to get turret plate money no matter what, and like push in this Cassante no matter what. Don't over-invest and kind of panic with all the stuff that G2 are getting on the bomb side.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of panicking. It's moving to a 2,000 gold lead. It's kind of gigantic. The advantage is all out here from Broken Blade, trying to take down Keen. The final hour does come down as there's the exhaust we were talking about before. Does have to invest a lot just to escape the Cassante. And meanwhile, the Coinbase gold grind, it is the bottom lane. So we have a look at the top lane, see how that one's going. Broken Blade pulls that back a little bit, and we can see Hansama massively far ahead here.
I mean, his farm very much on pace, the 10 CS per minute, 135 at 12:47. Ruler definitely having a rough time given all that pressure that's been thrown his way. But Broken Blade saying, hey, I have enough armor now that you can't just one-shot me. And I'm Cassante, by the way. I can hear the riots being spammed in chat right now as Cassante is... That's how I imagine Broken Blade is saying it.
I assume it's exactly that way. We'll have to get voice comms, but I'm just going to agree with you.
That's you should be the voice actor for
Broken Blade.
Yeah, for Broken Blade.
It's a Hexblade as well from this vein, as Ruler is going to get interrupted. Broken Blade looking to try and get in there. He says, hey, one more time. But isn't good.
I don't know why I'm making it sound like Broken Blade's in a horror movie.
Every time Cassante uses all out, then you got to chime in with that. That'll be good. Bot side, maybe? I mean, Gen G are like, hey, is there anything around red buff? There is.
Well, there's something. A cease and desist, and Chovy and Canyon demonstrate the Vi Ahri problem.
Yeah, I mean, a nice pick found from Gen G. They really punished Skewmont, just trying to clear his jungle. Good vision control, good window of opportunity, and they'll get a much-needed kill over to Chovy to get him a little bit accelerated as Hans and LeBron. That, like, if they stay the way that they are, they're going to do exactly the same thing they have in the previous Caps underneath the tower.
Yeah, it takes a couple of shots after that charm did connect from Chovy. Doesn't have Spirit Rush, though, because did use it when they were killing Skewmont earlier, so that means the Caps should be fine.
Yeah, and so for Gen G, they want to try and spread the map, and then with side lane pressure, that opens up for more plays for a Vi Ahri to actually work with, you know, get into the jungle for burst damage like that. So it can be very effective, as we said, versus the Zehen. Could also be effective, even with Victor going the tanky build with the Rod of Ages. Still could be effective versus him. But G2, they have a lot of vision in the top quadrant here, and they're going to use it. Skewmont walks in.
Yeah.
Yoinks the Raptor at the very least, as they have mid lane pushing and top lane pushing.
There is so much information here for G2. It's kind of ridiculous, as Lebrov not scared of Canyon moving over. And Skewmont is going to show himself. That's exactly why there was no fear. As the door does come up, it's going to mean that Lebrov doesn't really take too much. Yeah, look, Skewmont is just like, you took my red, I am going to punish you for it. Great charm is going to connect here from Chovy, though, in the mid lane as Caps. Under fire just a little, but it's not enough. Canyon wasn't quite there, so not going to be able to take down the Victor.
This is why you go Rod of Ages into Ahri, though, because like her burst damage in the late game can be scary, but the reality is it's not like she's good at when working with someone else. She's not like Annie, where the whole purpose is I drop my whole combo, one-shot you, but then I'm kind of out. She has a lot of like low cooldowns, a lot of mobility. She connects the charm, extended fight. She can do a lot. But yeah, against Rod of Ages in the early game, she just doesn't really have the damage to 100-0 you. So Caps feeling pretty safe, not forced to use the flash there.
No. And Canyon was able to like get close, but he still didn't have his ult from the earlier jungle play anyway. So.
Canyon and Broken Blade just fighting one another momentarily. Canyon at 50% health, a little bit worried about continuing any battle.
And I will say, also, you know, Broken Blade has done a good job to weather the storm here. And the CS deficit appeared very early, of course, because Vayne taking advantage early. But he's kept it about the same here. And as soon as he gets his Iceborne, it's still pretty good.
I mean, you don't need that much money to be useful on a Cassante, right?
Yeah, and he got Warden's Mail and plated Steel Cap super early on to reduce a lot of flat damage. And then you get your Iceborne, so you can have utility with you know, bigger area slows applied later. He's still going to perform his duties.
So Han's going, I mean, I should have guessed this from the lethal tempo, but he's going for the on-hit virus build rather than lethality.
I did mention that.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain was...
That's all right.
I have this really bad habit of tuning Medic out, and sometimes that just... I'm really sorry about that, man.
I want to say really good point, Atlas, because... wait a second.
Broken Blade could be in a little bit of trouble here, as can eat some of the CC, but not all of it. And Alistair does have a fair bit. Canyon comes down as well. Season Desist, man, they are really throwing the kitchen sink at him. But that flash was so good. Canyon will be able to get over that wall to take him down, but it costs him a flash and probably this mid lane outer turret as well. G2 on the cross map looking real good.
Yeah, cross map is beautiful. They may even get a second tower.
Yeah, top lane as well.
Caps continues to push in. That bot tower going to be chipped away at from the side of Gen G. The Herald's going to be sent up towards the top lane. I think Scumon's more interested in the camps. I'm not going to... Oh, wait.
In a mountain rift as well, being able to get through that wall. Obviously, does just move him towards the enemy Krug camp, as G2 Caps will be able to take down this outer turret. There it is. Shelly gets involved, and the Mountain Dragon should go over to Gen G, the first of the game.
2 games in a row, though. G2 hold on to another game gold lead.
And it's actually really good use of the Rift Rail because it can reset and get a new charge when they kill the other one. And so he still gets a charge on the secondary turret and gets more turret plate value. So honestly, that was really, really perfect from G2. You got your Krugs, you got the extra turret plates off the secondary charge there. You took Raptors as well.
I mean, Scumon took the whole top side.
Yeah.
He just denied all those camps away from Canyon. He's now trying to steal some camps of his own as Broken Blade is going to spot this one out.
Yeah, he's just going to get on out of there. Thought that maybe Canyon was going to think about trying to attack this Cassante, but decides not to. Scumon going to be able to take this crab, move back towards his jungle. Canyon did return the favor by clearing out the entire bottom side. You can see, as far as the jungle CS is concerned, things very, very
Actually,
even.
he didn't get the Raptors, and I don't think he got the Krugs either.
I will say I'm feeling a lot...
he didn't finish it up.
A lot better for Gen G with the 2 dragons they've been able to get in this game, because it's going to be hard for G2 to force Gen G to take fights that they don't want. You know, this whole time we've been warning about the side lanes and warning about the pick potential that Gen G have. Since G2 have been unable to stack dragons of their own, you don't get to put that pressure to say, hey, come walk into our Braum and stuff, right? So G2, they can still try and use some of the range, but it does give the feeling to me, even with the 2,000 gold lead, that Gen G are actually still well positioned to pull G2 across the map.
Oh, they're going to dive on top of Labrov here as well, who is rotating down to try and protect this mid lane. He should be going down, although stands beside Scumon here, gets into that front lane. Now the teleport in from Broken Blade will be interrupted there by Canyon, but not for long. It's Keen is going to get taken out first. Labrov still amongst it as they take down the cow. G2 cannot be stopped in this series as they win another team fight.
Yeah, never mind. They go right into the team fight anyway, and G2 love it. They can handle that team fight. Everybody assembles. Broken Blade teleports in. They get the chase there. Gen G unable to focus down a Braum. I mean, it is a Braum putting up the Unbreakable here. So Gen G kind of running into enemy jungle here. And G2, they're very happy. This is just what they want.
I just want to talk about how great Scumon played it, getting the knockup onto the Vayne, getting the Yoit onto the Alistair, and then getting, watch this going right here, again onto the dashed Ahri. I've never seen a Zehen provide this much utility in a team fight, but the placement and the timing was simply perfect from Scumon in that fight to really set up G2 for success.
You can see Ryu is also a bit like, oh wow, we'll give that one to them.
The dreaded return is pretty hard to hit. It's not actually point and click.
Yeah.
Scumon just makes it look real good.
I mean, and he did so much damage in that fight as well. G2 with a 3K gold lead against Gen G for the second game in a row. I don't know what world we're living in. Like, I'm genuinely so shocked that this is the level of performance that we're getting. Yeah. Gen G not demonstrating their typical level of dominance, and G2 building just early leads largely through their bot side of the map into the mid game in such a dominant form.
It's just how Han Summer and Lobrov have been playing out these lanes. I think that bottom lane has been so incredibly important this year especially, and being able to play around that, and every single time G2 have been able to set them up to make sure that they can win.
Yeah, and Lobrov, great global taunt he had there.
Oh, absolutely. You're completely right.
Engaging onto Braum is something that so many teams have a problem doing. It's exactly what the Braum wants.
When Braum has taunt, like, that is mega OP. What the heck?
And gentlemen, I just noticed 4 armor boots. Cassante, Zehen,
well, they do have a lot of 80 carries on the enemy team.
I know, right? It's just like armor boots are the way that King forced to flash.
Yeah, final hour does come down there as well as he is on the gravity well. The Arcane Storm comes down, and I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. The AoE damage just a little bit too much. Broken Blade might be punished for it as Nevermind just limps out of the way. And is even thinking about coming back for more as Duro now possibly in trouble as Caps. A lot of damage available to himself as well. As Canyon just nowhere that he can go. As the flash through from Skewmon should be the end of him as Han Sama finishes it off. And in the meantime, the cow is also dead. G2 are just destroying them.
They're stopping. What? They just found 3 picks. They take out the Vayne, they take out the Alistar, they take out Canyon's Vi as well. Now they set the sights on Ruler, but Lambitious, the Baron is now an option.
Man, 22 minutes into the game, they're just going to dive straight towards his Baron. Ruler and Chovy, I don't think they can do anything about this. Although they may just have to try as Chovy gets into the back of the pit. Don't know about that one. It is 22 minutes. The Baron is pretty scary. As Ruler realizes that he has to make something happen. Keen comes down as well as Chovy taking matters into his own hands. Finds the charm onto Broken Blade. As Keen trying to dash around this fight. But there is the Baron going down. And Gen G just had to watch.
G2 are just looking so exquisite. It's crazy how they're stomping, and even with the Baron reset, they're going to teleport back out. Can they stop them on the Mountain Dragon? It's a very tanky dragon, and G2 are coming to punish.
Let's see whether Skewmon can get here in time. It looks like he should be able to. Grim Deliverance is available as well. He can definitely get into the back of this pit. Let's see whether he uses a headbutt from Duro to make sure that this Drake does go over to Gen G. And I think Canyon is just going to sacrifice himself to try and get themselves the dragon and get out. But I don't think this is a winning the game play. This is a trying to stall it as best they can style decision.
They have a win condition, which is Soul. If Gen G can stall out as much as possible, maybe they can turn this game around. But the way in which G2 are playing right now, it feels like that Gen G, this is a foregone conclusion. They're going to get the bot tower. They're setting their sights on mid as well. G2's looking to get a huge injection of gold off the back of this Baron.
6,500 gold already as well at 24 minutes is absolutely nothing to scoff at. And their composition scales gorgeously into later on into the game regardless of anything else. So G2 certainly having Gen G on the ropes at this point in time. And last game I was very happy to talk about, oh, but Gen G can always team fight later on. It's just not looking like this is the Gen G that we're dealing with here today. They are looking scared. They are looking ruffled into G2 here. As that is a cleanse to come on out here. Gen G still trying to look for a little bit of a punish. As Duro in that front line will be able to stun up Broken Blade. Silver Bolt's coming on down as Chovy diving on in there, finds the charm onto the Cassante. A decent pulverize onto 2, but Broken Blade just flashes his way out. A lot of damage here from Caps as well, but he's very low on mana. There's the all-out to make sure that Keen is just destroyed in this battle, and Gen G just did not have enough to take down G2. It's a double for Han Sama as he's untouched on the Varus. Gen G tried, it just wasn't enough.
G2 just stomped them down again! I mean, I for one am ready to welcome our new European overlords, Atlas. Holy moly!
They're not new ones, they've just taken a bit of a hiatus for a few years, right?
Oh, they are back, baby! G2 are looking like they want to finish game 2!
First inhibitor turret going to be going down there towards the bottom side of the map as Canyon wants to stop this mid lane turret from falling, but it doesn't look like he has too many options. G2 not going to be winning the game right now. However, it is looking like they have prepared it. You know, much like in a cooking show, they prepared it from earlier.
Like, this sequence was so long because I don't think G2 had even backed after the dragon fight. So they had just, like, they haven't spent a lot of their gold. Gen G is trying to punish that fact. They have the numbers advantage, but they can't get through Broken Blade. He buys enough time. Han Summit is just free hitting on the backline, and then the Chaos Storm expanding after every single kill. Gen G time and time again fall short in the fight. And G2, like, it is I don't know how to properly express how unprecedented this is. Because coming into this tournament, like, Gen G were unequivocally considered nothing short of the best team in the world. They only dropped 2 games. If they lose this, they've dropped as many games as they did throughout the entirety of the LCK to start off this year. Yeah. They were considered so dominant, so strong. So for G2 of all teams to be doing this is truly unbelievable.
It truly is. The weight of this series and the meaning of this series goes very, very hard. G2, I mean, if you beat the best team in the world in a best of 5, Vedius,
that makes you the best team in the
world.
Yeah, I mean, let's not talk about the potential LPL in the finals. We can get to that later. But G2 right now looking at Hans.
Yeah, let's see whether they can find him. He just goes golden. Did have that arm guard, breaks it now, but that buys enough time to make sure that the AD carry from G2 is healthy and alive. As Duro possibly getting closed in on here as the base is just in shambles on Gen G's side, and they're desperately trying to get into a position where they can defend. That was their one little opportunity with Chovy trying to find that angle, and it just did not work. The arm guard, a beautiful purchase. They're going to turn that into this inhibitor turret falling down. They'll take 2 inhibitors off the map. And Gen G just not a lot of options here in this game as Canyon wanted to find a cease and desist, but he's going to take the kitchen sink for it. He'll be taken down. Caps is now on a rampage as a charm will connect, but so many of these charms have been onto Lebrov, who just shows him the door.
Yep, Canyon will cease to exist on Summoner's Rift after that one, and G2 can continue to push. The front line again, Broken Blade and Lebrov, Cassante and Braum just doing so much work for G2, and Vedius, you're at the precipice of going 2 games up versus Gen G here as they finish up with the base.
Yeah, and it's going to be the last inhibitor turret. Yeah, and we were saying before that it was the first time the LEC had beaten the LCK like 4 times in a row. Immediately they break the record, looking for 5 in a row, and it's going to require a reverse sweep from Gen G to make it to the final here at First Stand.
I mean, the only potential win condition for Gen G right now is the Soul spawns in 5 seconds, and G2's interrupts, their recalls have been interrupted. Lebrov is being hunted down. Keen is trying to chase this one through. You can see Chovy coming in through the jungle as well.
Good slow, good slow. They pop their heal, they hit the Q.
I know this spot.
Ruler spot!
Yeah, this is the ruler spot, and the teleport is coming down. On the hunt, has been popped here and does have a lot of movement speed, so it looks like G2 not going to be able to take down the Sivir this time, but Skewmon is on that dragon. Wants to be able to deny this soul. It'll only be the second Drake here for G2, so it's not like they're threatening any souls or anything like that. But that takes away that opportunity for Gen G to find that extra bit of power that they may have required. Thing is, their base is basically just destroyed anyway. And so it's just going to be a difficult scenario regardless. You just can't leave. There are just too many super minions.
An 11k gold lead. I mean, Gen G of all
the
people.
surmountability, I think, is low.
So if we're considering this game basically in G2's hands, if they actually are able to complete this upset over Gen G, which first 2 games they completely dominated, so
absolutely, that
might be safe to assume, we would have to measure the magnitude of this upset versus the magnitude of the greatest upsets of all time, I would have to think.
I completely agree with you. Like, the context of this is truly ridiculous just because of the weight. Like, every single expert said that Gen G, like, if they don't win this, it would be a surprise.
Yeah,
like,
the whole tournament.
The whole tournament, yeah. Like, they were considered favorites against absolutely everyone. But yeah, G2 is looking to us to match point. And when people talked about the 3-0s today, I can tell you right now, no one had G2 3-0 on their bingo card.
Yes, they did. Lord actually did.
Actually,
she very much did. All right, well, there's the pulverize on a 3. Let's see whether they can actually find an angle as G2. These wallets are so heavy as Caps does get exhausted for a few moments. They've taken down Hansama. There's the shutdown going over to Keen as Caps goes golden for a moment, but I don't think he's escaping this one. Wants to take Chovy with him, but it's not going to quite be enough as Gen G have found a team fight out of nowhere. Still, they'll need a few more of these if they want to win the game, and it's a decent start for a comeback.
That is a huge team fight win for Gen G. They're going to be able to buy a lot of time on what was an 11k gold lead has shrunk to 6.
And 3 inhibitor lead. It's Duro over the back for the engage, right onto Varus. We said at the beginning, the Varus is going to have a hard time moving if they can get a flank. Duro finds the flank and they delete him.
And the exhaust onto Caps from Keen was absolutely massive as well. If you consider these two to be the main damage dealers, when you neuter them, then it just becomes a damage race with which, with Gen G's comp, they're going to be able to win out.
Yeah, they assassinate these G2 carries, take them down. Still, though, with 3 inhibitors, you don't get to do a lot except clean your base.
And
Sivir,
the thing is,
you clear a lot of minions.
Cleaning your base is quite good. If
you get paid
the
a lot
super
for
minions
cleaning.
also destroy all of the money that your opponents could be picking up as well. So
yeah, look at the gold lead now.
It's only 4K. That's
that
kind
is
of
a
insane.
massive swing.
That
Death
is-
Cat picked up for Chovy. He now has an individual 2.2k gold lead over Caps. Like, we were talking a lot about the momentum, but again, Gen G demonstrate why they are considered such a good team. They haven't given up just yet.
Let's see whether Ruler can beat the all-time CS record as well. Has currently got a lot of minions. I think he needs to reach 1,050 from that 94-minute game, or 92-minute game. Achilles keeps telling me and I keep getting it wrong. All right, Chovy looking for a bit of an angle. Skewmon, my goodness, taking so much damage here. Does need to invest everything to try and escape. And the Grim Deliverance is fantastic. Skewmon's just being a menace. He will respawn as well. And unfortunately, Canyon does not have the same luxury. Losing their jungler here is Gen G. Now 4 versus 5 trying to defend their base, or what's left of their base.
They still have a little bit left of the Baron, and they're going to use this to try and end the game. Duro.
Yeah, there's a nice pulverize here from Duro, but I don't think the Unbreakable Will is quite going to be enough there as Labrov going down so incredibly low, but is going to survive in the end. Chovy looking for an angle, but Keen is going to go down. The headbutt doesn't even do anything. It's the first Nexus turret. It will fall. Ruler has to try and flash away, and he's going to be able to do so, but they're just going to rush the Nexus, and G2 have match point and are looking to clean sweep Gen G.
This is actually insane.
This is ridiculous.
In real
Process it, gentlemen. Yesterday was hard enough.
Everybody who's watching right now, take a moment and remember this time, because this may very well go down in history.
All right, now it is time to throw it over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Against the favorites of the tournament. I'm not gonna brace myself up yet, but damn, they are so clean with it. So hold on. If you can give me the camera here, Ox, my dear Ox, how does it feel? How are you feeling right now?
It's a little tough.
Actually, I don't care.
Little tough. T-Rex lost, and now they're losing.
What did it come down to this time, guys? Because something that I set up at the beginning of the day was that G2 have to be careful, especially in the early game. That is something that Caps told us as well. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, they're so clean with their cross-map plays, because Broken Blade getting caught on the bot lane does not matter if they take the rest of the map.
That right there is a bossy moment where he makes, it's a good death. It's a great death. If you're bringing 4 people to the bot side of the map to take down the Cassante, and he almost makes it out.
It's so close, actually. They have to commit the flash from Canyon just to finish him off. So much was committed, and then we look up towards mid. And it's like, okay, Rift Herald going down. We see the Sivir zoned away. We see a tower taken there. We also see top lane. This is not a winning play for Gen G at all.
It's one of the worst plays you can possibly make when the enemy team has Rift Herald to send 4 people bot side. That's one of the cardinal sins, and it feels like Gen G right now, palms are sweaty. You are now 0-2 in this series based off this. So yeah, every second counted there. That's a lot of seconds. That's a lot of tempo markers there.
And even, I mean, similarly to the previous game, it's like, it's never done with Gen G. You have to be cautious every step of the way. You cannot take any fights for granted. I was sweating when they came to the base for the first time and get completely reset. I was wondering, can Gen G come back? Did you think they had the tools to come back here, draft-wise?
I felt like they did. I mean, a lot of it is like, the one point of pressure is like you have Braum, you have Cassante, not a lot of ways to force fight, so Vayne couldn't always pop off. Like, that was a concern that I had. But like, that first big fight, when Gen G were really looking for something, and they were like pushing on towards Labrov, they thought that he was caught off guard, and then the TP comes through, and I think that was such a great timing from G2.
And they just put so much focus into the Braum here, and I feel like the composition for Gen G is quite momentum focused, right? You have the Ahri, you have the Vi. We see that want to start off with a kill, get the resets. You're not going to be able to do that through the Braum. And also, there's a Hen as well, with the Revive being available, just immediately puts a blocker, and they have to cut away.
And it just kept going.
What do you think they're saying backstage?
I think they're relaxing. They're chilling. They seem like they're awake.
I think they're saying, guys, we haven't finished the series yet.
Yeah.
Stay locked in.
Stay
it's
locked
great.
in.
The vibes are going to be great, but, you know,
I don't know. I see a fridge on the side. I see the champagne in that fridge already. So, like, and then just even continuing to roll it. The most impressive part to me, especially after watching Lion lose their massive lead in game 1, is the extension of their lead. Everything looked great from them because they were able to get the Baron off one pick. Then there was the bot fight that came through, and I felt like they've just been playing out a lot of these fights expertly. Sure. For me, I was clenching a little bit when Gen G, like Duro had that amazing like comeback towards the base defense. So there was a lot there that was like, oh, maybe this might turn. But immediately the composure from G2 to be able to bring it back.
I think what's been so impressive is that Gen G, there are often times, even in the big win streaks, where they have fallen behind early. Not at this tournament, of course, but they often just team fight their way out of it. They just get to the 5v5s and they just perform better. They haven't been able to do that today. G2 have been so controlled, and I mean, there's just no orange at all in that gold graph.
You know what? You know what? I gotta ask. I'm gonna ask somebody in terms of who do you guys think is player of the game? Like, off of that game, you can even see who your favorite player from G2 side is.
I think that Caps is going so well.
Okay, that's
so
a
far.
Caps.
Caps is going so far.
That's one for Caps. What about you, brother?
I know. Lebrov. I'll go for Lebrov. That Brav
Okay,
ult.
Caps, Lebrov. Okay, we got a few people there.
This is where it gets interesting because Lebrov vote, that is something you would never have thought of months ago. Skewmon pops off as well. Hansama pops off as well. Veri was saying it during the cast. It's no longer Caps and friends. It's the whole thing showing together. Hansama is the player of the game for this one. And for me, goes to show how better this team got. And
He's like, I could take that.
Sorry?
He says, I could take that.
Yeah, we can take that. We can be happy with that. It's no longer Caps and friends. And seeing Hansama pop off, especially in a clutch series like this, I'm all in. I love it.
I mean, it's been fun. Okay, even see LeBron in the fans.
A lot of
Caps there.
and I think he had a great game on the Nautilus, the Braum as well, soaking so much pressure.
But Laura, I do agree, and I think being able to see Hansama this entire tournament play the way that he has been playing, that bot lane early, like flash away from the Alistar, him and LeBlanc walking them down, they have just been winning 2v2s consistently on picks that they weren't even like, they're being forced in draft to pick these comps, and it's been working out incredibly well.
Guys, it is the first time Gen G is down 0-2 since Worlds 2023. Damn! And it is G2 doing it.
In fact, let's check in back from the fans. Ox, you want to change your prediction?
I said 3-2 to G2, so I'm gonna change to 3-1 to G2.
Okay. So
yeah, I'm gonna keep on map for Gen G because we want more games, so I can change it.
Yeah.
Okay, humble. There we go.
Respectful.
Respectful. Very respectful.
It's been only surprises here so far. Pinch me if it's real. G2 is 2-0 against the favorites of the tournament. The job is not done yet. It is Gen G, after all, we're talking about. Let's see if they can come back here in Game 3 and give us series.
They need to get here quick. Here comes Vi as well. Yeah, Ruler. Let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield. Wait. And the last tick is enough to do it. Lebrov locks down the second one for G2.
I'm TPing, guys. I'm TPing, guys. Watch out. Looks good with Zeri. I'm coming. Listen, bang. Are here. Oh, shit. She's there. I've got Aria as well. We hard win. Look at Aria. Get her. I'm alive. Good shit, guys. Nice. Let's go. Win. We're going. Nice, one more, guys. Let's go. Good job.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and JDG, they are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
JDG, the EWC winners!
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardeners, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling until it caught up. You know, I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. But I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I be getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. And I think a lot of people expected this to be a swift series. The direction in which it has gone, though, has been quite different to especially someone like me would have expected, as G2 up 2-0 over the absolute unequivocal favorites of this tournament in Gen G.
Yeah, everyone expecting this 3-0 where the colossal underdogs, Gen G are struggling to find a single win. Vedius, let's get into the draft though, right into this final game, because the most important step that you can take is not the first step. It is always the next step. And G2, they need to take one more step in this series.
Very, very profound.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was.
I really liked that.
The bans are going to be the same as what we saw in the previous game. Let's see if this final ban changes things up. G2 close things out with a rumble.
And then Caitlyn was the next one.
Looks like they're going to keep consistent with that metric. The problem now for Gen G is Corki Nami is something that G2 will immediately be thinking about. They like this bot lane prio. They got
It's also one of the favorites of Gen G.
Yeah, so will the Nami be picked up? Because even if the Corki is taken away, Ruler's Lucian is still a thing. So the ultimate question is, what will this first pick be? Are they concerned about the Nami? Will they first pick it away? Because I'm fairly confident that G2, if it comes to them with no Nami or Corki locked in, they're taking it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, Hansama and Lebrov have been bot gapping Ruler and Duro over and over, and I think that most certainly is one of the large problems that they have faced.
Ooh. This is a bit scary because, like you were saying, the Nami is available, and they can actually pick away the Lulu. Aphelios Lulu is just fine into the Yunara. See what they do decide to do, though, is the Yunara will be locked in as G2 feel like the cards are in their hands once again in this champion select.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Yunara paired alongside Lulu is naturally a very scary bot lane to have.
And it's scaly too.
It's also quite scaly, yeah. So G2 taking their time. I was kind of expecting the insta-lock, but this has definitely added a couple of gears to the cog of the thinking machine.
Gears to the cog.
Vedius's cogs are turning right now, for sure.
Yeah. No, I'm genuinely just thinking about the draft. The words are secondary to how my brain is thinking about how they pick.
The cogs and the gears in his brain are also having a little bit of a malfunction.
I mean, this series has malfunctioned me a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
I'm right there with you. I have full sympathy, don't you worry. Is the Shaco going to be at least hovered for a moment?
The thing is, Hans is not an Aphelios player. Of all the AD carries,
what about a Shaco player?
Don't think he's that. So the Jarvan are going to be locked in. Okay, so they're actually saving their AD carry pick for later by denying the Lulu. The question then becomes, do you just pick the Nami and pair it alongside the Yunara?
I guess you could theoretically do that. Duro might be looking for another option as well. He is a known Blitzcrank guy.
Yes, I was recommending Blitzcrank. I think Blitzcrank is so good into Lulu.
I do think that it's a massive confidence pick, though. And if you're down 0-2 in a series, I mean, you're going to have
they picked Vayne
some stones to make that one happen. They did. And you saw what happened.
Lost that game pretty substantially.
That's all right. Nico is going to be the lock-in a little bit more of a, I guess, stable pick instead of something like that. Blitzcrank, now what is Chovy going to be locking away is the Ambessa Flex. I actually really like this as the option for Canyon or for Keen.
I think this is a big carry pick for Keen. As you say, it could be Flex in the jungle, so they're also keeping the counter pick a little bit on edge, but the Aphelios Lulu is kind of the expected when you're taking away the Lulu from the Yunara to break up the synergy. Yep. Aphelios starting with Green
Lulu
Gun.
Shen, though. That's a great bottom lane. One of my favorites.
This is one of his answers into the Ambessa. Early on it struggles, but later on it becomes better. I think that they are very much expecting this Ambessa to go top lane, but Gen G can be flexible.
Also, it gives a lot of extra confidence to Hansama hyper carry here. You've got Lulu protecting and Shen Stand United available for bottom lane, so you can play to bottom lane really heavily for G2. And I would say Hans deserves that focus from this team.
Yeah, maybe he deserves even more. Maybe we put the Lulu in the mid lane and put a Yuumi in the bottom lane. Let's really go all in.
Let's get a Cillian in there as well somehow.
Yeah, and as the LCK representative, I'd absolutely love to see that. It's okay. The Nocturne going to be taken away from Canyon here. Not going to be switching off the lights this time. And as well, Globals are so incredibly powerful. Still, the Aphelios does need to be banned. But
I'm
like you were saying,
happy about the Aphelios ban. I don't love Hansama on Aphelios. He has had a fantastic tournament, don't get me wrong, but Aphelios has just not been like Jinx is more of the type of champion that I prefer Hansama.
What about
the
Jinx gets banned and then he plays Cogmore?
Now, Cogmore, they used to play, I mean, with Mickey, he used to play Cogmore Braum. Yeah. That used to be one of his go-to bot lanes. Of course, with the Braum gone and Lulu available, maybe
I do really like Cogmore.
So, Betty, when G2 hovered the Aphelios, were they baiting by saying, oh, look.
I don't think so, but I like to think so.
That'd be an incredible next level hover.
They're like, oh, we're going to stomp you.
Dylan in draft is like, hover the Aphelios guy. Just no, actually, I think we should go for the share.
Really?
Oh, they banned it. Oh, no.
Shoot.
I guess we'll go for the other option.
Shucks, dang.
Beautiful. Well, the Wukong going to be taken away from Canyon as they continue down the jungle bands route. And there is the Syndra to be taken away from Caps. Wonder what that means as far as what Chovy wants to be picking up here. But first, G2 going to lock in their AD carry. Lulu Ezreal makes me feel not so happy, as Hans Sama being a bit of a Draven guy
That
in
would
the
make me
past.
happy.
Very
I would
old
feel
school
happy.
for his Draven, but I feel like every time he locks it in internationally, it doesn't go that well. The Draven would be cool, though. It would be such a throwback to how Hans Sama originally made his name on the scene.
And there's the Cogmore.
You called it! Nice
All right,
call!
beautiful. And I kind of would have liked Jinx more, but still the Cogmore is going to be picked up, does have a lot of long range, and of course the Hex Optics has been buffed. And like you say, yeah, a bit of Juggernaut to come on through here for G2. What is the response from Gen G, though?
Yeah, with the extra Shen shield on top of Lulu shields, you can just stand there and spit on them. Just keep auto-attacking.
Absolutely.
Don't waste time walking around.
Ooh, here's the pivot that we talked about, though.
And this is the pick that I was expecting Keen to go towards a bit earlier on in this series as well. His Gwen is very, very good. Although, Gen G, just in general today, have not been all that great. So see whether that is something that Broken Blade can capitalize on, as now to round out this draft, looking for Chovy's pick in the mid lane. Does have to be blind. We'll see what it is going to be.
Because I feel like G2's probably thinking Azir. So I was just thinking to myself, do you consider picking it away? The problem is, does this open up an Akali?
I think it might.
I don't know if it makes sense in the context of the comp for G2.
No, if you're trying to, play around
and they lose 1 health, right? Because you got 2 ninjas in the team.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That sucks.
It's actually illegal. Obviously, they did take away that interaction, but it did used to exist.
I'm trying to think of like what other things you can pick into Azir, like with Ryze got. Oh no, he slams it!
He just did it!
He actually slams it. I didn't think that it would make sense in the context of the comp. But the thing is, right? The thing that when you have to think about Akali is how much CC does the other team have? And there's really only Nico, which shouldn't really be used as a peel tool to protect. Ideally, it's an attack.
Yeah, they're going after Kog'Maw with that.
Yeah, exactly. So, but also, Shen synergizes well with the Akali as a backline threat. Lulu can provide peel for both the Kog'Maw and the Jarvan. And even with all this backline dive, I feel like that there's a lot of peel. So, like, I do like what Gen G have drafted, even though G2 have drafted, even though Gen G do have decent answers.
Also, Akali does something very important here for the comp overall for mid-game too. Akali can play into Gwen really easily and into Azir. So you can play that into both solo lanes. So I think it's a really actual good, super good 5-pick, not just for the trying to kill the Azir in lane, but...
And the 1-3-1 is absolutely terrifying as well, considering the fact that there is a Shen on the map. You can always collapse if they decide that they want to try and take down the Kog'Maw. Yeah. I think that what G2 have put together is kind of beautiful after that 5th pick was locked in.
My only concern is like damage. On the other side of Gen G, they basically have 4 damage dealers. So if one falls, they still have backup. If Kog'Maw dies, a lot of your damage disappears. Shen doesn't have that same kind of threat. Jarvan is in the same position. So a lot of your eggs are in the Kog'Maw basket, because if Akali falls behind in the early game or doesn't have kill threat in the mid game, then like you're very reliant on Hans Sama to be your main DPS.
I will also say though that Gen G are not tanky, so base damages of the other G2 champions do go a long way. Oh man, this is so exciting jumping into game number 3, because for this whole series, it has looked like Gen G, the colossal favorites for the entire tournament, can't do anything versus G2. G2 have just been methodical, they have been disciplined, and they have destroyed Gen G for the first 2 games.
It's going to have to be a big turnaround, and I don't think the draft has necessarily given us a massive amount of confidence in Gen G either. I feel like they were just trying to answer what G2 were doing, not with a clear game plan of their own. And like you were saying, Vedius, there's not a whole lot of CC here to start fights. The engage options are kind of throw Duro in there and hope that he can hit as many people as possible with a Pop Blossom. I don't know whether that is necessarily going to be all that consistent. As otherwise, playing through side lanes certainly something that you could make happen. But live now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and the Chronos. Log in, pick that one up if you would like it. And let's just see whether the bounce back can come on forward. Because I'm personally pretty okay with some more League of Legends today, outside of just 3 games.
Unfortunately, I have
especially in this position.
I have only cast 3-0 so far at this tournament, Atlas.
Well, there's always time for change.
Yeah, I'm open for it. But let's see, Jungler's pathing towards the bot side of the map, kind of been the story of the entire series. Mid lane, Chovy naturally has that prio just because he has a range advantage. Caps being forced to play safe with the Doran shield, has that decent amount of sustain to kind of weather the pressure that Chovy's going to be exerting. And on the bot lane, 2 versus 2.
Ooh, backflip did connect there as Caps doing a lot of damage with that 5-point strike. Chovy not even able to hit that auto as Caps will find the second one, and those Qs really starting to stack up. Chovy probably going to have to go for a reset here. As it looked like he was in a lot of control of that lane, but Caps finding the backflip shuriken is just so much damage in these trades.
Meanwhile, we get the tail end of the trade here where Keen went aggressive while his cannon was low, so he was able to push Broken Blade away.
And not going to be used here as the heal comes out just defensively here from Duro.
They tried to use their level advantage just as they ticked over to 3. They tried to rush in, get a good chunk, but Duro quick on the finger with the heal, gets himself to safety. The bot crab now going to be the focus as Skewmon looks to grab that one for himself.
Broken Blade having a good time here on this top side of the map as well. Into Keen's Gwen.
Do you know if the Spirit's Refuge stops Gwen from building stacks, or does she have to...
It blocks the auto completely.
Yeah, so does it stop the stack generation?
I would think so.
Assuming so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the matchup to know, because it seems like in the early game,
it depends if it's on hit or on attack.
That's
because
what I'm wondering,
if it's on attack, then
it doesn't matter.
You're still getting your attack off, but if it's on hit, it does block the hit.
Because it basically just slows Gwen down in all of the early trades, right? Because her biggest strength is she's not reliant on the autos, she does rely on her Q and how quickly it stacks up when you're in the midst of these fights.
And sometimes it's a little weird which things are on attack or on hit are coded.
Well, Caps, you can see with the big minion wave to pick up as this one does crash forward, but looking a little worse for wear as far as that health bar is concerned. Skewmon on vision, but the backflip does connect onto Chovy.
You won't take it though, the minion wave's too big.
Yeah, and Chovy, full information of Skewmon there as well.
Exactly. All right, back into second full clears for both junglers then. Meanwhile, Caps is still fine, by the way. He still has his potion, so he's just trying to min-max here with his regeneration. Off of his...
Now he finally pops it.
There you go.
It's really common on Akali as well. You feel like that against Nazir early, he doesn't really have a huge amount of kill threat. There's always ways to play around it just because of the Shroud. His Sand Soldiers become redundant. They can't hit you if they don't have a target. So Caps feels pretty safe in this lane. He's got his TP as well. He picks up that wave and he's going to go back to base now. Normally you go for an early amp to him. Maybe you get boots early as well, just so it's easier to go for those trade patterns against the range that Azir has. The refillable is also super important just because you need that extra bit of sustain. Or you just buy a Hextech Alternator and come back to lane and say, I'm going to hit you now for a lot of damage.
I like that option. Big damage, look for the burst. You're going to get to level 6, and Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage himself. But on the topic of boots, I think Boots investment for Kog'Maw is always really, really wise because you just want to play around your W cooldown for activation. You pop your W and go super aggressive and push them off the wave. And Hansam and Labrov have done a very good job early on as we're seeing a patient Skewmon hover around.
Yep, there's the backflip once again as Chovy could be in trouble. Shifts the sands and does get out of the way of the flag and drag. But that is going to mean Chovy going to have to go back one more time, and that CS lead that he has is dwindling.
Some mind games there from Skewmon. He did the EQ. It was clear that it wasn't going to hit, but he wanted to threaten the flash. And so Chovy we kind of had to put into a position, are you going to play this game of chicken? Are you going to flash preemptively, worried that the Jarvan's going to knock you up, or are you going to stand your ground? But Chovy, he's steadfast, and he doesn't respond, so no flashes end up being traded.
Yeah, I like that because, you know, even if a Jarvan does flash his EQ at you, it doesn't come with the damage. You know, it just gives you the knockup, and you don't actually get the E and the Q damage there. So Chovy's like, all right, fine, do it if you want.
Yeah. Skewmon now does find some vision here as Emperor's Divide preemptively onto Caps, unable to actually quite get the damage on over, but now Canyon could be in trouble, and Chovy doesn't have that ulti to help out in this skirmish.
Caps also hesitant to commit his ultimate. He realized how much mobility Canyon has and how close he is to the tower, so he doesn't want to run that risk, but the bot lane's now getting involved. Caps very low.
Just fighting for the Scuttle Crab.
Level 6 acquired. They've got the Scuttle Crab. They've got the ult on their jungler, so you better get out of town, Gen G. This is G2 territory around that dragon. We've won and lost many games in the LCS around the dragon Scuttle Crab for level 6 for junglers, and around the world as well.
It's an epidemic in the LCK as well. Don't you worry, Kobe. This is Wow, all around the world is, barrier going to need to be used there from Ruler.
Oh,
now
no.
Canyon in a bit of trouble here. Level 5 to level 6. The Cataclysm does come out, gets the flash, and Canyon just has to get out of there.
That is so classic Canyon.
Oh, the flash forward in first blood to Caps!
I thought so. I mean, Caps, he saw it. He was pushing it. He was like, there's no way this man is getting away completely scot-free for doing this. He's got the R2. I don't think he's going to get much off the back of it, but an Akali getting first blood. Great start for G2.
That is so classic. And G2 are like, no way, buddy. None of your little antics are going to occur in this game. And they slap him down. Skumon immediately turns on him, doesn't let the dragon get any lower, and they put a stop to that. Wow.
And it's the same story as the last 2 games, already out to over a 500 gold lead here quite early into the game for G2. This time around, not necessarily based on the bottom lane. That one is still very, very even. But the advantages that G2 have been building have just been so consistent throughout this series.
And the craziest thing about this series is the way that it looks, right? It's not even all the results, but it looks like Gen G are panicking at every moment, and they feel so much pressure to do something. They're like, guess I gotta go try and smite steal this dragon versus a level 6 Jarvan, or I gotta, they feel so pressed and pressured because G2 have been playing so well.
Oh my god, I just looked at the... So I am a big Akali enthusiast, if you hadn't guessed. But I'm looking at his items. He comes back to lane with perfect items. Just absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
It's so good as an Akali. You'll come back with boots, you have the refillable, you've got the Fiendish Codex, getting that extra bit of haste as well. And now you should feel... Oh my god. Perfect!
And... fun fact, gentlemen, as well, this is the exact matchup that Chovy was solo killed by Vikla in.
Oh.
That has happened earlier on.
The LCS mid laner Vikla, that Vedius term?
Again,
Indeed.
I didn't...
You said that.
No, the words... We won't get into this. We'll discuss this later.
He did play in the LCS, though,
That's,
so
thank you. Yes, that was my point.
We can give him
broken blades. Interesting. So our stats person, by the way, Vedius.
Yeah. You have a stat for us?
The LCS stat person.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
When he heard the talk about Han's history and wanting to like jump in and get on this G2 win for us, he was like, Kobe, did you know Han Sama's win rate before going to the LCS was 51.7. In the LCS, it went up to 64.6%, and then post-LCS, after returning to LEC, 65.7. Like, he's basically implying that we made him better.
He wouldn't be here without the LCS?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. And you know what? I'm not making that argument, but our stats person is, and so I do think that we should give it some consideration.
I see. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it.
It's just a free pass, is it, Kobe?
We'll take it under advisement.
I see what you're doing.
I'm considering it. You know, we've always said Hans is our GOAT.
Just considering it after going on about it for an entire game.
Once an A, always an A.
Well, listen, this is a win for the West if they can close it out. But let's see if they can close it out, because, of course, Gen G, they still earned that pedigree for a reason, and they're definitely not out of this game by any means. There's only a 400 gold difference between the two teams as we hit that 10-minute mark. Grubs are available. The first one has been secured by Skumon, but given the priority on Grubs, he said, yeah, one's enough, and he'll just leave that objective for the time being. Meanwhile, the rest of the map just continues to farm away.
Ooh, public execution, they're diving onto Caps. They want to try and take down this Akali, but he just gets away. And yeah, it's always difficult to lock down this champion. I don't know why I got all that excited, but wanted to throw the ulti down.
Yeah, I mean, if Chovy maybe had been a little closer, a little bit faster, maybe there's a world where they could have gotten a little bit more out from Caps, especially given he had no flash available, but Rocket Belt going to be secured. Personally, a big fan of the Gunblade, but I understand having that extra mobility in the earlier spike is also something I like to see. Ulti?
Yeah, Keen does get into his mist, but everyone else is able to pile in there as well. The Needlework trying to keep him alive. It's, can he find the snip as Caps comes over and he's going to help lock down this Gwen. Took 3, but Keen still goes down.
I swear, it just looks so one-sided, this whole series. I mean, you got your Gwen walking up there, uses the skip and slash really early on.
He's just trying to get a ward, right? He just wanted a bit of deep vision, thought he was safe to do so, and then Chovy goes back to base, so it's easy for the roam to Caps. Caps probably wasn't really necessary there, and it looked close because you got to remember that Shen doesn't really have an ult in a skirmish like that, but he did end up committing it, keeps his Jarvan alive. Skumon then ends up picking up the trade.
Yeah, it's not a safe timer, though, to kind of go for it. And
would you say that they didn't identify the tempo markers?
talentless.
So I wouldn't, but I know that you and Jat both would for sure.
He was encouraging me.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Some of it did feel like rage bait. And I
Mainly
was
for you,
I
Benny,
was
mainly for you.
successfully baited. That's,
Let's have a look at the Coinbase Gold Grind, though. Caps versus Chovy looking quite good for the Akali when you're supposed to have a little bit of a rough time pre-6. He didn't, and he's able to put himself together about a 500 gold lead. Drake is going to spawn here. Second of the game will be an Infernal. Gen G do want to try and contest this.
One important thing out of that skirmish on top side, Shen ult was used, so at least G2 don't have that.
Well, they do have Caps moving over first. Chovy going to have to come in a little bit late. Does have the Emperor's Divide and his flash up and available. Caps does have the ulti as well. As there's the flash Pop Blossom. They find the public execution. LeBron goes down before anything can happen, but they immediately trade it for Duro. Emperor's Divide's good this time, but Caps does close the distance once again with another perfect execution. Still, the Drake will go over. It's a 1-for-1, but getting the objective was the main thing.
Yeah, nice reactions there from G2. They know Duro wants in, and he does get in, but it's only to kill Lebrov 1-for-1 with the supports. Both Caps and Hans investing their flashes here. And you know, Lebrov just takes the death and says, okay, fine, it'll be 1-for-1. We still get the dragon.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was the fact that Hans and Caps invested their flash to make that play.
Yeah.
Caps was in a bit of an awkward spot. He wanted to create a flank, but he was marked. Caps now going in.
Yeah, Chovy tagged once again with the backfoot. The flash does come forward to try and deliver him a turret shot. Chovy wants to try and get some autos through, but he's still looking worse for wear. And every move Caps makes, I swear I'm terrified for Gen G.
I mean, yeah, he's close to that level 11 as well. It's a really nice spike for Akali, getting that second point in your ult. The cooldown reduced quite a lot along with the damage. But again, keep your eyes on the positioning of Caps here. He knows that he has to flash over the wall. Duro only connects onto the support, and as Kobe was saying, it ends up just being a trade of supports. Caps wants to fish for more. He recognizes it, and Chovy has to commit that ultimate to protect him. Uses the R2 to get over the wall, but then he doesn't have anything less to keep the chase going. You can see that in these skirmishes, like, that felt very one-sided, even though it was a 1-for-1.
Right now, G2 with just over 1,000 gold in the lead. Ruler going to be moving towards his top side of the map, trying to get as much money as he can. Wanted to put together his cull. Only a stack or two to go, so there is the cash in. That is going to even out the gold just a little bit there. And this time around, Ruler is not extraordinarily far behind, which has been the case in the last couple of games. Might be something that Gen G can play around. I'm still a little bit worried about the fact that there is an Akali in this game, and she is pretty good at assassinating any chosen target, especially when the CC is lacking on the side of Gen G. I think defensive play is going to be so hard for Gen G in the remainder of the game.
You know, the one thing I feel like we didn't talk a huge amount about, but I think can be massive, is the polymorph from Lebrov. When I've seen it so many times now where like a Gnar goes in, gets ready for the big ult, insta-polymorph, they one-shot him. And I'm thinking about this Gwen, the possibility, Canyon, the same thing, maybe even Duro. I mean, of course, if he gets polymorphed and he's already ulting, then it doesn't really change a huge amount. He's still going to get the ult off.
You'd be flaming Lebrov then.
Yeah, I probably would be.
Because I think your point about the melee carries is really good. Use it on them.
So we'll see if he can have that type of impact as we get closer and closer to these big fights. Herald going to be spawning relatively soon, along with the Dragon, which is 2 minutes away. Right now, both teams prioritizing, just getting that farm down, contesting for vision. Nice ward coverage overall from Gen G. Skewmon feeling very confident to walk into Gen G's half of the map.
Duro is going to have to give away that it is himself and not Ruler that was caught out. Does throw down the snare, but that does stop the Jarvan from doing too much. We'll find him once again as Duro taking a lot of damage. Cataclysm comes down, holds him down with the Pop Blossom, but I have a feeling he's still dead. There it is. Last auto attack is going to do it. And now with Lebrov, so much shield for Skewmon here is now Chovy in trouble as Broken Blade just kills him. What was that? How did that happen?
BB just won 2 fights at the same time. He shadowed the Jarvan and then he just kills Chovy.
I was watching the mini-map because I could see like both top lane, well, Chovy and Broken Blade knew what was happening. Broken Blade was ready to ult in, but Chovy saw it, and so he went underneath the tower to interrupt him. But by going underneath the tower, I have to assume Broken Blade taunted him, giving him a health advantage and winning out the fight. That would be my assumption, but G2 with a massive swing in gold, getting the Herald as well. I mean, they've just taken firm control over Game 3.
Yeah, another game where it looks like Gen G, the colossal underdogs here, versus G2, the new tournament favorites. We'll have to deal with the BLG type of stuff.
Caps
Ooh, doesn't quite find the backflip here as Canyon wanted to take away the Raptor. Isn't even going to be able to do that as Slurkle slows down Hansama momentarily. And Hansama just stands his ground. Ruler is almost just dead. Living Artillery comes on through. Thankfully, Duro is able to hit the snare. And Hans is still looking for an option. The dash has to be used from Ruler. Oh my goodness. G2 are just winning everywhere.
So Broken Blade is looking at his minimap.
It has to be.
Yeah, ults underneath, gets hit by the tower shot. He flashes, taunts. He just straight up kills him. That's crazy.
The Q autos just do so much with Titanic Hydra. It is ridiculous. And Chovy didn't have anything left. I don't even think he needed to interrupt the ulti either. He probably should have just let him go and taken the turret.
Yes, I agree. Because as Kobe said, they already get the kills in the jungle anyway. He would have been left and it would have opened up the tower. Instead, 2 kills go the way of G2. The Herald secured as well.
And Titanic Hydra on Shen is huge damage with your auto attack resets. And then once Broken Blade gets his Dusk and Dawn, Broken Blade is laughing at him.
All right, well, there's a flag and drag onto Ruler. Takes half of his health bar as Skewmon dives on top of him.
They're actually making fun of them.
It's crazy. This is crazy to watch, Medius.
Like, this is what Gen G does to teams. This is not what G2 does to them. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Better change your narrative right now.
It is certainly being adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, it was exciting when KC managed to make it to the finals of First Stand. A lot of EU got incredibly excited that, like, there was another team that could compete internationally, but then when they went up against HLE, reality hit us hard, right? So the fact that we met Gen G now in the semifinals, everyone's expectation naturally shifts to, well, there's not much that we're going to be able to do. We had a good run. At least we made the top 4. So for them to be having a performance like this, I mean, I can feel the hope returning for Europe.
Yeah.
It really feels revitalized. Even if Gen G make this reverse sweep, the hope is there.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what happens from this point out. I think G2 have been absolutely phenomenal as Keen will be able to escape, but does have to use the needlework on his way out. Holds onto the flash, which is important, but will not hold on to this outer turret that Caps is able to take down. You were talking already about the fact that this Akali does just fit so well into any side lane option.
Yeah,
and so Caps is just going to be such a problem later on in the game, not to mention the fact that they lack the CC to deal with him. Like, the Akali was just a masterstroke.
And not to mention, when I was talking about the side lanes and Akali being great and going into either one, I didn't even give the respect to Broken Blade, who can just Broken Blade can just dump on them too. Like, it's crazy. When he gets Dusk and Dawn completed, Vedius, the burst image is so crazy with the double activation. You Q early to get the stacks, and then the cooldown starts ticking, and then you can go for your big flash play, your Dusk and Dawn, and your reset with your Titanic Hydra.
And then he does Bandle Pipes to round out the build.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Because that's for the dancing on them.
Absolutely.
Afterwards.
Yeah, he's playing. He's putting his Bard cosplay on.
But holy, it is really crazy how the giant narrative shift that will occur because of this series. And BLG did do some nasty things to you, but you can figure that out later.
Right. LPL and finals is the conversation we need to have later. Right now, let's just live in the highlights.
Yeah. Crossing bridges when we come to them. That's what we want to be doing here today.
That's the 3rd outer tower secured, and I cannot believe that in this series, like, Gen G is so slow to secure a first tower. Like, Game 2, I think, was their quickest one, but in Games 1 and Game 3, 3 towers have fallen, 0 for the side of Gen G.
Man. And they have Soul Point as well, so it's Cloud Soul coming up in 3 minutes' time. Gen G just haven't been able to do anything on this map at all. Caps now on this side lane, looking for some shurikens, things like that, as Kane doing his very best to try and stay relevant. The problem is there are gold leads absolutely everywhere now, as Caps does go back to base. Chovy doing the same thing. I wonder when the next fight is going to occur. The Baron has just spawned. I don't think doing the Baron on spawn is really what we're looking for, outside of the fact that there is a Kog'Maw who does shred through the Baron extraordinarily quickly. And yeah, that lane economy snapshot is not looking great for Gen G.
I expected that I was going to have to be up here, like, hugging Vedius halfway through this series, but I actually have to comfort you.
I was going to say, I'm going to need a hug, Cody.
What in the heck?
Do I even deserve it, though? I mean, the LCK has been relatively strong over the years. This is just completely uncharted territory.
Honestly, it honestly feels like the fans don't know what to do either. They're like,
I don't know what to do. I'm still kind of know what to
do. They're like, whoa, what's happening? What are we watching right now?
We're watching a stomp. A 3K gold lead, 21 minutes in. Caps has the E. Get back to his Shroud. Gets a big chunk of gold on this bot tower. And they're just keeping the pressure up. 1:45 until the next dragon. And that'll be Sol.
And Gen G are going to have to try and find themselves a team fight that they're going to have to miraculously win. And the problem is, with the fact that nothing has really happened for the last, feels like 10 minutes, everyone has Splash. Like, there are so many options as far as escape from Pop Blossoms here are concerned, as Keen, fighting against Caps, does have to skip out of the way there. And Caps is still just as deadly as ever. Ruler underneath this turret. And we'll be able to clear out the wave at least. Keen gets hit by the Flagon Dragon. Will just be executed here. Caps finds it with the Shuriken backflip and will just finish off this turret as well.
Just destroying them. I mean, Skewmon, perfect position in the fog of war over this little ledge, deleting the side lane. Like, need we say more?
What else is there to say? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
I am flabbergasted. I'm genuinely so shocked at how clean G2 is looking right now. They are riding this wave of confidence. And I mean, we've seen Gen G collapse at the World Championship. But it felt like that MSI, other internationals, the expectation was that they were stalwart, they were resilient, they couldn't be broken, they couldn't find fault. But here at this tournament, again, they maintained that. They were 6-0 coming into this semi-final. And then G2 have shown up, and now it feels like that we're seeing that version of Gen G where, like, they have no options. They're not making any plays on the map. They're not really contesting anything. G2 is just taking everything for free and more.
They're just trying to not lose, and they're failing at that.
How come I didn't hear this narrative, you know, going into it with
Ruler.
European... wait.
Oh dear. The Ruler position has now happened. Living Artillery almost just straight up kills him, but he does keep himself alive. Oh, another one coming on through there is level 13 on Hans Sama. The range on that ulti is pretty high, but this is just Cloud Soul.
That's a Soul.
And Gen G just realize they have to go and try and make some more money elsewhere on the map. I just don't know whether they're ever going to be ready to go for a team fight into this G2 composition, which even in a 5v5 is going to look absolutely amazing. So there is your priceless moment of the game. And yeah, good luck running away from anyone. Thankfully, there is some mist, so the Gwen is still immune. It's maybe not immune to a 3-0 by G2.
So I'm used to these feelings and these stops where it's kind of like all hope is lost in game 3. But normally it's me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm the one. And so I'm like, in my head,
I've had some practice. I had it yesterday as well, so I was ready for this.
But Vedius is like, okay, don't sound too sad. Wait, we're winning?
My brain is prepared to be like, it's okay, it's game 2. We had a good fight in game 1 and game 2. It's all good.
How about we glaze Broken Blade a little more? You know what?
I think we can do that.
I would say Broken Blade, he has played this role for G2 so insanely well throughout their run. And Skewmon's actually going to maybe go for a fight.
Yeah, finds a knockup onto Canyon, who immediately has to start flash away. The Cataclysm's gigantic. Pop Blossom is decent this time around, though, and Ruler is free hitting still. They lose their Nico. They do get onto the Cogmore, though, and manage to take him down, but it's a double for Caps. He is just obliterating Gen G right now, as Keen will finally turn up and look to try and take down Broken Blade, but they're out of there if they want to be, as maybe they're going to look to turn it. There is the taunt onto Keen. The flash wants to take down Caps, but it just doesn't work. Into the mist he goes. Snip, snip, goes the Gwen, but still they're trying to hold him at arm's length. Another taunt, another snip, and a polymorph from Lebrov. Keen will be able to survive as Skewmon making his way back once again, and Keen, I don't think he can do this by himself. The Shuriken backflip comes through, and yes, he is just going to have to try and escape, and I don't think this Jarvan is going to let him. Skewmon will shut down the Gwen, but I don't know whether Gen G are going to lose too much more.
4 members fall. They take out Hans Sama, but what does it cost them? G2 in such a commanding position. The Baron is alive. Canyon is up in 7 seconds. The question is, can he get here in time?
Oh wait, yeah, never mind. All of G2 just moving over towards this Baron. 25 minutes into the game, Chovy is alive. I do not think
how long?
exactly. If he tries to defend this, I imagine probably just going to be falling down. And so, with Canyon not here, that is very easy smite. And down will go the Baron one more time. G2 just cannot be stopped today.
As we're about to talk about Broken Blade, you know, Skewmon's like, great, Broken Blade, ult on me. He goes for the EQ first, then he gets him to dissipate, then Cataclysm in to get all these summoner spells out. It makes it easy for them to kill backline. Chovy's dead, then they chase Ruler, they force Ruler's flash, dive him under turret as well. And then even though Keen is still left alive on this Gwen, they can dance around him and wait until the other two. Look at that mini-map chase where Skumond is going to try and chase down Canyon, and the rest of G2 on your screen here are dancing around the Gwen. They're like, okay, actually, the scissors are sharp. Let's call Skumond back. He's killed off the Ambessa. Get him over here, and then he'll be able to finish the job.
And I mean, hey, like, really maximizing the Cogmore passive too. You know, getting the maximum.
That's true. If you don't die on Cogmore, you are not doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah. What? Yeah.
We are in unprecedented times. Western upsets against the East.
It's 11-2. This is a shellacking.
Yeah, I mean, it was Worlds 2020 where G2 got the 3-0 versus Gen G, a very different G2 and a very different Gen G. Back then, G2 was considered like one of the top 4 in the world, a tournament contender.
Absolutely.
And Gen G was not. The roles are very much reversed coming into this tournament, but it is G2 that is, I mean, defying expectations and is absolutely slaughtering Gen G in this first stand semifinal.
Let's see whether Skumond is going to be able to lock them down once again. Down to 50% health, but just walks his way out. And Gen G just trying their very best to stop this boat from leaking. It is certainly going the way of the Titanic right now, as the inner turret will be taken. And G2 with this Baron running, and with the fact that Hans Sama can just press W and very safely obliterate these turrets, he all of a sudden has 3 items completed. It's Cogmore. Even though last time he did get executed, it didn't matter. They have enough backup damage. And Canyon dancing around with Skumond here momentarily, but they do need to do what they can to try and stop these turrets from just exploding on them. And there it is. On the bottom side of the map, I mean, the 4-1 is just not something that Gen G can contend with. Saw Keen there. I was talking about this guy's Gwen as being the most terrifying thing that he could have gone with. When I saw it locked in, I was afraid for G2 as Canyon misses the ulti. Broken Blade does the walk strategy and gets him out of the way. And as that happens, G2 take down the top inhibitor turret as well. I mean, this is just so much pressure, and Gen G looks like they have absolutely no idea how to deal with it.
Yeah, they've been completely dismantled by G2 this entire series from beginning to end. And the end is pretty close.
I'm seeing it. I am seeing it arriving. We saw this in the last game. There was one last-ditch effort from Gen G. But even then, it was not enough to even nearly approach a comeback.
But Gen G, I mean, the thing that surprises me the most is that they're not going to go out with a roar. They're going to go out with a whimper. Like, I feel like that we've seen nothing from them in this game 3.
Yeah.
2 kills to their name. G2 has been nothing but proactive on the map. They've punished every play that Gen G have tried to make. I mean, right now, that's kind of their best bet, right? Because the Elder is spawning in 10 seconds. Let's see if they can steal this one away.
Well, Gen G now moving on down. Might actually be able to get into the river here, but they need to get everyone over there. Chovy a little bit late on that one. Goldgraph is going out of the picture with how large it is, as Canyon has started this one up.
That was actually the graph of EU Hopium. It's actually just...
It is off the charts right now.
I mean, it's pretty justified in this one as well. That's all right. Let's see whether Gen G can find themselves a miracle as Caps. Great flank angle for the teleport, and Broken Blade just waiting off to the side. Once again, that stands United into a good position. There is a flash forward from Duro. The Empress Divide comes down as well as Caps dancing in his shroud, and Chovy so close to dead and will be wiped out. Gen G will all follow soon, and G2 do not need an Elder Dragon to take down the LCK first seed. They are going to march up the bottom lane and complete back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK to get a date in the final.
It has been 2,323 days since G2 has made it to an international final, but finally they will return to that stage as they slaughter Gen G.
Where did Gen G go this tournament?
Home.
Wow, yeah, I guess that's a good point.
That's where they're going now.
Maybe they just went home a little bit earlier than they needed to.
The thing for me is, like, I was expecting it to be hard fought. I was expecting it to be if they were going to make it happen, it was going to be a bloodbath, but it wasn't a convincing 3-0.
All right, I'm going to have to stop you there, Vedius, because we need to throw it over to the Prophet Law.
Can I talk my shit again, guys? What is this? 3-0! 3-0 against Gen Genji, 3-0 against the favorites of the tournament. 3-0 against a team that no one had the answer against so far. What the hell happened, guys?
This feels like a dream. It really does. And I haven't woken up just yet, Lox.
I don't think Genji woke up yet.
They were missing one thing on the checklist here. Obviously, they didn't show up.
They didn't wake up.
They didn't wake up.
But G2, I mean, the level of play, the consistency, to get a 3-0, we've seen big upsets, but a 3-0 is so decisive, such a statement.
Come on, keep it coming. Keep it coming.
And like, I'll just keep spitting, because like, for this to happen, for this level of a dominance in this series to happen, it's a team-wide effort.
Yeah.
Caps his best series so far of the tournament. And you look towards bot lane, Hansama and Lebrov especially a king. Like, Broken Blade looked great. He had to endure the Vayne top as a Cassante. And he made it happen. This team, get out of the way, brother. Let's see that difference. The gold looked amazing for this team. G2 looked like a different brand. Looked like 2019 again.
Absolute cinema. This is what peak euphoria is about, and it comes from G2 once again. I want to ask you guys, though, Ox especially, what the hell happened to Genji today? What was this? What was this? Okay, you're speechless. Like the team,
don't
it's
have
fine.
an answer.
We'll take it. Don't have an answer. You know what I have the answer to?
What?
The fact that your prediction sucks, guys. Prediction, can we pull my prediction again? Please,
let's turn
what
away.
I said
Let's
at the
turn
beginning
away.
of
We
the
don't
day.
need to see this. We don't need to
Because
see
no
this.
one
Look.
believed in me, and I had it right. Anything, yeah, don't even look at it, guys. I would even leave the stage if I were you.
Hey, we got the score right.
Actually, you know what, producers? It's on them. It's their fault. I said G2. The logo was just put in incorrectly.
Yeah. No flippity floppy this
I
time,
think I was
Raz.
just
I'm
wrong
not
the
going to
entire
allow
time.
it.
But honestly, this is just, it's one of those moments where you just have to sit down and just celebrate the moment. It's a ridiculous moment. And the tournament goes by so quickly. So like, this was just like, we didn't even have a chance to celebrate the Fear X success. Like, they beat Fear X. And then the next day,
they smashed them.
Yeah, destroyed them. And the next day, they elbow dropped the next opponent.
Estou aqui com o Caps da G2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Para vocês saberem de toda essa história, a última vez que a G2 ganhou uma MD5 foi lá em 2020 da JDG. 2020. E o único cara que estava nesse elenco aqui era o Caps. Então, poxa, eu quero saber como é que ele está se sentindo depois de quase 6 anos ganhar dos caras de novo, né? So the last time you guys beat JDG in a BO5 was back in 2020. And you're the only guy from that roster that is still here. So what does it feel like to knocking them again?
I mean, it feels great. It feels great. I think both last 2 days have just been amazing. We finally showing up on stage. I think we had some tough moments before, but it means that like all the lessons we got from last Worlds, all the times they beat us at MSI, like we're actually learning from it and we are improving. And we're finally showing as well.
Ele falou que nos últimos dias foi maravilhoso, né? Nos últimos 2 dias aqui foi maravilhoso, que ele aprendeu muito dessas outras vezes que eles se enfrentaram e que agora finalmente eles levaram a essa. But you guys had a rough time in the LEC, and you came here. You won from JDG and also from Fear X. So what did you guys change? I mean, how did you prepare to show up like this here?
I mean, I think it's definitely all the small moments, you know. I think the team fights, the how we play before in between Drakes, like just all our team play, because I think our team play was lagging compared to the LPL and LCK. And I think against BLG, it was a big shame because we didn't show all the things that we've been working on in the LEC. But I'm just super happy that we got to actually show it these last 2 days. And especially with the KC making finals last year in the first stand, we also want to make the finals, you know.
Eu perguntei para ele, gente, sobre, eles não tiveram, principalmente na fase regular, eles não tiveram um momento tão bom na LEC, né? Então, como é que é estar aqui? Como é que eles se prepararam para isso? Ele falou que, principalmente nas lutas, tá junto em equipe também, fez toda a diferença para eles conseguirem bater os caras, não só a Fear X, como a JDG também, e que, lembrando que no ano passado foi algo que ele citou também, que a Carmine estava nessa final também, né? Então agora eu quero saber quem ele acha que ele vai enfrentar nessa final. So who do you think you're facing tomorrow? BLG or JDG?
I mean, I think we will face BLG. They won the LPL final, and I think they were very strong when they played us last time. And it will be awesome to get some revenge against them.
Ele falou que acha que vai dar a BLG aqui, que eles têm uma teamfight muito forte. Ele acha que vai enfrentar a BLG. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. É isso, gente! Estamos vendo a história aqui. Teremos G2 nessa final amanhã com a gente no First Stand 2026.
Caps obviously very happy with this one. And we see Broken Blade and Skewmon, of course, happy about this as well. Skewmon is joining us for the Verizon post-game interview. Here, Skewmon, first things first, congratulations, félicitations. That was absolutely amazing. Tell me about the last moment when you approached the Nexus, the last Nexus, knowing that you just took down Gen.G, the favorites of the tournament 3-0. What crossed your mind?
I mean, obviously, just a lot of happiness. Bibi was telling us to calm down. I was telling him, please shut up. We just won against Gen.G. We just won against Gen.G. Let's enjoy the moments. And yeah, obviously a lot of happiness. And yeah, really happy to have qualified for finals as well.
Something that I think I'm always going to remember is the first time you faced off against Canyon at MSI last World. It didn't go well at all. You got absolutely obliterated. Today you had his number, man. Like, there was no jungle for him. How does it feel for you to not only take down Gen.G, but obliterate Canyon like this?
I mean, it feels amazing, right? But I just want to say that it's obviously like a team game. And like, without my teammates, I don't think we would have been able to like actually bounce back from like all the challenges we had in the past. So big shout out to all of my teammates, my staff, and yeah, we just did a great job. I'm happy.
And that's what we did. G2 is a 5-man team right now. They all showed up today. It's absolutely amazing.
And just like the short turnaround, you guys just took down FearX in a very quick fashion. To be able to come into today and do it the same, how do you keep focus? What are you guys talking about like coming into today to like keep the momentum going?
I mean, like, kind of chilling, right? Obviously, like looking at our opponents, like their tendencies both like in draft and like in the game, and just looking to like get into their heads as much as we can, looking at the opening, level 1 and stuff, so we can get an advantage from it. For example, we took a great advantage in the game 1 with the invade, so this is like kind of coming from scouting. And yeah, I mean, just obviously like don't over-respect your opponent. It's not because it's Gen.G that you cannot beat them, and we proved it today, so that's nice.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask about that because a lot of people talk about going into these matches against big opponents, LCK teams, like playing with nameplates off. Do you think that's the right approach? Or are you more just like, okay, they're a strong team, but we know how we have prepped for them?
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, like we are aware like who they are, but yeah, as I mentioned before, like it's just like 5 champions against 5 champions, so we just need to think more about like how we want to play our draft and how do we approach like early game team fights, etc. And just like don't over-respect because we are playing against X player on this champion.
And you're talking a lot about the analysis of it. Like, you've had such an insane road. It's not a surprise that player of the game, it's going to you. So like, the moment you walked into this room, the crowd was chanting MVP. So just like, how does that feel for you personally to know that your impact is really being felt?
I mean, just feels amazing, right? And I just want to keep recreating these performances, whether like it is on international or like on in Europe. And yeah, I mean, it starts with like tomorrow in the final, and I hope that I will keep bringing this type of performance.
What do you feel like you improved upon the most from the rookie you were last year when you took your first games in the LEC into the monster performance that you had today, and for the past month, actually, for the past month you're here with G2? What is the biggest improvement for you, Skewmon?
I think just like being decisive and like honest with myself and the others, like in the comms. If something, if there's like an objective that we cannot fight because it looks like very suspicious, we just need to like don't go for it, right? Just like stay true to ourselves and just like really being decisive on like what I'm looking to do when I'm ganking, when I want to farm, and yeah, just bringing a lot of like transparency to my teammates.
You go for it, actually.
So I was actually wondering, because we were having a discussion about this, is this the greatest upset of all time? What is your opinion a little bit? We have some examples of some other upsets. Another one from G2 as well, actually, so we can get those up. And you know, we have this matchup, which was G2 against RNG, Worlds 2018. And obviously yours, that you just got down there. So how do you think the matchups sort of rank up against each other?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure for like Europe history for G2. I don't think I remember like the RNG best of 5, but I think they came out from like winning MSI, so it was like a really important match. So like props to them. I do believe winning 3-0 is like kinda it shows some aura, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know, right? I hope that in the future people will remember this series as like one of the best one in Europe.
And also, how does it feel? Because there was that old G2 roster, you know, which Caps was obviously on, but everyone looked at them getting those big upsets and the MSI win. And this feels like the new generation now also starting to make that legacy for themselves. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think people will start to finally put some respect in our roster and actually believe that we can do some stuff in international. And yeah, I just hope that we'll keep proving the haters wrong, I guess. And it starts with tomorrow.
It starts with tomorrow. It starts with, I'm not going to say it, not with success.
No,
we said it. You're the player of the game. You're the OPPO player of the series. He's here as well. So
thank you.
I mean, yeah, I think we can say one more time. What is your resolution for tomorrow? For the last series you're going to have? Obviously, you have the momentum, beating BFX, beating JDG 3-0 now. But how do you keep this performance going against LPL and potentially a team that you faced off against already?
I think, just not really thinking about the stakes of our game, because when I think about it right now, I'm going to play an international final, which is absolutely crazy. So just stay keep our feet on the ground and just look to, again, as we did before, just look at our opponent, what they do, and think of ways to beat them.
Who do you think is going to be your opponent?
BLG, probably.
BLG?
Yeah.
BLG. We'll see that after the break. Of course, Kimon, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on taking down JDG 3-0. That's all for us here for now. We'll be right back for the second semifinals. JDG versus BLG. Stay tuned.
Oh my god! 3-0, bro! 3-0, bro!
Good job, guys. Chill out.
No, what do you mean chill out? I don't give a shit, bro! I don't give a shit, man! Shut up, bro! We won! I don't care, man!
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on E. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run running to a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the penultimate day of League of Legends competition here at First Stand 2026. We just saw what is one of the biggest upsets, I would say, in League of Legends history for international competition. We determined our first finalist that will play tomorrow, and now it's time to find the second. JDG versus BLG. It is a rematch of the LPL finals to see who earns the right to face G2 tomorrow. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael, and I'm hoping this one is action-packed.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And, you know, coming into today, people would say BLG are the pretty big favorites in this series. But if G2 can 3-0 Gen G, then JDG can win a series against BLG. Come on.
Favorites don't matter at this point. We just learned that in our previous series, but like you say, this one definitely would skew towards BLG favorites. They've already played JDG twice so far this year, and they won both of those matchups.
Yeah, both of the best of 5. They beat him in the upper bracket. That one went 5, and then they beat him again in the finals. That one went 4. So they are the favorites for sure, but I don't think that you can just look past JDG, you know, as BLG. You have to really still lock in for this series. JDG, to me, has been a team that has had really good setups around Dragons. They are a smart team. They don't really skip steps on those setups, and they're able to come back from, you know, disadvantageous positions, just like against Lion, right? You know, even when they were in bad spots, they have the proper setups, and if you skip steps, which sometimes BLG does, then they can punish you.
But on the BLG side, you look at the individual skill, the laning prowess of these players. So far in this tournament, for me in particular, I've been looking at Knight and I've been looking at Bin. Bin particularly is a player that sometimes he's really hot and sometimes he's really not. Yeah. But I feel like both the solo lanes for BLG have been in such a flow state during this tournament. They have just been dancing all around their lane opponents, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges for JDG, for Hongqiu and Zhaozhou, and they're going to have to be able to step up and go toe-to-toe with these guys to be able to make those positions, make those macro calls that you're talking about from a point where you're already not 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, exactly, and that is really the big difficulty. I mean, last year Bin had a pretty big off year for his level of play. This year, ever since there was kind of that drama where, you know, he looked like he was going to be leaving the team, then he came back. Ever since he returned to the team, he has really been on fire. And, you know, in the LPL, in the finals, to me, more so than anything else, it was about the top lane, right? And it wasn't just an isolated 1v1 between Bin and Xiaoshu. It was about Shun getting up there constantly, you know, being able to put that pressure on Xiaoshu. They really took advantage of this guy up in the top lane, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that here today.
All right, well, starting off here, it's BLG selecting first pick, JDG selecting blue side. JDG is going to focus some of those powerful meta junglers at the very beginning, looking at Shun specifically, getting rid of Pantheon, getting rid of Xin Zhao. And on the other side, we're looking at some bottom laners, and then the top side too, Rumble banned away alongside Karma and Seraphine. Of course, with Seraphine almost counting as a double ban because often Ashe is only played with her, even though we have seen a couple exceptions to it.
Yeah, we have seen a couple exceptions, but definitely Enchanters are the name of the game. They are ridiculously powerful in this new season with the role quest. Increased gold generation just allows you to get to those 2-3 item points where you super outscale melee supports. It's going to be a Poppy ban as the last ban here, and I'm going to be interested to see where BLG wants to go. These LPL teams really do love their Vi, so I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw, you know, an early Vi, early AD jungler here to kind of set the tone.
Especially with Pantheon and Xin Zhao already banned away, right? You look at, I know you're a big proponent of this conversation, how all of the junglers all of the meta junglers these days are those AD bruiser types. So with 2 of the premier ones already removed, the priority on the remaining ones just goes up.
So Orianna's going to be grabbed. Varus is another super high prio champion that is up and available. So now it feels like it is going to be a trade of the 2. Okay. And the question is, do you want to try to deny the Nocturne trade, right? And so instead, it is going to be Jarvan plus that Varus. They are going to do that 1-for-1 trade. You are kind of expecting that Knockwave combo to be drafted for. We haven't really gotten to see it, I think, at all this tournament practically, because it's always been Orianna getting permabanned, right? And this time she is up and available.
And even if she does get through, oftentimes it's what you were saying. The enemy team will then pick the Nocturne themselves to deny that combo. So let's see if that's BLG's read. And certainly enough, it is. So Knockwave, that will definitely be a problem for an immobile AD carry like Varus.
Yep, absolutely true. But also, the same can be said for Orianna. You have Jarvan. If you don't have Flash, you can't really deal with the Cataclysm very easily. But someone who can deal with that Cataclysm would be the Ezreal, of course. You know, the premier pairing is the Karma, which was banned out by BLG, so they wouldn't be able to get that, but it would be a safe, stable AD carry here for Viper. The question is, you know, can you get a strong pairing alongside it if you want to go for it at all? And instead, it's looking like it's going to be a blind Gnar. To me, this is a nod to the fact that Xiaoshu's best champion is Renekton. And, you know, they're saying basically, like, I'm going to blind Gnar, it's all right, and I'm going to make sure that you're not going towards that Renekton where you would be really comfortable.
Yeah, and when we're looking at not just the Gnar, but the pilot, Bin's last Gnar game, remember, he played this in one of the games against G2, and he was a problem in that series all the way, but in the Gnar game also had some big plays, had some huge moments. He's really not afraid of being the guy who says, no, this fight can go longer, I can clutch this out, let's make this play.
And they've done a lot of cool things with Fearless where, you know, sometimes he is just blind picking Gnar, and then they'll ban Rumble and they'll blind Renekton in this next game, which are 2 of the kind of easiest answers to the Renekton, you know, going later on into a Fearless draft. Of course, we know it's going to be Ambessa here for Xiaoshu as the answer. You know, there is potential to find those all-ins on Bin when he's in mini form, but of course, Bin is a very, very good Gnar, like you're talking about, and it is double physical damage on the top side, so you are expecting him to go in towards those early plated steel caps, and that, with the threat of the Nocturne, is going to make the side lane a lot harder to play for Xiaoshu.
All right, into the second half of the bans, and the Galio is going to be banned out by BLG. That's one of those combos, you know, we talk about Jarvan and Rumble being the hot pot. Well, Galio's like a big old ladle that goes into the bucket, so you don't want the Galio coming down on top of the Cataclysm. Can make it that much more difficult for whoever gets trapped inside. They'll ban that one away. Meanwhile, JDG, they're focusing 80 carries. They're getting rid of that Ezreal that you already mentioned, just can get out of the Cataclysm so very easily. And then Nara, which has been just another top-level pick alongside that Varus that teams put a lot of priority on, as BLG double bans mid lane, getting rid of the Rise.
And it is another one that can get out of the Cataclysm. RE lets you dash out, obviously. Exactly. So you can be able to get out of that no problem. So they are really just attacking some of these safe AD carries for Viper. So we'll have to see where Viper wants to go. There are a lot of different options. You know, sometimes people will say, you know, screw it, we're just going to like play dive alongside our team, and they'll go for a Kai'Sa style option to kind of avoid the dive by becoming the dive. Yeah. Sometimes people will say, I'm going to assist the dive by playing Jhin, and I'll be 2 screens away pressing, you know, curtain call, and that's going to be my way to actually deal with it. It is Alistar, so the 2v2 is a lot less scary now, and you are going to have, you know, full info on what they have played. If you want to go for a range support, you can go that way. They don't have great point and click engage though, so I would expect On to look for some sort of hard engage champion to try to really pull the comp together. Otherwise, you really are just relying on that Nocturne ulting in with the Shockwave, but sometimes that can work better as a follow-up. Strong 2v2 would be Corki Nami if they want to play more for that 2v2 though. But I do think compositionally it's a little weaker.
Yeah. The tidal wave, of course, can
Bard makes
assist
sense to me.
with an engage. Okay, the Bard locked in alongside the Corki. Bard, obviously a very good laner as well.
Exactly.
So definitely going to be a problem for a weak laner like an Alistar.
And the other thing that makes me really like this pick is it's not as powerful of a 2v2 as if you have the Nami, but it is a strong lane. It's going to give you a winning 2v2, and it gives you not as much engage as like a Nautilus or whatever, but it does give you some engage, right? You're throwing that ult down onto this Varus. All of a sudden, the Varus has to flash the Bard ult, or they're just going to get caught. And if they don't flash it, well, guess what? The ball is waiting on your head as you come out. You get Shockwave, right? So it does give you some engage, though it is lower commitment, a little less reliable, and it does give you a winning 2v2. And with Victor being picked in as well, you know, Victor great into the Orianna, but now both of your carries do not have a dash, which makes it a lot easier for this Bard to be able to set up the plays.
Yeah, it's a pretty big issue when Bard can hit both of these immobile carries, when the Knockwave can hit both of these immobile carries. We know about how the combo between the Orianna and the Nocturne, if if they have the timing down, even if you flash away from it, it's still going to pull you back in with the shockwave. So pressure on the carries here for JDG, seeing if they'll be able to survive that. And again, I'm going to be so focused on the solo lanes here. Can JDG's solo laners keep up with Knight and Bin?
Yeah, that is the really big question. I mean, Knight has just been running the LPL for a long time, and this is the LPL on a road trip in Brazil, right? You know, it's still those players going up against each other, but a lot of players with a ton of regional success on both sides. Junja, going into the LPL finals, had won 7 straight regional titles in the LCP/PCS. You know, he had been dominating there, went over to the LPL with HongQ. A lot of people didn't expect them to be a team that was actually going to be here. It was supposed to be AL, but they're, you know, able to get past, qualify in for this tournament, and put up a really good fight against BLG a couple of different times. But definitely the amount of individual skill and talent for BLG is really, that's the bar you have to be able to surpass if you want to ride, right? You know, you have to be able to not get blasted by Bin and Knight and Viper, which is very hard to do.
And you bring up Viper, and I do want to talk about Viper because historically, he's an incredibly talented AD carry player, right? He's very good on his mechanics. He shows up a lot. But I feel like at this tournament specifically, he has been underperforming. I've seen him probably be the weakest point of the BLG roster in the games that we've seen thus far. And I think if he can individually step up and get to the level we know he can play at, alongside Knight and Bin, who are currently playing like in that zone that I'm talking about, then BLG becomes an even more insurmountable wall to climb.
Absolutely, and I mean, so much of the LPL offseason was really dictated by Viper, because he had said he wanted to go, you know, he was willing to go to the LPL if he could play with a certain player, which everyone was kind of assuming was Knight, and that kind of put the whole LPL offseason basically on hold, because everyone was like, wait a second,
we're all waiting.
If we could get this guy, we could get that guy, and then we could get Viper.
Dominoes.
And then we could win Worlds.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was definitely one of these big ticket pickups here.
Yep, and hey, check out the left side of your screen right here live on patch 26.6. Warhound Senna will be dropping onto the Rift, and portions of that skin sales will go to the LoL Esports team. So pick that one up if you're a Senna player. Stack some souls, stack a new skin. It'll be a great time. Here in mid lane, HongQ's having a great time nice and early. You already mentioned it back in the draft. The Victor feels good into the Orianna individual matchup. And over here on the left, a little bit of look at the international experience of all our players here in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Gala has a ton of experience, but for the most part, you know, there's a lot more experience on the JDG side. Shun as well as Junja have a similar amount of experience, but it's really, you know, you're thinking about Bin and Knight and these guys who have so much experience internationally.
Ooh, Shun with the invade here at the red. Goes after Junja, should be able to win this trade. Nocturne is significantly more well-equipped as a duelist compared to Jarvan, so that just means that Junja has to head on home.
Yeah, especially with Bard moving. They knew that Bard was roaming from bot, so they had to play that very, very safe. Xiaoshu in some trouble.
Yeah, Bin is just running him down here. Gets the proc on the fleet footwork for the extra little bit of speed, hops forward, and that means it's an early flash forced in just the 1v1. Nice play there from Bin.
Yeah, and you hate to see that if you are a JDG fan, simply because the recourse you have in this matchup is threatening the all-in, right? And if you don't have flash, it is very difficult to actually do that. If you overcommit and that gets flashed away from, Bin is going to be rushing plated steel caps, has the fleet forward. He's going to have a lot of move speed with the hyper procs as well. So you have to be really careful about those extended trades. As Knight just playing for the wave, I don't think HongQ has the damage to really do anything besides send it back to base and look on bot side.
Right, exactly. They know there's not a lot of mana left there on the Victor. As On will go on a magical journey. Shun is waiting, but he knows that there's not really a play to be found in here just yet. And what you bring up with the flash in the top lane, I feel like that's just the nature of so many ranged versus melee matchups, is the melee champion really hates when he loses flash essentially for nothing, right? It's not like the jungler had to spend time to go up there and force that summoner spell. So Xiaoshu just going to have to get very familiar with the environment under the turret.
The sights and sounds of his tier 1 tower.
The smells too. It probably don't smell too good underneath that turret because you're just sweating there for the next 5 minutes as you wait for your flash timer to come back up. Junja trying to steal away some chickens, but Shun flashes the emote at him, lets him know he's aware, and those chickens will, if nothing else, be a battle.
Yep, it looks like he is just going to have to back off for now, though. Doesn't want to play too dangerously, as Knight definitely getting beat up a little bit here from Hongkyu. And despite the fact that, obviously Knight is the much more iconic player, is a player that was kind of expected to be pretty dominant in these 1v1s, Hongkyu actually did quite well in some 1v1s against Knight, solo killing him at times in the LPL, getting the best of him in those 1v1s. It was more outside of the lane where I think Hongkyu had struggled in comparison to Knight. When Knight gets an advantage, he often knows exactly how to slam it home, whereas Hongkyu still sometimes shows his inexperience, sometimes taking fights he shouldn't even be looking for, even though he feels like, I can just outplay this.
And I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you consider the players themselves. Ooh, Flash coming out there from On, wanted to threaten Hongkyu, forces the Flash out of the enemy mid laner in response. But when you look at Hongkyu, he's very new to the scene, right? He kind of exploded onto the international scene last year. Everybody was impressed with his individual mechanics, representing the PCS. Knight's been playing for a very long time, so you of course expect him to be more disciplined, to have more overall knowledge, as Hongkyu, though, still has so much opportunity to continue to grow as a player.
He absolutely does. And On here has been pretty annoying for Hongkyu, honestly. Came for that little drive-by earlier, dropped a couple of those hot cocos, able to give a bit more health there to Knight, then trades flashes, forces that. Hongkyu is winning this 1v1, but it hasn't been about it.
Oh, Bin with a sidestep on the public execution, but he misses the follow-up boulder toss. Xiaoshu still trying to get away here. Wallop also misses. Nice footwork there from Xiaoshu, making sure he doesn't get hit by those spells. If he does, it could have been a situation that potentially threatens lethal, as Bin still does have the flash, but Xiaoshu gets away. Now down the ultimate, though, and that's the only other way you could try to get on top of the Gnar with that flash not available. So this lane is going to continue to be an issue. Shun walking his way up. There was a large wave here at the turret. Xiaoshu trying to clear it out, but now here's your Dustbringer immediately into the tether. Shun taking the aggro for now. It's first blood over to Bin, and BLG makes it happen.
Yeah, and if you watch the finals, you've seen this one before. Shun up to the top side with Bin. Bin creating advantages and putting Xiaoshu down in this matchup. And Xiaoshu, as soon as he's losing out on that trade, as soon as he's getting pushed back, it's very tough because then you're under your tower. You know a dive could be coming. You want to clear out that wave, but the timing was so good from Shun because Xiaoshu spends all of his spells on this wave, and as soon as you see that there's no spells, there's no flash, there's no outplay.
Okay, Vampire goes in, tries to find a nice combo here onto On. They even commit the Chains of Corruption there from Gala. They get a good chunk of damage onto the enemy support. It costs his heal, but he's still just fine.
Yeah, it's going to be fine for now. The question is, can Junja get in behind him and look for the follow-up? Because there's no flash on because of that trade in mid. That's what they're trying to punish.
Okay, On level 5 now. Junja coming down with the Cataclysm available. Vampire starts off the dive, and On is already down. Kill goes over to Tagala as well, as Viper tries to escape. Pops the clan, still has flash, gets a return kill. There on the Vampire, wants to make his way back underneath the turret, but it's not going to happen. Double kill for Gala, and JDG gets exactly what they look for here in the bottom lane, as more than one wave's worth of creeps finds their way into the turret.
Nicely done there by JDG, and it's an interesting choice from Viper because clearly he's making the evaluation that I can't actually get out, so instead I'm going to turn, I'm going to fight, I'm going to try to get that kill. But both of the kills went to Gala, which is problematic. Vampire has TP'd up towards this top side and isn't looking for, he is looking for an angle, and now he just uses jump.
Yeah, Bin already using the Mega Gnar there onto Xiaoshu. Hits him with another boulder toss, but the public execution finds the mark this time, and Bin has reverted to mini form. Xiaoshu should have the damage. Vampire's rotation ends up paying some big dividends as Xiaoshu gets the kill onto Bin, but back in the mid lane, it's Hongkyu under pressure yet again. Not only On, but Shun with the first paranoia sets it up so that Knight can knock it down and grab his first kill of the game. As there, we are all tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, 3-3, pretty much dead even, just a couple hundred gold between these two teams. Both teams being very, very active. I love that play from Vampire. You don't want to just stay stagnant in the 2v2. You're playing Spellbook here. Gets out on the map, early TP up towards that top side, wasn't spotted by Bin, and then is able to just find a wraparound. Xiaoshu's playing a little bit aggressive. Bin goes for the bait, goes in on that trade, and all of a sudden there's an Alistar there, and now you are losing that wave, you are losing that kill, you are losing that plate, but we can watch this one more time. Easy setup in towards mid lane. Notice that Bard is tracking Jarvan. That is why they can go for this no problem. He's chasing him around in the jungle, so they know Junja can't be here because Bard is autoing him in the jungle. He's pushed back, and they find a pretty easy kill there through mid lane, so a nice little bite back from BLG after Bin went down on the top side, and that's something that I feel like JDG struggled to do when they played, in the playoffs, is when Xiaoshu started falling behind, he often wasn't really getting a lot of help, and he was kind of just getting knocked out of it. So it's nice to see Vampire gets back up there, gets a kill for Xiaoshu, and keeps him relevant.
And once again, our supports will just be battling over vision as we are 9 minutes into the game. Remember, the first Dragon did go over to JDG as the answer after they saw the dive in top lane where Shun helped Bin get that first kill there onto Xiaoshu. And so now the Grubs are going to be the target for Junja as he does smite down the first one and then decides to leave. Again, Bin has control and priority over the top lane. He gets to rotate first down into the river. He's already in Mega Gnar form, which makes it very easy for Shun to just force the enemy jungler away. He'll secure the other two Grubs.
Also worth noting, Knight going a pretty defensive build here, already has the Catalyst, so, you know, it's not that kind of one-shot style build that sometimes you see, just the Ludens, Shadow Flame, all up front damage. This is more scaling, it's a lot more health, and I think it's just a nod to the fact that, well, there is Ambessa, there is Jarvan, there's all of this dive.
Okay, Chains of Corruption here on the bottom side, lots of damage from Gala, and Vampire on tries to get away, bops the heel, as the piercing arrow just barely doesn't have the distance. Gala gets caught by the Tempered Fate, and now Viper's looking for a little bit more. Nice timing there on the Frost Bomb plus the Rocket. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, looks like we might have a little bit of a problem as junglers are showing up. Paranoia was already spent. However, Junja was ready to respond, and that means that Hongq won't drop.
Yeah, Hongq flashes away. The Knockwave was not perfectly timed, so the Shockwave actually missed as the Paranoia went in. He was able to flash away from it, so good timing there on the flash from Hongq. Keeps himself safe, and of course, as you called out, with Junja behind him, they cannot extend the play. Viper and On just trading heavily down on this bot side with Vampire and Gala. And the timing on the CC from them has been so nice. They're not overlapping anything. They're getting the combo into the Chains of Corruption and then perfectly having the trample stun right out of that. They're weaving in autos to try to get multiple sets of Blight procs there on this Alistar, or rather, and Varus combo. So doing a good job and putting that pressure on, and we are still at this pretty much dead even state.
And even though the game is dead even, when I look at the scoreboard and the individual states of the lane, it's pretty much what I expected. It's the solo laners from BLG having the leads, while on the JDG side, the bottom lane, they're the ones pulling ahead. Jungle relatively even. It's a very, very slight lead for Jinja, but it's like, what, one camp? So I'm not really going to count that one for being worth a whole lot. Second Drake of the game, however, is about to spawn. Ocean and Chem Drake are the first two Drakes, which means they can't be the Soul, which honestly, if you're JDG, I think you're pretty happy about. It means you're going to get a higher value Soul, and you're the ones who are looking to start with a 2-0 stack as they have total control over the bot side river. We can see BLG's jungler all the way up at his own Krugs, so with Shun nowhere nearby, it's not like there's going to be a contest. JDG are up 2-0 in Dragons.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's pretty much a can't miss Soul. It's you're either going to get Cloud, Mountain, Infernal, or Hextech.
Mountain it is.
Those are all wins. So it is going to be Mountain, and of course, Mountain, very, very good. If you can survive that initial engage from the Knockwave, it is going to be so helpful for your 5v5s.
And this is also playing into what you were talking about, JDG, during the draft, how this is a team that doesn't skip their steps. This is a team that makes sure they prepare correctly when it comes to objective fights. They were able to secure the first two Dragons without a contest, so now as we move further towards that Soul, we know that if the game state is even and they can get there first, they're gonna do it right.
Yep, they really are. They're very, very good at basically just getting to Dragons early, and they get an early line of vision, often a couple minutes before that Dragon spawns. Instead of just getting there and trying to get the vision right before it spawns, they'll often have early wards, and what this means is that even if your opponents come in and sweep that out and are placing their own vision, they often know exactly where the enemy wards are, they know where they're going to be looking to approach from, they know how to circumvent vision to actually set up their flanks, and I think as a result they often have really, really good objective fights. I do think JDG has a real shot to out-teamfight BLG in this one.
Okay. Junja gets away as On goes on a pretty long magical journey. That's one thing that I always look for when I see a game with Bard is, do you know all the angles to get the long magical journeys through the skinny parts of terrain? Because it really does allow your surprise factor to be that much more. As Bin just commits the Mega Gnar once again. So many Gnar players just love using this as a trading mechanism to guarantee that you're getting the edge over your opponent, guarantee that you maintain lane control, especially if we have a potential fight coming up here soon. It doesn't look like we are, though. Still about 90 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. So just a crab battle once more for now, as Shun uses the Duskbringer for a little bit of extra speed towards this top side. Level 11 on both top lanes. Xiaoshu does have the public execution. Remember that Mega Gnar was already committed just a moment ago. Knight also rotating over towards this fight, but it's Vampire going in for the headbutt pull. Tempered Fate to try to disengage it. Paranoia turns off the lights. Knight down to half HP, goes on a magical journey back through the wall, but now the re-engage coming out from Shun and Bin looking for Xiaoshu, who has to flash away. Flash out from Shun, dodging the combo from Junja, and now Bin gets stunned up, but he's not too worried about it. Junja's going to be your target here next, as BLG, they use the shockwave. That's going to force the flash of the Jarvan here as well. We got some pretty big flashes spent here, Azael, with less than 60 seconds on the clock until the Rift Herald spawns.
It's a fight where no one dies, but it's a fight where both supports are really the playmakers here. Vampire finds an angle, instant flash in onto Knight, but how fast was that Tempered Fate from On? Immediately came down to cover his Orianna there. Just beautifully done with the defensive Tempered Fate. Keeps Knight safe. And critically means Knight doesn't even have to flash. He lives, holds onto the summoner, and is feeling really good about it.
All right, so BLG still just not even a 1,000 gold lead. Rift Herald spawning in 15 seconds. Your coin-based gold grind showing the state of the top side there with about a plus 500 for Bin. It's him being the second biggest lead on the side of BLG. Knight up almost 1,000 in the mid lane. We know, though, that there's been so much attention from On specifically towards that lane, and it's led Knight to be over 20 CS ahead.
Absolutely has been a big impact, and Knight is a player that is worth getting ahead. This guy will pay dividends later on. That's an early game investment.
He's not the silver left hand. He's the gold left hand, all right?
Man doesn't know what it is to get second in the LPL. He has mostly just been running things, and Ben just got his Triforce. The Eclipse was that earlier item spike, but now we're coming in looking for a fight off that spike.
Okay, On throws the Tempered Fate on himself, expecting the public execution to maybe hit, but now there's your Knockwave on to 2. JDG's got to be careful. However, Shun might just die. No, Knight gets the kill on Gala. Shun's still alive in the middle of everybody. Xiaoshu's going to be your target here next. Shun's still staying alive, but Junja gets him on the way out. On with the flash away, and Junja's going to die here next. It's a 3-for-1 for BLG, and they get their team fight. They're going to earn the Rift Herald off the back of it.
What an engage from BLG there. On threw down that early Tempered Fate. As you said, he thought the public execution was going to hit him, and you can't wait till it hits you or you're already stunned. So you got to precast it. Looks a little bit funny, but then the Knockwave re-engage catches Gala despite the flash being used. And On finds multiple bindings here that really were game-changing. There's the Tempered Fate to try to deny the public execution. They see this, look at this flash, can't disconnect it, hits the two-man shockwave. Now watch On, goes in, double binding onto 2 carries. Xiaoshu is stunned up. They kill off Gala. Bin lands another big stun, and then this binding as well. Another double binding, lets them flash in, grab a second kill there. Beautiful plays from On and from the rest of BLG. They made that one look easy.
Yup, the Knockwave combo plus the bar double bindings back and forth. Really, really good stuff. But of course, since Shun was the one who died, I spoke too soon. The Rift Herald didn't actually get claimed by BLG because their jungler wasn't available on the map. So that objective is still ready to be contested. But I don't know if JDG will even have the ability to contest it again. They have already lost their top lane tier 1 turret. That's the first turret of the game being claimed by BLG. Now they're going after the Herald. They're going to pick up the crab on the way, and Shun and Bin should have total control over this. You can see the JDG roster is not anywhere nearby. The third Drake of the game has spawned. Their attention will likely be towards that area of the rift instead. And you can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting. Shockwave beautifully pulls Junja back out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They will kill him in the river. He cannot get away. The timing from Knight's ultimate was perfect. And so now, not just the Rift Herald goes over to BLG uncontested, but in the meantime, the enemy jungler was killed, and Shun can just walk down and go back to back on objectives.
It's a new combo there for Jarvan. He provided the flag, but it was Knight providing the drag as he pulls him back with the perfect shockwave there. Gets the kill, gets in the dragon, slows down that march towards Soul, which is so important. And now top lane, mid lane becoming that problem that you were dreading as JDG. I mean, Bin, got that early lead. There was some jungle interference, but then Vampire had a great roam. You think maybe Xiaoshu's back in it. But right off of this Triforce spike for Bin, they get a huge fight. They're taking towers. They're taking plates. And there's just no one that's going to be able to really answer these BLG members in the side lane. So now you're at this point where you're trying to look for plays. You need Junja to get involved. You need Vampire to have more of those good roams to try to turn something around, because the isolated 1v1s are going to be so heavily winning for BLG.
Right. This is a 2,000 gold lead pretty much much for both solo laners on the BLG side. This is very difficult to play now for JDG. Going back to our conversation about JDG objective setup, yeah, they wanted to try to set up. It was Junja trying to clear away some of the vision, but he wasn't ready for the Bard and Orianna to have enough damage to just burst him down. If you're Jarvan, you think, yeah, I can use my flag, I can get away, it's not that big of a deal, but you're up against Knight, man. This is not somebody you can trifle with.
Nope, not at all. And now he's got his Shadow Flame in completed here. And this is the head-to-head so far at first stand on how these two players have performed. You know, definitely a very strong laning phase, you know, in general for Bin. He has been looking really good in the LPL. Oh, we're gonna see a dive maybe.
Okay, the lights are off.
No, he's walking away. They're just gonna back off. So, you know, Xiaoshu was really known mostly for his laning phase, particularly for his Renekton. You know, really is an incredible Renekton player, potentially one of the best, if not the best Renekton players out there right now. And we are going to see
Shockwave there. Hongq losing 3/4 of his HP. Drops the Arcane Storm to try to force Knight back, and they will manage to hold the turret for now.
Yep, just kind of trading those cooldowns back and forth. But yeah, Bin has always been better on the map than Xiaoshu. And Xiaoshu, it's really that strength in the laning phase that I think has made him such a fun player to watch. But when he gets put this far down, it is very difficult because Bin plays the map so well.
Okay, On taking a little bit of fire here as Vampire, Junja, and Hongq again just trying to defend the entrance to their jungle, trying to defend this tier 1 turret that is barely holding on down here in bottom lane. But BLG wants to stop him. Nice engage coming out from Vampire, but the Tempered Fate again. It's On's board into the double binding right after, but Knight flashes away. He keeps his mid laner alive. On is doing great in game number 1. Junja flies over the wall and Knight finally dies. Hongq takes the kill, and that one's a shutdown. On has to try to escape now as Shun and Viper realize there's nothing they can do to save their teammates. JDG find the engage they needed. They managed to pick up the 2 kills, but it comes at the cost of the tier 2 turret top.
Even with a great play there from On, it didn't matter. Now Shun's gonna get walked down.
Yeah, this is just a blunder from Shun, hanging around too long to look at the tier 1 turret dying. Now he's gonna have to do it from the grave.
Yeah, and BLG, you know, while they do have these really dominant early games, they have to be careful. They gotta stay buttoned up because this is something that we saw in the upper bracket finals, not the grand finals, but in the upper bracket finals. They created some really big advantages and still lost some of those games. It went all 5 in the upper bracket finals, partially because of plays like this. BLG, they have some of the most exceptional mechanics of any team in the world. They have some of the best solo laners and just individual players of anyone in the world. And sometimes that can lead to a little bit of overconfidence, right? Yep. And they are a little bit of hubris. And On is able to disengage the initial part of this play so well. The flash comes in. Again, Tempered Fate timing really, really good. Look at the flash from On to redirect the binding, gets the double stun. Knight is able to flash out. But then they say, hey, what if we just kind of walked back in? They see the TP is coming in. They know that Junja's still there, but Knight does not back up after flashing out. He's just too confident.
Meanwhile, back to live, it's BLG going in for an invade yet again. The paranoia is not even needed, but the Tempered Fate finds a second target. They already killed the jungler, now they want the top laner as well, and BLG find 2. That's exactly what you want to see. Yes, they have a mistake in the bottom lane. They brush it off. They get right back up to their old ways. The Rift Herald is summoned up in top lane to be a distraction. Isaac, there's 22 minutes on the clock. There's Baron in the top side of the river, and there's BLG looking to take it. There's no enemy jungler to contest. There's no enemy top laner to be that front line. I don't really see a way for JDG to stop this, so Baron goes over to BLG.
Yep, and generally the recourse to this would be, oh, well, maybe we'll push in mid, get a tier 1 there, but On TP'd mid to clear out the wave as well off of this pick here. Junja walks in, he has no flag, and he just walks in very confidently into On, gets bound into that blue buff. The Shockwave is there to follow. We're back to live and On.
Yeah, On, he wanted to get some vision. He was thinking the Rift might have been safe enough, but unfortunately for him, it is not.
Found Victor.
If you're JDG, you're honestly pretty happy with that because at least that's going to slow down this Baron war machine because they only have a 4v5. Normally picking off the support randomly can not mean a whole lot, but here I feel like it can at least slow them down a bit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ben's going to make me a liar as he pushes into the enemy base. The flash away to try to escape from Xiaoshu as Shun takes a lot of damage from the Nexus turrets, but not enough to make it an even trade. This is what you were talking about from the finals. It's Bin and Shun taking Xiaoshu's lunch money the entire game long. The Ambessa 1 and 4. Yes, JDG will achieve Soul Point here as they grab their third Drake, but it's critically not the Mountain Soul because BLG got that one earlier, and now it's the JDG base that's cracked open.
I mean, they're just bullying this poor guy. Bin ate his lunch, shouldn't put him in the locker. They just won't leave him alone, even under the Nexus towers.
Oh man, now Jun just trying to get away, but again, this Jarvan is constantly the victim of the shockwaves. Gala with a defensive chains of corruption, but that doesn't matter. It's a double kill for Viper's Corki. On goes on a magical journey. Honku and Vampire go home because nowhere is safe outside of the base. BLG are on the warpath, and their opponents only have 3 champions to try to stand against them. The top lane tier 3 turret is already down. BLG with a 4-man push. Shun is going towards the bottom lane, wants to take out what's still standing of that tier 2 turret. There's not full health on it, still about half or so, as the rest of BLG will now be able to rotate over, guarantee that they can continue to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, Knight is going to make sure they still have 2 points of pressure. Oh wait, the map lied to me. I thought that said 3 plates, not 5. Anyway, it was full HP, but it's not going to be for very long, as Knight continues making sure that there's more than one thing JDG has to worry about, and BLG claims the last remaining tier 2. Azael, this is a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, you're on Soul Point. That's maybe the hope and the prayer, but at this point, doesn't matter if your objective setups are good because you're not getting near that thing. And we saw Gala getting caught out. Junja is kind of trying to create some space for Gala, knowing that Gala is going to be in a lot of trouble there, but he dies in a hurry. They just pile in an easy double for Viper, who hasn't really been a part of too much this game, but is quietly over 2,000 gold ahead at this point. It's really been about the map movements from On. It's been about the Soul Lane's coordination with Shun. And it's about BLG winning out in these important fights, playing the map better, and they have taken down every tower outside of the base and one in top lane inside it as well.
Yeah, I don't really see a way back in here for JDG. I mean, even if you manage to get... Okay, there's one way. The one way is BLG makes a turbo int. You manage to get like a really one-sided fight, 5 for 2, 5 for 1 or something, and then you claim Mountain Soul after.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the only way. So as long as BLG doesn't put themselves in a spot where they're just going way too far, diving between Nexus turrets or something, a 9,000 gold lead 25 minutes into the game just feels like far too difficult for JDG to deal with.
It's so hard, and your best target is going to be Knight, but he has a full Zhonya's, 10-stack Aroa. We've seen how good On has been with these defensive tempered fates. He's going to be there with the Locket, and that is going to make things incredibly hard here. Bin is just unstoppable in the side lane right now. He's on 3 full items, and they're more expensive items than what Xiaoshu has as well.
When you look at the gold, he's more than 1 fully completed item ahead of his opponent. So it's not just these items. The gold that he has in his pocket is probably still 4 digits or something. Like, this is not even remotely close. Ambessa can't be on the same screen as the Gnar.
Yeah, it's just not much he can do about it. And Honku, yeah, you can wave clear against the Gnar, but if you overstep at all, he's going to kill you in that 1v1, no problem. So BLG just controlling this bot side, making sure that JDG has no way in at this next dragon. They know that would be their only real hope, so it is their job to not give them any shot at the 50-50.
Plus, when you have a side laner who's this powerful, it only becomes that much more painful when you look at the fact that there's both a Nocturne and a Bard on the enemy team, which is the perfect way to support a side laner, either offensively or defensively.
Absolutely agree. BLG just taking away everything that they can. There's multiple wards up on the top side, 3 wards in the enemy jungle on top side, 4 or so down on that bot side that you can see across the way. So they have full vision of everything. Just going to be waiting for these next couple objectives here to spawn. Vex Baron buff could be curtains for JDG. If BLG can grab the dragon, grab that, feels like they would have enough to probably push in and close out this game.
Yeah, they're obviously waiting on the timers for the neutral objectives. Those timers are almost exactly synced up. So if you're BLG, obviously you want the Baron to make that game-ending push, but I think you've also got to make sure that you don't just randomly give them Mountain Soul in the process of doing it, because that will make things, I think, significantly more annoying. So I'm curious if BLG are going to just priority the Dragon first, since it does spawn a couple of seconds ahead. JDG, I don't really see a world where they can try to contest anything in open ground against BLG, as now it looks like On may have got caught. Honestly, this is huge for JDG. 30 seconds to go until that dragon spawns and the enemy support is down. Now Bin gets caught on the very edge of the public execution, has to flash away as he reverts to mini form, and JDG might have found the chance to grab this Mountain Soul. Can they make sure they maintain this control? However, Junja goes in. The follow-up is right there. Knight has to flash over the ball, trying to stay alive. Shun comes in, wanting to support his carries, create a little bit of space. The pressure is on, and now they've already found the kill into Gala. They try to reposition their jungler, but Junja falls as well. Shun still staying alive. Knight, Bin, and Viper all firing back, and this is Viper's moment. The Corki with the double kill, as Bin and Knight should have enough damage to take down Xiaoshu easily. Hongq goes after Viper, but the Corki is running and gunning and standing and fighting, and now Hongq's about to die too. He goes golden, but the gold is nothing but a trophy for BLG 4v5. They're staying alive.
It was a good shot there from JDG, about as good as they're going to get in this game. They almost made it happen, but even with On not there, they still lose out on the play here. It's a good trap that they laid. They catch On. They are able to burst him down. We can see in live they're taking the Baron. That's not going to be contested. And then they say, you know what? We got to full send it. It's not going to get better than this. Xiaoshu is able to tag Bin. They're able to chase in. And the start of the fight looks pretty good, but it's the gold lead in action. Even with them getting in on tonight, they land the initial combo. They can't find enough follow-up damage. He flashes over the wall, has the stasis. Shun and Viper on the side are creating so much space. Gala doesn't have anyone to protect him. Viper just walks up behind him, knocks him down. And then you look at the health bars, you realize, yeah, Bin is still 5k up, and Bin is basically full HP at this point, can't be stopped by JDG. And even Hongq can't really win out in this duel against Viper because the reinforcements come through. Viper spends the Fash, the Cleanse, and they get the Seekers off Hongq and do end up winning the fight.
Yeah, I loved how Shun and Viper played that. Shun diving in on top of the enemy AD carry, and Viper's positioning was just perfect for that whole engage, right? Because he had the trees to make it so the enemy melee champions couldn't put pressure onto him, but he still had the damage onto Gala. I don't blame JDG at all for going for it, because in a game state like this, when you have a 5v4, you've got to just send it to try to get the soul, maybe try to get the Baron afterwards. But BLG's got hands, man, and those hands are heavy, and so are their pocketbooks. Now 12,000 gold ahead, no potential for a Mountain Soul for the next 4 minutes. Baron still has 2 minutes on that Rebel Baron power play timer, and I feel like this is probably going to be the end of it. Is On, defensive Tempered Fate, keeping himself safe. Here's your TP ready to reinforce. On stays alive, and now JDG has to scramble to try to get away. Bin nearly has the full Gnar bar charged as he chases after Vampire, gets knocked away by the headbutt. JDG doesn't lose anybody here, but neither does BLG, so the push is going to continue.
Still a good look there from JDG. This is all you can really do. You're down 12k. You've got to look for brush camps. They almost burst down On, but this time with the heal, with the defensive Tempered Fate, and the TP coming in, JDG has to run before they can actually finish off the Bard. And now you have to face down this Baron up push. We can see On is going up through mid. He's going to be getting that moving in the right direction. And Shun has no paranoia, so he can't reinforce either side that easily. So they need to get these waves synced up and try to get those going in to get the pressure onto JDG. Otherwise, this game is going to stall out, and that's not exactly what you want as BLG. You don't want to give them more opportunities.
Yeah, we're getting towards the point where that much more gold for BLG won't do a lot more. You still have one more item that you can get on both of your solo laners. You still have another couple items that you can get on Viper, but the further it goes, the worse it gets, because this is just such a massive lead. You want to end it fast, so let's see if they can accomplish that. JDG have held the line for 1 minute and 20 of that 2 minutes of the Baron, as now BLG continue their push, but there's the paranoia into the dive with an Aquave combo, and now the Gala's already dead. BLG have surely found their moment. Shun is going to die, though, as Vampire's creating space with Unbreakable Will. He finally falls. Xiaoshu's your next target. Bin hops in because he's got the Guardian Angel. He'll resurrect. Shun died, but he's the only one. Hongq tries to get away, but Viper does so much damage on the Corki, and that will do it. 5 for 1. BLG find the fight. They're going to eliminate the remainder of the JDG structures with a 16,000 gold lead almost by the time game 1 ends, and BLG are up 1-0.
Exciting game 1 here from BLG, really showcasing the individual levels here in those solo lanes, crushing it through top and mid. On, I think, though, for me, I think On is my player of the game. He was helping out Knight so much in the mid lane. He was perfect with his Tempered Fates, finding great bindings in a lot of these 5v5s as well. I feel like he was everywhere.
Yeah, it's really easy to look at Knight and to look at Bin and be like, both of these guys just smurfed it. But I think I've got to agree with you. On being everywhere all of the time, whether he's using the opportunity to show up in a place where you wouldn't expect him, whether he's just giving hot cocos, he was smurfing, BLG was dominating. Lounge, what do we think?
I think Bin is Gigabin again.
He is.
Yeah, a little bit.
What in the world?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you watch the LPL for, honestly. Just like BLG are this team where you have to get past how good their solo laners are. And teams have had trouble with it even when they've been less coordinated than what they are right now. But right now, they're looking very well coordinated with each other.
Yeah.
I also think there's like a line between running it down and Genius, and On was just treading that line beautifully in that game.
He was. I mean, we can see it when they broke the game open. It looked a little weird if you weren't paying close attention. Now, he kind of just ulted himself before a big team fight, but then he does this. But that's if the Ambessa ult landed, he would have been able to buffer it. But watch On throughout the rest of this fight, what he can do with his Qs.
Yeah,
Fights in double stun.
He lands so many clutch bindings on this. I love the one that's going to be coming up in that narrow choke point right there. That one was insane. He helped out so much in these fights. And then this was the 4v5, Ox.
Yeah, this one, he's not even alive. But the focus from JDG comes on a Knight who has Flash, has Zhonya's, buys a lot of time. And Viper is just constantly off to the side, putting damage in. You see his Bin starts to move in to try and defend his jungler, who still goes down, but Viper was just picking off targets. You don't expect to see an AD carry playing that flank role, but Viper just knew how he could play. He had Cleanse available, he had the Valkyrie to be safe, and then eventually they just jump in and take down Hongq to finish off the fight.
Just insane trust in their own mechanics. Because it was 4v5, they lose that fight, they lose the soul, and maybe it becomes a more interesting game. There's also a sequence earlier on in the game where Nocturne did a pre-6 gank on Bin to give him 1 kill, and ended up costing their bottom lane a lot. Gala ended up getting 2 kills because of the loss of tempo and the pressure they were able to apply bot side. But I'd say it paid off in the end.
Yeah,
400 gold lead to 5,000.
It could have been a little dicey. That's why that fight right around Rift Herald was so important, right? Because you're going in, you have an item spike from, I believe, did Bin had Triforce at that point, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, at the very least, I know Corki did too. And so because of On right there, they were able to take over that part. Player of the game.
No surprise.
It was between On and Bin.
We were actually gonna all vote for On, and then Bin just kept bidding throughout the rest of this game. 5-1 and 11, 739 DPM.
I'm curious to see what the fans thought, only because I think, a lot of the time, it was really close between Bin and On. A lot of the time when the casters start hyping one person up, the fans will just follow. So I'm trying to track that.
Blame the casters now.
Yeah, well, how much you can influence people's perspective based on like what you're watching in game, right? There's so much stuff that just happens in game.
Yeah, we were influencing everyone to say Gen G's really good. It turns out we should have been G2's been really good this whole time. I think that's the learning from today, right, Ox?
Yeah.
Here's the AWS post-game breakdown. Bin, not the most damage on the team, but completely taking Xiaoshu out of it. 12,000 damage on the Ambessa, not what you want when you lock in that pick. Not to mention Varus and Gala being kept to 14,000 damage this game is insane.
Yeah, especially after they did get into a really good position with that double kill and that collapse on bot side. So yeah, it was really good of BLG to be able to target them in team fights afterwards.
But we didn't get a chance to do this before the series because we were caught up in the G2 hysteria. These two teams have a big history already from the LPL playoffs as well as all-time Emily.
Yeah, so basically these two teams already met each other, these two exact teams met each other twice in the LPL bracket to qualify. I talk about how spiritually the grand finals was kind of like a 3-0. Even with the game that JDG did take, it was through kind of invading, protecting their bot side. A lot of what we've seen at this tournament, actually. But that upper bracket one was super, super close. That game 5, I'd recommend anyone want to watch if you want to see a Kalista, Anivia bot lane. Fun time. You see some fun drafts. Maybe if it goes to 5, we'll see some more fun drafts from these two teams. But they also just know each other really well overall, historically.
Yeah, they're all-time head-to-head, which started a little bit more JDG favorite. That was when JDG had the Giga roster in 2023. But more recently, it has been in the favor of BLG. So big history of this year as well as international history, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big important thing to know is these are just two orgs that know each other really well, and they've kind of swapped places a little bit. Initially, during that 2023 season, you had this JDG super team. Everyone was looking at them. They're going to do the golden road, right? Where BLG initially, I know we think of that team now as like an insane team, made it to World's Finals the next year, right? But like that
was not supposed to be a super team when they came together.
They were so messy at that time. I remember them even making finals in the MSI was quite an upset.
Yeah.
Upset some LCK teams. But you know, obviously now it's really flipped the script in terms of how these teams are placed within the LPL.
I will say, first best of 5 this year, 3-2. Second best of 5, 3-1. We have seen a lot of sweeps, Emily.
Matchup. Is
we
it
have seen a lot
another
of
3-0? What do you guys think? Another 3-0?
3-0, 3-0? Okay, 3-2.
All right.
I like the 3-2. I want some 5 games. We came all the way here. Let's play the games. Game 2, up after the break.
Tempered fate on himself, expecting the public execution to maybe hit, but now there's your knock wave on to 2. JDG's got to be careful. However, Shun might just die. No, Knight gets the kill into Gallus. It's a 3-for-1 for BLG. You can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting. Shockwave beautifully pulls Junja back out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He'll resurrect. Shun died, but he's the only one. Hongq tries to get away, but Viper does so much damage on the Corki. And that will do it. 5-for-1. BLG find the fight.
Game time. They about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
You press record. If you really about to strike, then you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty, Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal. Got you fighting lords, gotta cut the cord to your fit. Ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening. I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins. Watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, let out the ball for some beer. We the bar to the distillery. This is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest legacy before lame. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane. Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. Play the game and get school. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mode, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it under hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's so hot when I run it back. Modi keep it stacked. That's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass. Moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. pass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, soul, go. But you got to win it. No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026. It's our last best of 5 before the finals. It's LPL Civil War, a rematch of the finals between BLG and JDG, and it's BLG up 1-0 after game number 1. It was pretty close in the early game with JDG getting leads in the bottom side, BLG solo laners pulling ahead as expected, but BLG did what BLG does, and they took the whole game after they got one big lead. They never let it go.
Exactly. It just feels like kind of a continuation of what they were able to do in the finals. Shouldn't have been working so well together to put Xiaoshu into an untenable spot. Like, nothing he could really do when you get that far down. And despite the fact that Honky was actually winning the 1v1 against Knight, it wasn't a 1v1. No. On was constantly there, trades flashes with him, dropping hot cocos, giving him extra health. They were always working well together to really enable their solo lanes. And I think it was very, very impressive. Despite some good plays from JDG, it always felt like BLG was just getting that much more.
Yeah, BLG definitely the ones to look out for. The solo lanes, like I said, we're both having a great time in that one. And I mentioned at the beginning of the game that I think that Viper hasn't had the greatest performance so far at the tournament. And if he could step up, they would be that much scarier. He really wasn't super relevant for the first 20 minutes, but that can happen when you're playing AD carry. Your job is to make sure that you farm, and then when the time for you to step up is there, you step up. And I believe that he did. We remember kind of like the final actual fight where BLG got the pick on. They had the 5v4. They go in to try to full send it and maybe make a comeback. And Viper's positioning is right where it needs to be. Kill the enemy AD carry, put the damage down. And I honestly think that his performance, real solid.
Yeah, it was definitely solid. I mean, that's why he killed hundreds of minions to get to that moment.
1,000 minions had to die
so I can attack one person.
It's important. All right, let's hop back into it here as JDG have elected for first pick, and BLG will play off of the blue side. Do not be fooled by the fact that the teams are on different sides at the bottom. It's BLG blue.
So now I want to see, is it going to be a Renekton early pick here? Because Gnar is already gone, Rumble is already banned. Those are two of the best answers into it, though we have, to be fair, seen Sion do really, really well into that matchup a number of times. But Xiaoshu is just such a Renekton enjoyer.
I know that it's LPL versus LPL, but at least in LCS, where we come from, I consider this the nightmare matchup because teams will always pick Renekton, and then he just ends up being a sock puppet by the end of the game.
I consider every matchup into Sion to be the Renekton. You're like, okay, I'm 12 CS ahead. Well, great, buddy.
Guess what?
His Soul Furnace gave him 2,000 HP.
It's like, all right, better do your empowered Call the Meek for 400 damage. But all right, we've got the Seraphine Lulu Pantheon banned out by JDG. BLG getting rid of the Rumble, the Karma, and the Rise, as it's JDG first picking Vi for Junja. Let's see how BLG wants to respond to the dive that is going to go along with a Vi pick.
Yeah, Ashe would surprise me a little bit. I think Xin makes sense as an answer. Xin is so strong in general. When people are trying to dive past the Xin, he kind of says no, right? You pop the Crescent Guard. You're really good at just hitting what is in front of you, putting pressure on those divers. Yunara makes way more sense than Ashe, not only because the Seraphine is banned, but because you have more mobility, more safety. Nico is going to give you a stronger 2v2, and Pop Blossom is fantastic counter engage, as we know. So I really like these first two picks here. Seeing the Vi, because Vi is not a pick that you can really pivot out of and say, you know what, we're going to play front to back. I'll just ult the Sion. Like, it doesn't really work that way.
That's pretty junk.
You're kind of locked in.
That's not going to work the best. So yeah, Yunara, Nico, loving this in the bottom lane for BLG, but JDG, I want to see more dive with it. This is what you were already talking about. Renekton is up, so that's what they're going to lock in for Xiaoshu. And I feel like, especially when you're playing something like Renekton, especially when you're playing this champion that needs to not fall behind, otherwise you kind of just feel useless, I want want to see the rest of the team also supporting this pick, because I feel like at this point, you know, Shun and even On are going to be looking to make sure Bin gets ahead.
Absolutely, they really are. And I mean, Sion seems like the expected answer now because, as I said, you know, Nara's gone, Rumble is gone. Xin, though, would mean you would be dropping that and that would get banned. So you're kind of choosing between the two. Do you care more about the Sion or more about the Xin? Because the other is very likely to be banned by JDG in the next phase. So in this case, they are going to prioritize the Sion, which I actually think is correct because, again, I think Xiaoshu might be the best Renekton in the world. This guy's Renekton is cracked. He is very, very good at it, has an incredibly impressive laning phase. This is a champion that I most associate him with. Okay. So you don't want to put Bin in a really bad spot when he has been such a point of power for the team. So with the Sion, you just kind of have to withstand the early phase of the game. And when we see that it's Ahri, you just don't care about Ahri's damage to Sion. You're just going to be stacking armor. You know, maybe your Jack Show is going to give you some MR later on or whatever. But you do stack some early armor. That's going to deal with the Vi, with the Renekton, with the AD carry that we know Gala is going to be playing. And Hongq has to fight past the Sion. Ahri cannot really win fights going frontline, similar to Vi, right? So it's all about can they execute on the dive. And so now I feel like, as JDG, you want to ban the Xin for sure. And then you're thinking about, all right, what are good like counter engage or defensive mid laners that we could have to deal with here from Knight? Is it worth banning out a mid laner, or do we just want to target another AD jungler and put that even more down? Because we know exactly how JDG are going to play the comp out, regardless of what their bot lane is. It actually changes nothing.
Right, so they do ban the Xin. Over on the BLG side, Rakan being banned away, it's a great partner for Vi and Ahri, diving into the back line like you're already talking about, right? Ahri does one Spirit Rush forward, you battle dance to her, then you Grand Entrance forward with the quickness already activated. You have a ton of gap close. So they're going to make sure that can't go with them. Second ban of this second half is Kalista for BLG. This is another one of those champions that, again, if you have an engaged support, you bring him in, you toss him forward for the extra distance, your engage is that much more powerful.
Yep, and Kalista Renata would be something that would be fitting the aggressive bill. Of course, Gala could just go Kai'Sa. I mean, that is definitely an absolute Gala classic. But the problem is, a lot of Kai'Sa lanes are pretty weak, right? And it is going to be difficult when you already see a really strong laning support over on the other side in the Neeko. Of course, there's always the slight possibility Neeko's going to get flex and stuff, but we're just going to kind of ignore that because I don't really expect that to be true.
It doesn't happen a lot these days.
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of have to have a Neeko specialist in mid lane to really like pull that out.
Or be very desperate.
Right. Desperation or specialization. I feel like being down 1-0, you're not desperate yet. And
I specialize in 2 champions, and now I'm out of them. I'm going to play Neeko mid.
Okay, here we go. Slam the Neeko. All right, Annie is the second ban from JDG, though, so they don't want to deal with the potential of just the instant burst onto the Ahri, or even the Vi if she tries to dive in, right?
Ooh, so Poppy goes hard.
Yeah, I feel like Poppy against Vi, Renekton, there's so much value against Ahri. All 3 of these champions. Okay, I love this pick from BLG.
This is one of these games where I feel like Poppy is just generically good in the meta. I know it's not the fastest clearing jungler, right? I know it does have some weaknesses, but I feel like it is just generically strong. And then you see a draft like this and you're like, oh, you just won the game.
Yeah, Steadfast Presence is one of those abilities that I feel like is just absolutely nuts against certain champions. Okay, JDG is going with the ladder combo that bullies lane. Caitlyn Lux, this is a tried and true 2v2 that is made to put you under your turret and constantly provide pressure. That's going to be their choice into the Yunara and Neeko. Meanwhile, the final pick of the draft for BLG is Mel in mid lane.
And Mel is a classic in the LPA. They love this pick. It is so much more popular in the LPL than elsewhere in the world, and it is a great matchup into the Ahri. Obviously, you're just holding the rebuke for the charm, right? You're trying to stop that charm, because not only are you stopping the damage, you're stopping the damage amp, you are then potentially charming the Ahri, which can completely screw her over. I do think the difficulty here for me with the JDG comp, like, it is pretty cohesive. The Lux ult even later on can be used as part of the dive. My issue is that where do you go as a jungler? You're playing Caitlyn Lux. That needs help. You need to push. You need to farm plates. You need to play in their face, which exposes you to the enemy jungler. So that means you got to protect them. But then on the other side of the map, you're also playing Renekton into the Sion. That guy needs to get ahead too. So I do feel like Jinja's in one of these kind of impossible situations where not 1, not 2, but 3 lanes really want his help. And that is so difficult to deal with. Whereas Sion is completely happy just to chill and farm. Mel is going to be completely happy just to deal with that 1v1 herself. it's really only bot lane that I think needs Shun's help. So I feel like his job is so much easier than Jinja's this game.
And I mean, when you think of jungle in League of Legends in general, every single decision you make, whether it's to farm, to gank, to ward, to recall, they all come at an opportunity cost.
Yeah.
And when all three lanes need help like you're talking about, those opportunity costs, well, let's just say that the economy value here is skyrocketing. So your decision making becomes that much more important even than it normally is. So I'm curious how well Junja will be able to navigate that, how well he can make sure he's relieving the pressure where it's needed most.
And it's so tough, right? Just, you know, multiple of these lanes have got to play aggressive or they're just not going to be that useful. In isolation, Ahri is going to really have trouble, I think, against this Mel. Obviously, in isolation, Gala and Vampire are going to do great in the 2v2.
Yeah.
But the whole point of this is to be at their tower farming plates, right? That is what this kind of thing has to do. Caitlyn is a really interesting AD carry because, you know, even when it's really popular in solo queue, a lot of times I'll talk to pro players and ask them, you know, why aren't we seeing a lot of Caitlyn? And often the response I hear is that Caitlyn is the most OP champion in the game until you make one mistake, and then is the least OP champion in the game.
Right. It's so tempo-based.
Exactly. It's so tempo-based. You need to be ahead of the curve. You need to be farming plates. You need to be really accelerating yourself. And one death sometimes completely screws that.
All right, so both of our junglers in this one are starting on the top side, pathing towards bottom. I like that for both of them. Again, we're talking about if you're Shun, you're really looking at relieving the pressure on the bottom lane from that Caitlyn Lux that you're talking about. And if you're Junja, you're probably expecting Shun to be focusing on that bottom lane most, so you want to be there in case he shows up.
Exactly. So it's a lot of going to be tracking here as well. You know, just making sure you know where the enemy jungler is. You're playing well around your timings. And that Viper and On are playing well. On had a killer Bard game in game number 1. Honku not really having any fun as he is just getting walked down right now by Knight.
Knight does use the rebuttal there, though. So very, very long cooldown at level 1. This is one of the longest cooldown basic abilities in League of Legends. So whenever you can get that out of him, you do know that you have some opportunities to go more aggressive for a little bit.
Yeah, and that is going to be really, really important. The timing of this ability is so huge, right? Because it is not just a shield. It is not just, you know, some basic little defensive thing.
It's like Fiora parry.
Exactly. Well, and even more so, it's Fiora parry if you reflected it back. Like, you know, you're able to turn around an entire fight sometimes with that. And so it's the offensive power that is so powerful as well. You know, this is Bin versus the LPL internationally. You think about Bin as this mainstay in international play. You think about him often, you know, if he gets taken down, it's by the LCK, but he does actually have a losing record versus the LPL internationally. You know, has not always been able to dominate that regional competition, but this time definitely coming in as a favorite.
And I mean, even just think back to last year's Worlds. BLG was one of the teams that people were talking about, like, yeah, this should be a potential.
They don't want to think back.
Finalist team. Yeah, BLG wants to forget last Worlds. That was a big disappointment for that roster compared to expectations. So being able to clutch up in the big moments, being able to make sure that you live up to the expectations that not only everybody else has for you, but that you should have for yourself. Very important as Shun makes the tackle onto Honku here nice and early. It's only level 4, so there's no way to use a Spirit Rush to try to get away. They force the flash out of the Ahri. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's a good gank there, you know, really well timed. He's full clearing, just goes over, does get that. Xiaoshu going to be able to grab his first plate here already, so does have the push, and of course taking some damage to do that. I also say it was really nice from Honku. Ooh, was that? What was that flash?
Not 100% sure.
I looked at something else for a second, and then I just saw him flash out of the bush, and I didn't see any skill shots come out, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. I was looking at something else on the mini-map.
Maybe we'll get a replay.
Maybe we will get a replay. I'm not sure if that was accident or if it was like a flash binding that went into the minions. I genuinely did not catch it, but Honku flashed very, very early there, which I think is important because he had just TP'd back. So if you don't flash early and you tank a bunch of damage and you have to take a really bad base there, sure, it sucks that you lost your flash, but it's better to lose the flash early if you're going to do it.
Ooh, look at the damage! First Blood Gala in the 2v2, the Piltover Peacemaker into the follow-up auto. Gala gets his first kill on drops. No jungler help required. Caitlyn Lux doing what they were drafted for.
Yeah, and playing against Caitlyn Lux sometimes can be a bit of a bullet hell. You're constantly dodging. You feel like you're doing well, you're doing well, you're doing well. Hit by one binding, into the trap, into the full Caitlyn combo. Q, auto, E, double headshot, 100-0, just dead.
I mean, most bullet hell games are you can dodge 99 things, but if the 100th hits you, you lose. And sure enough,
Got 99 problems, and unfortunately finding is one, as he does get taken down there. Vampire sets it up well, and Vampire has been playing, I think, quite well. You know, he had a really good roam towards the top side to help out Xiaoshu last game with that early TP on the Alistar. And Vampire is just a very interesting player. He's a guy who's had kind of a mixed history. You know, he came in and for a while was considered potentially the worst player, you know, worst support, maybe even the worst player in the LPL, you know, had really been struggling, but has had such an incredible turnaround, you know, on WE, on this roster that was not expected to be good at all. He completely surpassed people's expectations, really impressed so many players, and has completely turned around his trajectory. And now I feel like he is, you know, one of the best supports in the LPL. He's really impressive, and is going to be an important part of any win they could get.
Ooh, nice solar snare there onto Hongq. Knight forcing out the Spirit Rush from the enemy jungler as the Drake does go over to JDG. Now Shun in the middle of the pit, has to flash trying to get away from Junja, but now Junja turns it right back around. He wants to go after Knight, who escapes back towards the rest of his team, waiting over the wall. So both teams trying to get a little bit fresh here in the fight after the Dragon's already down, but nobody falls. JDG still up 1,500 gold 8 minutes into the game. They're feeling great about this early game.
Yeah, and that smite was a clencher as Xiaoshu interrupts the smash.
Okay, the defensive Sion ulti again. This is the Sion classic. You fight with him a little bit. Once it looks like you're going to lose, you just run away. Yeah, he's got to try to make it home. Does still have his flash available, but no, Xiaoshu's not going to pursue any further.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Shun is, so he's a little bit nervous about that. So Bin buys enough time that he won't chase after him. But that was a risky smite. Junja actually smote the Dragon down to about 20 HP, and it was an auto attack from Gala that did end up claiming it. So Gala secured that. And could have been pretty bad had they lost that Dragon, but you have full bot side prio, you have a very good early game lead. Gala's up almost 1,000 gold already. Viper very far behind as far as the CS is concerned, and First Blood wins at Gala, and they got a plate, and they got a Dragon.
It's a lot of ands.
That's a lot of ands. And it's a great start for JDG.
And it is, as Ben eats the Renekton combo here yet again. The Sion down about 10 CS, but again, this is what you expect early on versus the Renekton. He should have a lead because of how well Sion is going to scale. Jungle is relatively even. Knight and Hongq, again, relatively even in mid lane, but the story really is that bottom lane. If Caitlyn Lux gets picked, this is what it's got to be for. But like you mentioned earlier, your conversations with other pro players, it's about making sure you never, ever slip. Caitlyn Lux must continue to play from a lead. I specifically want to see them to continue play around these Dragons. Make sure you're there first. The trap lines are a lot of Caitlyn's power. Being able to set up for objectives, make it so things like the banana brush aren't safe. The entry ramps aren't safe. They aren't an available way to get to the fight. And that's what I'm really going to have my eyes on for JDG as this game goes forward.
And I think it does kind of lend itself to one of their strengths. You know, I talked about how good their objective setups generally are. So now that they have an advantage, now that they have a Caitlyn who can really control space, it is going to be powerful. And you know, not only is the Caitlyn trap line just annoying to walk through, but it also pairs very, very well with skill shot champions, because even if there is a slight gap, you have to walk around the traps into a potential binding or charm. That makes things really, really difficult. Of course, BLG will try to claim space, you know, utilizing their Sion. Shun has Junja behind him, doesn't know it just yet though.
All right, they drop the ward, seeing if maybe they can find anybody passing through this red buff area of the jungle, but not going to happen. The gold lead still hovering around the same area it's been for quite a while now here for JDG at about 1,500. Grubs are available on the map. JDG sending their jungler towards that area, but you can see Bin, with the fact that he has the wave currently pushed out, has the chance to go and ward that top side of the river. So they will see Junja doing this. They won't be able to stop at least the first grub, and you can see Hongq already in a defensive position to cover for Junja, who now backs away from the remaining two grubs, ready to help the fight as On tries to go in, but instead the reversal is beautiful. Gala gets out of the range. They fire back with a light binding because they know that Nico has to stop in the same spot to drop the ulti. And the Wombo combo is just way too powerful. The Piltover Peacemaker takes the kill. Not only do they get their second 2v2 kill of the game in the bottom lane, but JDG claim all three grubs. They're up over 2,000 gold. Game 2 is all JDG all the way.
And now the bot lane is going to get even more tough because Gala will have those grubs.
Okay, Bin Just going to walk this one off. Wants to get away from Xiaoshu. Misses the decimating smash. Charged it a little bit long there. Bin goes back in for the ulti. As Shun shows up, point blank keeper's verdict. Finds the double knockup. Decimating smash with a double knockup of its own as Knight appears. Junja drops. And there's the second one as well as Xiaoshu falls to Knight. Big play from BLG to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, Knight appears and JDG vanished. Call it a magic trick. BLG right back into this game now, creating those solo lane leads that they so desperately need after this engage goes bad from On. He did force double flashes, so that is one positive for them. You know, he flashed in with the Pop Blossom, got the double flash, but like you say, when you press Pop Blossom, you CC yourself, right? You are going to be going straight up, straight down. That's where the binding is going. That's where the trap is going, and that's where you are going to get one shot. And Viper now, it was already not a fun lane. It is that much less fun now as Yuntal is already completed here, and it is triple grubs here, so they are going to be able to deal even more damage to this tower. This one's pretty much a lock to be first turret of the game. I don't know that BLG can really do anything about it.
And Yuntal is one of those items, it's like Rod of Ages, right? Considering you have to stack it, the earlier you get it, that's the earlier it's going to be at max strength, which will just continue making sure you're ahead of the pace of the game, you're playing from that lead like you want to. Second Drake of the game up right now, as you can see a bunch of blue pings in that bottom side river. BLG thinking about contesting it, has been up here in the top side, does have Thornmail fully completed now, going to make those trades from Xiaoshu that much less scary. Junja does walk down into the river. Now will look to go for this second Drake potentially, but instead just decides to control ward it. There's your big laser from Vampire trying to create a little space. I remember when that thing was called Finale's Funkeln or something. I think it's an anime reference, like it's a German anime reference or something. I don't remember what it was, but I'm so glad that they changed it to whatever it is now that I can't remember off the top of my head for some reason. But JDG,
is it Final Spark?
Final Spark, that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's actually what the translation of Finale's Funkeln is.
Okay.
But yeah, the name was definitely harder to remember earlier, even though I remembered it but forgot the real one. As Shun, channeling the keeper's verdict, nice knock, gets rid of the enemy jungler there, wants to try to finish the damage here onto the dragon, and there it is, Mountain Drake secured for BLG. They're going to feel good about that one. As the Vi ulti, he flashes over the wall and he drags Junja with him. I love when players do that against a Vi. Her ulti is a full commit no matter what once it's cast, so considering he drags Junja over the wall, he spends his flash, but he demands a flash in response from Junja.
Yep, going to be able to trade that out, and that is going to feel really nice. JDG, even with this big gold advantage, not running everything to their liking. It is BLG that are able to grab that dragon. It is BLG with slight advantages on the top side. And this is going to be a game, we already kind of knew it, but it's really all about Gala. He has all of that gold lead, and Bin has been able to stabilize thus far on that top side. Xiaoshu's doing his best, but it's tough.
Yeah, a Thornmail doing plenty of work here for the Scion as he goes in for the point-blank ulti, decimating smash right after. Bin's got the timing to catch him on the very edge, and as the Soul Furnace explodes, Xiaoshu's consumed in the flames. Bin, 2-0-1 on the Scion.
And I just don't want to see this matchup anymore, man. It's so like, rough. If Xiaoshu can't do well in this matchup, then what can you do? You know, he was doing great in the 1v1, but all it takes is exactly one gank, one play goes bad. It's kind of like the inverse of the Caitlyn matchup, right? Where it's same situation where it looks good until it doesn't because one thing goes Bin's way. Now he's up 600 gold. Look how much armor he has. We talked about this in draft. Yep. He doesn't care about the Ahri. He doesn't care about anything the Ahri does, and he never will. And now he has just so much armor that even with the Black Cleaver, it's going to be very difficult for Xiaoshu, and you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, it is a monstrous gold lead for Gala, but he is going to have to deal with Bin eventually, and Bin is just going to be playing in his face, you feel like, in every team fight.
Gala is the gold lead. 1.7k for the Caitlyn, 1.7k for the team as a whole. You can see at the scoreboard at the top, so a lot of pressure on Gala here to make sure that he can really bring this home. It's his job to carry in this one. The Caitlyn must be on point if JDG wants to take this early lead, convert it into a win, turn it into a tied-up series.
And I mean, Vampire has a big gold lead himself, but it's not as though this is the solo queue style. He's not going Luden's Shadow Flame. He's not, he's going support items, right? So, Lux with the gold lead is fine, but this is not a Lux that's going to one-shot you. Sometimes, like you see that in solo queue when they really get a lot of gold. He is just playing that supportive style. They're going to try to set up a dive onto Xiaoshu, though. They are bullying this guy.
Yeah, the tackle straight into the turret for the stun, but where's the rest of the damage? Viper has to overcommit to get it, and that means he's going to die in a one-for-one trade.
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1, but honestly, I think you take those because that is gold in Viper's pockets here. You do kill off Xiaoshu. Yes, you give a kill back to Junja, but if you can just trade gold for your AD carry and their jungler, I think you're going to be pretty happy about that. The wave was pushed in. Not the ideal play, but not bad at all. And the Caitlyn Lux have moved mid, but Knight has very good wave clear, so I kind of feel like maybe we need to try to see them get elsewhere on the map, find a lane to really pressure. Knight is going down towards bot side now, so it is going to be back in their favor in the mid lane.
Yeah, Junja jumps towards on there, finds a little bit of damage, but the Nico is just fine. All he's doing is making enough space to guarantee that Shun can grab that crab without there being any sort of a contest for it. Because the Rift Herald is up, BLG wants control over this topside river. Bin teleports in to make sure that he's here for the fight as well. Does have his Mercury Treads completed, making sure that he can get out of the CC when he does get hit by it inevitably as the front line for BLG. But a TP coming in now for JDG with the Rift Herald down to 4,000 HP. Split. JDG wants to fight for this. Viper's away from the rest of the team. Tries to throw out the Arc of Judgment. A disguised Nico as a minion in the jungle. We could see On go for something, but no. JDG hasn't seen him yet. They don't want to go for anything here. Let's see if they can make their way forward now as the Scion ulti leads the charge. Xiaoshu though with a slice and dice through the Scion to get away. JDG decides they don't want to take any more fights, and honestly for BLG, when you're almost 2,000 gold behind and you can take the Rift Herald in the face of your opponents with no fight, that feels pretty good.
It feels really, really good. But again, Caitlyn is one of these difficult champions that if you take that fight and you lose that fight, your power is kind of gone. And he's working towards what I'm assuming is going to be an IE second here, and that's where Gala will start to spike a lot. But I really think at this point for JDG, you're looking towards 3 items because this is the guy with all your gold, and this is the guy who has to deal with Bin.
Ooh, nice engage there from Junja and Hongq going after Knight. The rebuttal buys a little bit of time for him. Solar Snare underneath the turret, but there's no way the turret can do enough damage to make that trade even. So you got the mid-jungle combo. That Vi Ahri from Hongq and Junja finds their target.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find their target there. Knight died while channeling the ultimate. Otherwise, maybe he has enough damage to threaten Junja. Probably still would have lived, but this means with that play up on top side, Gala, Vampire push up through mid lane, create even more of a gold lead down on that bottom side, which is really, really nice. You really try to rush towards those 3 items on Caitlyn. Once you have IE, LDR, you are feeling very, very good. Caitlyn can utilize that damage so effectively with her range. As long as they can keep her safe, she has a real chance. But the reset timing is so late that it means they're just giving over a free dragon.
Yep, Hongq takes the tier 1 turret in the top side, but remember that they did have to commit both Spirit Rush and the Vi ulti onto that top side play. So BLG knows, all right, they won't be able to play from a position of setup. They won't have strength around this dragon. We've got to take every dragon we can to stop the stacking. So they will at least get that second one. But it's a 3,500 gold lead for JDG.
And JDG wouldn't have wanted to fight even if Hongq had his ult because Gala hadn't based. And now he has the IE, so you definitely wouldn't want to force with your AD carry having the entire gold lead in his pockets, right?
Right.
You've got to spend that up. He has done so now. So now he is out to that Infinity Edge, has the Untull, has the tier 2 boots. Going to be really, really strong. But again, it's about the LDR because Bin is just going to be stacking armor this game. You need to be able to get through him. Poppy's going to go in towards a dead man's next. So there's going to be so much armor, so much frontline power that Gala will have to be able to knock through. And it's all up to him to be able to do it. You get a little bit of help, obviously, from that Black Cleaver maybe. But there's no guarantee that Xiaoshu's ever even hitting Bin in a team fight, so you really do need the armor pen.
And I like this total gold chart here on the side of the screen because we know that Gala has the biggest lead individually in this game, but seeing that Viper is also the 2nd richest person in the game, period, and he's still 2,000 gold behind, it really just shows how far ahead the Caitlyn is.
I mean, it's so funny sometimes when you look at a pro game and you're like, ah, damn, your AD carries down 40 CS. He must have farmed really badly. Viper has 10 CS a minute.
Yeah, more, actually. It's just crazy. As now BLG are looking for their opportunity to make a play. Tackle into the wall onto Hongq. Keeper's Verdict, ready to juggle it. Golden Eclipse finds the kill. They try to get Junja away, but now Viper is on the hunt, chasing him down. He has transcended. Another ball breaker might try to get Junja out of the way, but no! Steadfast Presence stops that in its tracks. Viper gets a couple of kills here, and the Yunara is trying to catch back up.
Yeah, you do not want that to happen. As you're pointing out, despite the fact that it is this massive gold lead, Viper still has a lot of total gold. He is still a strong character in this game. Maybe not compared to Gala right now, but damn, he's going to have a lot of gold here on base. There's the 2nd item already completed. Going to be working in towards that 3rd. So So we're talking about you make that one misstep. If Caitlyn has one bad team fight, you know, if they show up to this next Dragon and they lose, I think they are going to lose the game. So they have got to button up here. You know, BLG, we're looking for this engage. It looks like a failed engage initially, but everyone comes in from BLG. The Solar Snare landed on 2 there from Knight. They burst out Honkyu, and then they're just fully committing to this. So many flashes spent. They're going in on it. They know Gala's not involved. Xiaoshu's not involved. We are going to win this fight, and they're able to donate some of that gold straight into Viper's pockets.
And you mentioned Viper completing the second item, and it's one of those items, the Fiend Hunter bolts. Certain items in League of Legends are built by every champion of a class when you think about Infinity Edge, right? Something like that. But something like Fiend Hunter bolts only fits on a few champs, right? You think about Zeri, you think about Twitch, you think about Yunara, but the champs that it works on, it is so strong with, right? So Viper really going to feel a lot better now that he's got that 2-item power spike. Looking at other 2-item power spikes coming around, you've got both the Ludens and the Proto Belt for Knight. You've got the Unending Despair on Bin. It's more of what you were talking about earlier. Armor. Merc Treads feels good enough for the magic resist, right? On the other side, though, you do have the Proto Belt also completed for Honkyu's Ahri. We've already talked about the Infinity Edge on Gala, and JDG are pressuring the Tier 2 turret here in the mid lane now. Viper just going to clear that one out as well as he can. Has plenty of wave clear there on the Yunara to do so as JDG decide to head away. The Rift Herald is summoned up in mid lane. This is kind of a, it was timing out, so we just have to use it, Herald. So unfortunately for BLG, yeah, it's not great. Shelly's not even going to get a charge onto one turret, so that objective that BLG claimed does go to waste. And you can see here the total gold over the course of the game back at 10 minutes was JDG's biggest lead so far, and now we're back to a game that's not even 1,000 apart.
Yeah, I actually think they're losing at this point, despite the 1,000 gold lead. I mean, you're down at Dragon, you look compositionally at how difficult it's going to be to get through Bin. I feel like Bin's job is basically right-click on Gala and close your eyes. You know, you just walk at this guy, you pretend nothing else exists. As long as Gala is hitting Bin, I think it's going to take him so long to get past that front line that the rest of the 4v4 is really, really good, right? As long as Gala can't actually access those priority targets, I think it is very difficult. So then it's up to JDG to try to preempt that. You know, you have to be the ones finding the engage. You got to control vision, control space with the traps, really set yourself up well so that you're the ones starting the fight and Bin can't just walk in and make Gala back up.
Right, the question isn't just which AD carry has more money, more items. It's does Caitlyn from 1,500 gold lead kill Sion and Poppy faster than a Yunara that you already said was still very relevant in the game, kill Renekton and Vi?
Yeah, a 0-3 Renekton, right? You know, who's going to die faster? Well, often the gold on the Sion is a lot harder to deal with.
Well, the thing for JDG, though, is they're doing exactly what we wanted to see them do around this bottom side Dragon. They are there first, as the 4th Dragon of the game is about to spawn. They're trying to set up the Caitlyn traps, trying to draw these battle lines nice and early. But as you would expect, BLG will send Bin in first. If he accidentally eats a cupcake, it's not a problem. He'll step straight through the banana brush, but the Dragon has already been claimed by JDG, and now Bin's eating a ton of damage. Final spark over the top. Bin already almost dead. Keeper's verdict hits no one. Shun tries to use the steadfast presence to defend himself. Defensive pop blossom coming out from on, but he's already dead. It's a 1-for-1 trade here so far. Xiaoshu tries to get away. You can see Honkyu barely any HP left on the Ahri. So both top laner and mid laner from JDG barely hanging on. It's a 1-for-1. However, JDG got the objective. BLG wants to try to get something back. They're going to go after at least some plates here in the mid lane tier 1 turret. They'll grab the first 2. TP ready to reinforce. Nice Solar Snare timing into the Radiant Volley right after, so Honkyu doesn't get any value out of that one, but JDG will be happy taking the Dragon.
Yeah, the amount of CC should.
Didn't get the tackle into the wall. Honkyu not quite in the position that Shun was hoping, so he tackles him just to the side of those 2 pine trees sticking out at the front. No extra stun, no extra damage.
Still nice. Shun pushes him back, and that covers Knight to push out the top wave, right? So that is kind of that 2-pronged play. As this is not going to be able to kill off Shun. You know, Bin walked in, he ate so much CC, is still able to retreat back, but it looked like JDG was maybe going to run over this fight until On had a really good turn on the Pop Blossom. Catches multiple members, that buys the space for Viper and Knight to get their work done. But I will say I'm super concerned that Gala did not go LDR third. He went rapid fire, and there was just too much armor on Bin. You are not going to hurt this guy.
And now we can see BLG in the enemy jungle yet again. They were looking at Junja. They chunk him down to about 40% HP, but they're not going to threaten anything lethal. Let's take another look at how BLG approach.
So Bin walk forward. Yes, you are very tanky, but look at all the CC. There is Charm, there is Binding, there is Trap, there is everything hitting him. So with all that damage piling in, they do go. But look at this Pop Blossom, the turnaround here, catching both of the Soul Laners. And that meant they could not follow up on the Vi, right? The Vi is going in deep. Both solo laners try to come in. On denies the follow-up. So Viper just focuses down the Vi, and then he can turn his eyes on this Renekton, on this Ahri as well.
And this is the second time this game that we have seen Xun flash towards his team once he sees the Vi ultimate on him. And I feel like this is his inner jungler senses, knowing how obnoxious it is when you're Vi ulting someone and they drag you further forward. He's saying, no, this is how we kill you. You pressed the doom button, and I'm not the one who's doomed.
Yep. Man. I am just so concerned that Gala did not buy Last Whisper. Even look at the Poppy. Like, we've been talking so much about Sion. Look at the Poppy's build now. Poppy has steel caps, Deadmans, as well as a lot more armor on top. They're probably both going to go Randuins this game.
Okay, On going forward with the Pop Blossom. They want the damage here into Junja, but the tackle doesn't hit the wall. On staying alive for now. Junja dies, but is traded back as Hongq kills On. Now over in the mid lane, it's Gala hit with a decimating smash. Viper needs one more auto attack in the Fed. Caitlyn is dead. Now up here with the top side River. It's another kill. Knights on a killing spree. Hongq falls. Xiaoshu wants to get one back onto Xun, and he needs it. They don't want to let BLG try to get away with taking a Baron 25 minutes into the game, but they don't have anything to say about it. That's 4 dead on JDG. The throw is complete, and BLG's going after Baron.
JDG, let's check the time. Time of death, 25:50 in this game. BLG rip the game from their hands. The lead for Gala means nothing. The solo laners again stealing the show. And JDG can do nothing but watch as their hopes in this game just slipped away from them.
Man, let's take another look at how it started here in two different places.
Yeah, so On is looking for aggressive play. They have caught out Junja. Junja's kind of on the run. Vampire comes in, Hongq comes in. They do kill off the support, but you spent a lot to just kill the support, and this is the bigger problem. The unstoppable onslaught from Bin catches Gala in transition, even with the flash. He can't go anywhere, and you just can't die like that. Like I said, you got one mistake, and that was his one for the game, unfortunately. And you make that one mistake, and you are punished so heavily. Now Viper is in a really strong spot. You decided...
Oh my God, 3,000 gold lead now.
And it makes the decision to go rapid fire even worse, because now you're not actually pushing. Now you're not getting as much gold. You're slowed down so much. When is his LDR going to finish? Next game?
Probably, because you were right in what you said earlier, my friend. It's Randuin's Omen now on Bin.
It's going to be double Randuin's.
I guess I don't really care that you have 75% crit chance on Caitlyn right now, because that means you have a 75% chance to get your damage reduced by Randuin's Omen. Now BLG continuing to push forward here on the tier 2. The doubled up Baron cannon minions, just providing plenty of extra firepower. But JDG can't even try to defend this. They don't even need the extra range of the cannon minions because everybody on BLG can step forward, get the job done themselves. 4,500 gold lead. Baron for another 90 seconds. Pressure onto the tier 2 turret in mid lane now as BLG is just easily walking from lane to lane, taking whatever structure they want. And JDG is struggling to find any sort of a response.
I mean, even On is going to have a Frozen Heart. Knight has a Zhonya's. There's so much armor on this team. It is going to be incredibly difficult. And really, you only have Viper as a target now, right? Like, that is it, because you can't go on the Zhonya's Mel. You can't go on anyone on the top side. And you really can't win a fight by spending all of your damage on either. So JDG now, it's got to be basically Viper or a bust. And if you ult from really long range, and on Viper, he's going to R, Conmay step, he's going to pull you back into the middle of the team, and they're going to do what they've done to Junja a number of times this game.
All right, BLG, time to crack open the base, and it's not going to be met with much resistance at all. Tier 3 turret falls in the mid lane as JDG still thinking about, do we even fight for this? Is inhib number 1 worth it? The answer seems to be no right now as Vampire gets back from the fountain, joins back up with the rest of the team. Only the Nico clone in the enemy base there. They throw the light binding at it just in case. Junja and Xiaoshu trying to defend the tier 3 turret here in bottom. Bin again though, just that front line you can't do anything about. The Scion is so hard to kill as the third plate drops off of the tier 3 turret. BLG know that they've only got the Baron for about another 10 seconds. As you can see, Bin going for a recall, does have teleport to rejoin the rest of the team if he needs to. Xun though might be caught on a little bit of a bad spot, but On has a nice pop blossom, and there's the kill onto the Vi. Junja's into the picture, and Viper goes in. He's transcended, and he's ready to put the pressure onto JDG. The Renekton is useless, decimating smash into Gala. Bin creating all the space in the world as JDG have to head back to the fountain, tail between their legs, and BLG got a 5v3. They push towards Nexus turrets. First one's about to drop. Bin continuing to keep everybody else on JDG trapped in the fountain steps. As On moves forward, tries to reposition. He will fall. 4v3 for BLG. Shun with the tackle forward. Steadfast presence again. So much value here out of the Poppy W. HomeQ dies. Gala dies. Vampire can't do anything. BLG win game 2. They're on match point.
It was a great start from JDG, but a much better finish from BLG. Bin was just laughing on him on the fountain steps there. Takes about 50 autos from Gala until Gala says, you know what? I'm going to stop autoing. He tries to walk past him and just dies.
Yep, Thornmail means Caitlyn's taking more damage from Caitlyn's autos. I got to give my player of the game in this one to Shun. I think the Poppy just did so well. So many good angles on those tackles. So much value out of the Steadfast presence and the patience from the team as a whole to come back from a game that at one point they were 3,500 gold behind. BLG's looking fierce. JDG looking down the barrel of a potential clean sweep. Analysts, what do we think?
One game away from a BLG G2 Finals rematch, actually. It didn't look that way at the start, though, with how far ahead Gala got in the bot lane.
No, yeah, I thought like this 2v2 Kate Lux, it's super powerful. We knew that they were going to have, BLG was going to have a tough time dealing with it. They got this early 2v2 kill that really set them up in a great position. Lux binding lands, Piltover Peacemaker through. And they did such a good job with this early Caitlyn pressure using the Kate Lux. They ended up taking down that turret around like 12.5 minutes, rotated to mid, took that down as well. So it was looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw On trying to like overforce a couple of times to find advantages there. And this is exactly like, if you're drafting Caitlyn Lux, this is how you want the early lane to go. Like, you tick the box for what you're hoping for, but they weren't really able to translate that into the rest of the game because we saw topside go very differently.
I mean, it's interesting because we saw game 1, they played around topside for Gnar. You think, okay, that's going to hard carry the game. Here, bot lane's not going well, and BLG plays around topside for Sion, but it ends up working out really well, but mainly because they can keep the Renekton down, and then the casters were talking about this, the difference between one front line versus the other team's damage, and a Gnar with not as much gold versus a weak Renekton ended up being a difference, but they kept finding positive plays through Bin and Shun in the top lane.
Yeah, and he had Knight coming in to assist, didn't really have the damage until he arrived, but it just felt like Xiaoxia, who is so good on the Renekton, was constantly trying to find angles, and every time the Poppy is turning up, it feels so bad for him just to always be there.
Yeah, I actually really liked this decision-making from Shun, right? Like, instead of trying to bail out the Yunara lane, kind of being like, okay, it's fine, you're still doing all right, it's just that Gala is significantly far ahead of you, and you'll still be able to contribute in team fights, focus on topside, and this Sion becomes unkillable. Maybe also due to some build decisions from Gala that we won't get too far into, but just know me and Ox might disagree with a little bit.
I love the shots we get of the coach's room there. It looked like Tabe were just doing screenshots of his lecture. He's just constantly talking to everyone because the first 2 games haven't really gone well, but we do need to look at today's HyperX Reflex replay, and we will talk about the Caitlyn build as well. Goes Yuntal, i.e. RFC, and then doesn't have damage at the end. This fight is very chaotic in the top lane, but I'd say the critical thing is actually the Sion finding the angle onto Gala in the mid lane.
It was such a good angle, and Gala was trying to push the 1v1 advantage over Viper. You know, you build rapid fire, you're not doing much damage to tanks, you want to try and target a squishy, but Bin just found this great angle in, and so much gold is lost when that Caitlyn is dead and taken out the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, then BLG are able to clean up the fight, get the Baron. That was the real backbreaker, as we can see look at behind here. Yeah.
For how much gold he had, this is disgustingly low.
Yeah. Also, look at, like, I know Sion is your front line.
18,000 damage.
Deceptively doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think maybe misusing some of the funds. Itemization wasn't ideal. We already talked about that, but I just think, like, the front line, the Poppy and the Sion together was just a complete brick wall to cut through, and especially when you have like a Vi Ahri, this combo is so momentum based. Like, you get that initial kill, you can move forwards. It felt like there was just such a big stopper to that on the enemy team.
The depressing thing for me, if this is going to end up being a sweep, is I thought the JDG draft was really sound. They have a way of playing through a lot of prio. They can take over the game early. They had that 4,000 gold lead. I think a large part of this game is decided on the Caitlyn itemization, which is rare that I say this about games nowadays, but delaying LBR to item 4, never making it, The RFC, when he's already outranging, even the Yuntal early is questionable with how much he can push his early advantage.
Yeah, I think the Yuntal, I feel like the theory was probably some attack speed to cut through the tanks, but the RFC just makes no sense. I will say regarding the draft, though, the Poppy Mel that came in to round out the composition, you know, the Poppy into all these dashes that really shuts down the front line trying to push in, and then the Mel as well, we've seen be so good into the Ahri, but also a lot of value into the Lux as well. I think just stopped a lot of the pick and engage potential that we saw from JDG.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Bin, but Shun is going to be our player of the game. Really clutch with his Poppy engages, also critical in getting the gold into Bin's hands to begin with. They played around him the entire time. Deathless, 87% kill participation, just a great game all around, Emily.
Yeah, really, really good. I loved, again, his focus to topside. I thought the 4-5, as you already mentioned, Ox from BLG was really good in the draft. Bin getting it. I mean, his Scion was great.
Got 0?
Wow.
That's crazy.
People really disagree with us.
I did vote for Bin.
Yeah, Jat voted for Bin.
It's a weird appeal to authority when I'm like, the fans agree with me, but I'm down for it.
Shun, any Bins over here?
Any Bin believers?
You can say Bin. You can disagree with us.
Okay,
no.
apparently me and the chat are the only Bin believers.
Jat and the chat are Bin.
Yeah, we'll see if they can end the sweep. We know they played 2 times already in LPL playoffs. First one was 3-2. Next one was 3-1. Will we see the 3-0 and a G2 BLG final tomorrow? We'll find out. Game 3 coming up after a short break.
Woo!
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
As luzes vermelhas me seguem, eu sei, elas só querem meu mal. Quer as balas que ferem, poça de sangue, já vira normal. Tranquilo, sigo tranquilo no caos. Digo isso é questão de sobrevivência. Vida nas ruas não existe clemência. Quem vem de onde eu venho nem pensa que é possível se sair daqui. Jurei pra mim mesmo, não vou morrer aqui. O ódio quer me possuir, vida em conflito te torna ruim. Amor e lealdade são matérias que eu não vi na escola. Lá onde o sonho de jogar bola foi ofuscado pelo brilho da 99, sufocado na sacola. Menorzinho de 19, já foi todo no corre. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. O karma não cobra em parcela, vai pra pista e recupera. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah, o fim é triste, neguinho. Hoje ela quer ser minha lady, agora ela sabe meu name. Agora ela sabe, eu só penso no paper. Eu jogo e faço no rain, agora chama de meu bem. Agora ela quer ser meu bem. Será que antes eu não merecia? Será que ela só quer de vente? Ela me puxa pela minha corrente, me solta quando eu quero my love. Só quero descarrego o pente, essa barra me deixa contente. Esse daqui tem cara de X9. Se eu tiver com a mala cheia, eu sei que ela vai ligar. Nunca corro do problema, mas é melhor evitar. Antes eu não tinha nada, agora eu vou pra New York. Miligramas no meu corpo e substância alivia. Meu mano são running, correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo fuck, 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 yeah. No fim é triste, neguinho.
在没有打之前，我觉得其实这种东西很难说吧。然后只需要保持好我们自己的状态，迎接好每一场比赛就行了。然后我们整体玩的，其实大家也会比较偏进攻。偏进攻的话，就需要打野在整体的配合和一些交流想要做的啊，对，看起来像融合技吧。然后整体大家配合也都不错。其实，在场内我觉得我们一直都是就是在保持良好的交流嘛。然后在大家其实一致认为都是对面其实没有什么机会能赢，然后我们只需要稳一点打好团战就行了。
Our Flash will still have a little bit of time left on the cooldown, as will the Mundo. On goes in, Flash into the pulverized headbutt backwards onto Cass. The Aurora's already dead, as Bin's in the middle of everybody. Knight staying alive against Broken Blade, and Bin is just buying time. Now both of that front line, both those solo laners are dead on the G2 side. It's a double kill for Shun's Pantheon.
我觉得就巴西粉丝们就其实在场馆的时候，我看他们都很热情嘛，然后我们打的也特别有激情。然后我觉得他们支持我们的话，因为我们可能打法会比较激进，然后比较刀尖舔血吧，看的会比较好看一点。就谢谢大家支持，然后接下来比赛我们也会拿出最好的竞争力。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026.
Hi, Captain
It is
Bars,
our
Mom.
second to my mom is Azale's #1 fan here on the show. She's his favorite caster. And now we have only one potential game left until the finals. If BLG can clean sweep this, they're up 2-0 over JDG. Game number 1 was close for a little bit, and then BLG dominated. Game number 2 was a very powerful JDG early and early mid game. And honestly, at one point, Isaac, JDG was up over 3,000 gold, about 3,500, and then it all came crashing down as they lost one big fight. The gold swung about 5,000 the other direction, and BLG still managed to win in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, BLG just stacked infinite armor. It did feel like even though we had this Caitlyn so far ahead, once the Renekton got put down, it started feeling tough. You just look at the itemization from Bin. He was very intelligent about his items this game, stacked infinite armor. The only MR he had was the Merc Treads, and you need tenacity because they have so much CC.
Yeah.
So I felt like he built really, really intelligently. Shun as well. They just had the answer to the Caitlyn, and they played better in the fights.
And you heard when we had the little clip from Shun there before we came back to us getting ready to go into game number 3. He was talking about, we just need to have good communication. We've got to make sure that we're calm and executing on our team fights, and we know we can win. And that's exactly what they did in the last game. They didn't allow themselves to get rattled when the Caitlyn Lux lane got very far ahead. They didn't allow themselves to play sloppy and feel desperate and feel like they had to force something. They waited until they were strong enough, and then when JDG had a moment of weakness, when they went a little bit too far, when they were able to be picked off, BLG executed, and they deserved the win.
And you gotta say, BLG are kind of just on fire at First Stand. Their start was a little bit shaky. You know, they went down 1-2 to FearX. They've won 7 games in a row since then. They 3-0 super stomped G2, and now they're up 2-0 in this series. And if they get to finals, they're playing against G2 again. And G2 has obviously played a lot better these last 2 days. You can't say it's a 1-1 in the series, but still, if I'm BLG and I just 3-0'd this team, I'm probably feeling pretty confident about my chances in finals as well. So if they can get the job done, we'll see if they are going to be, the big favorites coming into finals.
Yeah, BLG's met them plenty of times before. BLG very often comes out on top.
Has their number, yeah.
So let's see if BLG can get there with a clean sweep as we are into Champ Select for game number 3. JDG have elected for first pick, and BLG have chosen blue side. Checking out our bans, JDG has got rid of the Gwen, the Pantheon, and the Lulu. Meanwhile, BLG continuing to remove the Rumble, the Karma, and the Rise. Seraphine locked in, and like you just said, you would expect Ashe to be her lane partner.
Now the question is, does Viper want to take it away? Do you just want to go Ashe Nautilus or something something like that, because Seraphine is generally seen, you know, as kind of like the weaker half of the pairing. You know, it's harder to fit with others. The other duo that people will do, though, is Seraphine MF, which is also quite good. I don't think it's as good, but because the Make It Rain, the MFE has the slow, you can kind of have the same similar synergy as you do with the Ashe passive and the volley.
Drop, automatically have the root.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Automatically have the root, or if it's empowered, have a stun, right? So, you know, you do get that power up there, and that's the question here. This is kind of the inflection point in the draft. Are you going to steal it away? And they're at least considering it, but not necessarily having to go for it. I always think this is really interesting. Anytime a specific 2v2 lane
combo
becomes so popular, people have such wildly different opinions on like which half is better, which half should you draft first, should you take it away if they draft the wrong half first. It's like Zyra Khan back in the day, it's like Karma Ezreal earlier in the year. There's a lot of different examples.
And remember that in game number 1, Xin was banned out in the first rotation, so he couldn't be played. Game number 2, BLG had to make the choice, do you want Xin or Sion? They wanted the Sion, it was the right choice. Xin gets banned out in the second half. Now in game number 3, Xin gets picked by BLG, and what you're talking about MF, I love Xin into MF because the bullet time, you're just not going to get value against him in the ulti.
And I actually think this is really cool. So what I was going to say is not only are you stealing away the best combo with the Ashe, but Xin is generally considered the best combo with the jungler for Seraphine because you're buffing them up. Guess who else works very well with enchanters? Olaf. Olaf is a great diver here and can really effectively target someone like Ashe. Ashe is reliant on Crystal Arrow to stun you, you know, the passive to slow you, to be able to kite away.
You,
exactly. But what happens is Olaf gets buffed up, and then you have Encore going through the Olaf in towards you while Olaf is magic immune, and we're doing a Senna lane. Oh, this is hype. I wonder if this is going to be farming Seraphine. I think it actually might be farming Seraphine and support Senna, and you have really good wave clear and really good poke as farming Seraphine. It might be AD carry Ashe and it might just be standard stuff, but I would actually really like that if it is farming Seraphine, AP Seraphine, and Enchanter Senna. I think could actually go super hard here to be able to buff up this Olaf and go for a real dive comp to super punish the Ashe. But this would actually be a bit of a masterstroke, I feel like, from BLG. Going Yorick, because generally if you go for these Enchanter comps, right, it's all death balls. Group it up, 5v5. Yorick is going to walk down the side lane whether you like it or not.
And the thing is about the Yorick, too, you look at Olaf, and you already mentioned, he's magic immune. That's the entire point of Ragnarok. The cage doesn't technically hit Olaf. It just puts him in jail. So he can't actually run at you and accomplish what he's trying to do. So even if he shows up in that side lane, even if he got fed in the fights and he goes to try to stop you, sorry, bro, you're in jail. I'm leaving.
Yep, just drop the cage on the Ashe's head. She can walk through it, and Olaf cannot. But I always feel like split push is the best counter to these hardcore just death ball comps. I always think it's so powerful, but you are still early blind picking Yorick, and Yorick can be quite vulnerable, so they have to ban out some of the difficulty champions. Renekton, very, very difficult. That's already gone. Ambessa, difficult. That's already gone. Gnar is one of the answers that's not a great answer, but sometimes people will go for it. So they're going to ban out Jax, and they're going to ban out assistance for the side lane, so he can't just go like Camille and then have a TF camp for you and put the Yorick in the dirt. So I think BLG is actually playing this really, really intelligently. I kind of love their draft, but I also kind of love the response from JDG. These are two really cool drafts.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this. LeBlanc is going to be banned out by JDG, so they want to get rid of the opportunity for her to try to blow up these enchanters before they're able to be the teamfight battery they need to be. Akali, so double mid lane assassin bans from JDG.
I wonder if they would consider going even more into this kind of like Olaf dive with something like a Galio. We also have to remember that Xiaoshu could play the Olaf top, right? It could be jungle or top. You know, it can go either way. I definitely don't think you want to play it in the 1v1 because of the interaction you talked about with Yorick. But damn, Anivia also really, really strong. You can't walk through the wall.
Yeah.
And they're
terrain creation
they're
is
just
how
building walls.
It's how you, and Olaf's going to pay for it.
Yeah.
They create these terrain pieces that they're saying, okay, I don't care if you're CC immune. The rules in League of Legends are you can't walk through a wall.
Yeah.
So here's some walls.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that's got to be annoying for JDG because I feel like what they did was really clever here with the Olaf and the double enchanter bot lane. I mean, maybe it's AD carry Senna, we don't know. But, you know, I think the theory of it is really, really clever. Like, haha, Ashe has no answers to this. And BLG's just like, haha, we'll build a house around it. Now we're playing Fortnite and Ashe is at the top of the tower. You thought you had a 1v1. And we're getting Tryndamere! Tryndamere!
Okay.
Tryndamere is a solo queue answer to Yorick because guess what Tryndamere wants to do? You want to walk down the side lane, but you actually win the 1v1 against Yorick. So it is really good. You can spin out of the cage. You can often win that all in. And a lot of times, if you just dodge the morning mist, missed, you can just focus down the Maiden and actually just kill off the Maiden, and then York can't really do anything in the 1v1. So this game is getting wacky at this point.
This is fun. I love this.
Yeah, and if you're going to go split push, you need to pair it with wave clear. So both teams have done that, right? If you're going to go York split push, well, Anivia is going to be your wave clear. And on the other side, the Hwei is supposed to be the wave clear here for the Tryndamere split push. So a lot of really cool stuff happening in draft. These are some crazy cooks, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Wait. Is it support Aurora?
It's support.
Oh, support Anivia! It's support Anivia!
Oh, support Anivia with mid lane Aurora. Okay. All right, I was like, there's the Sapporo is not a thing.
So it's going to be support Anivia here, which On has played once in the LPL, and to my recollection, they won that game.
Okay.
So, you know, he has brought it out before. People often, if they're going to go for this type of thing, they do it as a pairing with Poppy and whatnot, right? You know, I think it can work in that way.
Yeah, it's the cheese ball, slam them into the wall that you make behind them.
Exactly. And I do think Anivia support, like, it can work. I think it's more of a compositional answer, right? You know, you do have the walls you have later on, but part of the problem is with support Anivia, you don't get a lot of levels. And levels is something that's actually really, really important for Anivia, because not only do you need rank ups in your damaging abilities, Anivia actually does really need rank ups in the wall.
It gets far wider.
Exactly. The wall is not very powerful at low ranks. So as support, you either have to say, all right, I'm going to max wall, I guess, and have a decent wall, but then deal no damage whatsoever, or you have to accept that the wall is just going to be tiny and easy to subvert. So I'm really interested to see, like, is he still going to try to get gold for Aroa just to have an additional level, an additional skill point? Is he going to go for, like, elixir of skill as far as his actual rune choices to get an extra skill point there? Like, what are the actual answers going to be here? Is he still going to build a tier? You know, I think it's actually really cool.
Because you're going up against a lane as well that has Seraphine in it, which can be totally obnoxious to deal with. So if you're 1 point Flash Frost, 1 point Frostbite, and then all points wall, your trading power is going to be useless almost, I feel like.
So the last time we saw it Tryndamere internationally, 2022 Worlds. As Evie played it, and it is going to be Grasp, Ignite, Tryndamere. So this is pretty powerful. It is going to be just AD Senna, and they're looking for a little wraparound here.
Okay, they do find Gala and Vampire. Flash out of the Seraphine, nice and early. And this is honestly, Azale, one of my favorite things about Season 2026 is the fact that the minions spawn so early. These level 1 plays, you can't just back and heal it all off. They always amount to something much greater than that. So we'll see how much value they can get. Ooh, Flash Frost for the stun there at the very end. Heal now also has to be used. So Vampire, no summoner spells 1 minute into the game.
And so what Honkyu did as a response was actually pretty clever. He pulled the wave. He stacked it and pulled the wave so that more of his melee minions would get denied. So Knight just didn't miss a couple minions. He also missed a couple minions of experience. And the other thing here on this bot side is that there's a ton of sustain from Gala and Vampire. So Knight is sacrificing his lane a little bit to get down there and try to put them in an advantageous position, because if you get on the back foot, Seraphine is going to constantly poke you, and you're going to constantly have Senna just shooting Qs through the Seraphine towards you for, you know, the double value of the poke plus the sustain.
And I do also want to mention, JDG is playing Sultan Tryndamere, and that is one of the first skins I remember hearing high-level players, like challenger players, pros, talk about how this is a skin that actually makes the character feel better because he doesn't have that hop into the air auto attack animation on crits that's easier to auto cancel. It's just a bigger slam. And so I always like to see those little tiny min-maxes on things, as BLG and JDG have brought their creativity here for this game number 3 draft. I'm so excited when we get stuff like this.
I like that skin too, but I just like it because it makes funny sounds.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds are also a good part here, as On tries to stop the blue buff farm from Junja, but is not able to do so.
Junja going to be able to grab this up, and yeah, On just trying to be about as annoying as he possibly can, as Knight, despite giving up that level 1, is doing well.
And as our early game is spicy in this one, remember, you can get the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle right now. Add a little bit of spice to your own life. Tell them lolesports sent you, so they'll give us more money. It'll be great, as JDG is trying to get some money for themselves. Long-range center route there onto On. The Anivia just barely escapes becoming scrambled eggs.
It doesn't even use the flash, and they did use kind of their own version of this combo where Senna Q does give a slow, so the Senna Q can set up for the beat drop, of course, in that similar way. Not as easy to apply as an auto attack from Ashe or an MFE, but if you do hit that, that is still going to be there with some value. You can see this is going to be the LPL Finals rematch. It was 3-1 for BLG in the LPL Finals. The upper bracket, though, Finals was closer, was 3-2, and now we are set up for a potential 3-0, so it could be that kind of continuation of improvement from BLG, getting more and more dominant, unless JDG can turn this around and make it a little bit closer.
All right, I'm so interested in this top lane because of the fact that they're both just champions who want to split push. Sometimes you have champs who can split push but also feel like they can contribute to a team fight. You know, like Jax immediately comes to mind as a popular meta champion. But Yorick and Tryndamere are both like, I don't want to be in a 5v5.
They know what they are.
At all. They're 100% confident in their own identities as champions. They want to be in the side lane. Xiaoshu going in here as he flashes over the cage, forces the flash response from Bin. And this is the thing with the Ignite as well. Bin has to be so respectful of the combat summoner spell.
You have to be very, very respectful. He had already used that spin in, so Bin was able to force the flash with the cage, but then the commitment of the Ignite means he does have to base. You do always have to be careful in these matchups, though, as he is now trying to get this wave crashed in, and Shun is behind him.
Yeah, Shun's coming up. Bin very low on health, completely out of mana. Shun gonna try to go after the Tryndamere here. Goes in for the 3 talent strike, audacious charge, wind becomes lightning. Xiaoshu's trying to get a reset here on his spin to get away, but it ain't gonna work. Shun, first blood for BLG.
Nicely done, and now you have no TP. You do have home guards, of course, but this wave should be able to crash no problem, and that is gonna be great for Bin because it means not only are you denying the minions, it's gonna push away from you. Junja, though, doing what he can. He's gonna take away camps on that bot side. You know that Shun went up towards top side, so he's going to lose both of these small camps, or at least the first one, and now it looks like Viper and On are going to try to defend his next.
Meanwhile, Knight going in, using the ulti here early on against Hongq. Responds with a nice point-blank fear. Knight, however, missed the initial twofold hex after he jumped between worlds there, so you're not going to really threaten lethal onto Hongq. Neither flash spent by the mid laners, but a 1-0 game for BLG. They're not even the gold advantage of the first blood ahead, so JDG building some slight leads for themselves in terms of the farm.
Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And one thing I will say for Xiaoshu is this is pretty dicey.
Yeah, Hongq forced to flash away there, because if you get the twofold hex, that damage plus the additional damage from the electrocute could have potentially been a lethal situation, as On and Viper continuing to just get abused down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Nivea is a range support, but not exactly a lane dominant one, so it is not going to be too fun, but Viper is doing a good job farming.
Yeah.
Maybe force the egg, but we'll be able to res, not really under too much threat, but I was just going to say, I mean, it is good for Xiaoshu that Bin did not get the kill, right? So yes, it sucks that you died. Yes, it sucks you lost some minions, but at the very least, Bin did not get the kill, so it's not going to swing this matchup out of control. But Bin still got a really good early buy here. With the plated steel cap, it's going to be very effective.
Beautiful job from Shun over the wall. I love it when junglers utilize the Raptor Pit gank in the mid lane when the enemy mid laner's under turret. He hits the wind, becomes lightning. They know there's no flash on the way, and they accomplish the dive there. It is BLG plus 700 gold, but JDG snags the first Drake for themselves. It is Ocean Drake #1 at 6.5 minutes in, so that's going to feel good for your laning phase.
I mean, it kind of just feels like Shun is just running this series, man. He has been so effective, and well, Junja hasn't really done anything wrong. You know, he's just power farming, you know, he's doing his thing. Shun has affected both the soul lanes, right? He's been able to really make a big difference, and that is tough. Juan is getting low. Remember, he has no egg.
Yeah, he does hit the Flash Frost there. Close range. Vampire trying to get away, but a nice wall. Flash away from the high note, too. On with the outplay. He spreads his wings wide, and the gusts blow Vampire straight back to the fountain.
Yeah, Viper getting a kill now. Not what you want to see. As JDG, it is now 1.3k in their advantage. You're pushing in on that top side, and you can see the Maiden even harassing down Xiaoshu, who does have that early Vamp Scepter, so we'll see exactly how he wants to build.
Yeah, the Vamp Scepter is at least going to give him some sustain dealing with that constant harass from the Maiden. Oh, no. Hongq gets hit by a max range Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the perfect Flash Frost follow, and Between Worlds sends him to the underworld. Knight picking up his second kill of the game on Aurora.
I mean, BLG are just too good, man. What can you say? They're doing everything right. You know, the level 1 from Knight to put the bot lane ahead. Then the gank from Shun to put top lane ahead. A gank from Shun to put mid lane ahead. Then Viper gets a 2v2 kill, uses that prio, gets the ulti down mid lane, where guess what? Ana has shown up to put Knight even more ahead. It is just this synergistic play of every time they have built themselves some time to get active on the map. They build a little tempo, and they just use it to the best possible effect. And it is looking tough. I mean, you never want to call a game this early, but BLG are firmly in the driver's seat.
And I will say that, you say you don't want to call a game too early, especially in a game like this one that has these two side lane champions. Leads can mean less than they normally would because so much of the game is going to be about which one of those side laners is dominant. And yes, it is control over the wave right now for Bin, but you can see it's only a 200 gold lead. So if JDG can turn things around, enable Xiaoshu, the Encore misses there on hugging the wall, making sure he stays to the side of that one, does not get caught out. And not only do they not find the play they want, now you can kind of just like breathe a little easier. You know there's not that big engage in the bottom lane, as Shun still has control over the top side here. He'll pick up the crab. JDG might have got the first Drake, so that means there's no reason for them to really be worried about what's going on in the bottom side river right now, as Junja's going to take his recall, go back, purchase his Phage, and Shun will take the grubs.
I mean, Anivia is so comically slow, and he's on no boots, but On is just playing it really, really well. He looks so comfortable here. And it was a pretty hard force from the JDG bot lane. Gala, I feel like maybe tipped his hand a little bit because he's not even picking up souls. He's walking past the souls to just run straight at the Anivia. And they look for this Encore with Junja behind him, but can't find it. So the flashless, eggless Anivia gets to live another day.
It's just like, this champion might as well be a target dummy. It can barely move, no summoner spells, no passive, but On is very good. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Viper with his second arrow from a mile away, and it's another kill for Knight. Hits him with the thumbs up. Thanks, buddy.
Viper's looking like Steph Curry down in that bot lane, brother. He's just hitting the long-range shots after shots. And it's Honkyu who is unfortunately getting dunked on as a result. And it is Knight now, 3 early kills on the Aurora. And this is not just any Aurora, this is Knight's Aurora. That is terrifying. You have to reverse sweep, and now you're going to have to try to do it with some very squishy characters on your team against a very, very, very fed Aurora. He walks back, plays with vision, shoots it from an area that he knows is going to be out of vision. Just now it's seen, and there's no flash, no real way for him to respond. Honkyu's behind him, and Shun is coming in on the side. There's just nothing Honkyu can do.
That guy's happy. He's loving these arrows. Probably almost as much as BLG is loving these arrows. Man, great shot from Viper. Really just enabling his mid laner. And you're talking about, this is Knight's Aurora. I feel like Aurora is one of those champions that you really see a lot of disparity between good performances and poor performances on it, just because you have to have mastery of the movement that the ulti does.
Look at this guy. He's canceling his base twice under his tier 2 tower.
This is psychopath behavior from On in the best kind of way. He's like, all right, you're not going back. You don't have tempo. You don't get to control anything here in this game. Shun forces the flash out of Vampire. Honestly, that close to the turret, when they're that scared of you that they feel like they have to flash, you know that BLG's in total control.
I mean, this is a supported Anivia with no boots going behind the tier 1 tower while the mid laner is there to cancel the Olaf's base twice in a row under his tier 2. If that doesn't tell you how the game is going, I don't know what will.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild as Knight. Oh, there's the twofold Hex. He does not have enough distance to finish the potential kill onto Honkyu here just yet, as BLG with a 2,000 gold lead right now. Top lane still mostly even. The majority of the lead so far in this game is Knight and Shun, the beneficiaries of those arrows from Viper into the mid lane.
And I feel like at this point for JDG, this is a game where you're probably going to get one fight. And if that fight goes well, you can claw your way back in. If it goes bad, you are done. Look at the gold grind here, Coinbase gold grind. Massive gold lead here for Knight. JDG at least got the first dragon, so if they can continue stacking this, you get a good roll on Soul. Maybe that could help you out. Cloud Soul, something like that would be super effective, but BLG want to contest.
Okay, JDG decide they're going to commit 4 men to this one. Remember that Tryndamere has no teleport to try to join these things. That's one thing you've got to be concerned about, but there's no TP on Bin with the Yorick either. Arrow flies out, but it goes straight between the uprights. Shun wants to try to steal it away, but no, Knight's the one who gets it. Shun in the middle of everybody, staying alive for now, but he does eventually fall. Honkyu's got to be careful. He's trapped inside the Glacial Storm. Vampire dies to the volley, and Knight's going further forward. He wants to see if he can pick up Gala here too. Not quite enough damage for that one, but we do get a 1-for-1 in kills, and the objective stolen away by BLG is tragedy for JDG.
That really hurts. I mean, Knight gets it, and now they're not even forced to come to these objectives anymore, right? And you are the team that has really low engage. JDG needs to force them to come to him so that they can actually find these fights, find effectiveness with the Olaf. And BLG are kind of just cornering them from multiple sides. They're waiting for Knight. Knight did not have the between worlds, so I definitely like that they force here. I do think it was a good angle. The Ash Arrow missed, and you're thinking, all right, maybe they can make it happen, but Knight combos his twofold Hex with the Smite from Shun, finishes it off, gets that last hit, then so many low health bars there. Able to pick up a kills, push him back, and Knight back to live, pushing Hongq out of lane once again, and Shun is threatening him.
Yeah, Hongq has to play so afraid now because the wall from On forced his flash in the last fight, or he would have certainly died.
Again,
oh,
man.
no. And he just... This is the most obnoxious Anivia of all time. And seeing the skill order, thank you so much, observers, for this, because it does kind of show what I was expecting, which is 3 points into the Frostbite for the laning power, for the trading capability, and now he's putting points into the wall because he knows, okay, once we get into the bigger fights, I need the long extra distance on the wall to make sure this is relevant.
And especially, I mean, you're going Solstice Slay, you're getting an early Oblivion Orb, you're not doing damage, right?
Right, it's utility Anivia.
Exactly, your utility Anivia, you're trying to be really, really annoying, and now he picks up the Swifty boots, so his job is just going to be running around, harassing them. And Xiaoshu does have his Hydra, so has that completed. So you're going to have a lot of sustain, you're going to have a lot of wave clear, but the problem is when, even if you have a winning matchup in a 1v1, when your opponent has winning everything else, they don't have to interact with you. You know, if I'm Ben, I'm saying, no, I'm never going to trade with you. I'm just going to hit the wave. Like, I'm not going to give you a chance to get a solo kill because those are the only real ways that I think JDG get back in top lane.
Okay, they might have a pick onto the bird, though. The punish on the Anivia, not quite enough, even with the Airy. On drinks his potion and just walks away with 30 HP. The Anivia annoyance comes on back. This is the most hair-pulling experience if you're JDG. This stupid Anivia is in your jungle all game, and then you get him down to literally 1% HP, and he just flaps away.
Yeah, you'll remember the day you almost killed On, but for him, it was just another Saturday.
Just another day on the Rift. Junja showing up mid lane here, wants to go after Viper. This is what you draft the Olaf for, but immediately Viper firing back there with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Shun shows up, and the Bodyguard guarantees the VIP. It's the first 3 letters of his name. Gets away.
Ooh, I like what you did
I didn't even mean to do that. That was an accident. That felt cool.
Viper and On both have 86, above 86% forward percentage this game, which is pretty insane, as On has just been living in the enemy jungle, which turns out means it's past the halfway point.
Forward percentage, again, for people who aren't super familiar with the more less known stats, is being past the halfway point in the lane. So they're shoved up. They're constantly making sure that they're putting the pressure on their opponents. Shun's going to secure the Rift Herald now, too. So overall, BLG has got most of the objectives here in this game. They secured all 3 grubs. They secured the Herald. They stole away that second Drake from JDG. So 3 out of 4 ain't bad, as Knight now goes in after Hongq yet again. Between worlds, setting it up. Proto Belt to try to knock it down, but Hongq, oh no, the weirding flash. Beautifully placed from Knight to guarantee that he gets the kill on the enemy mid laner, takes the double buffs along with it. Gala getting stopped by the wall here for a second. Remember that On still has his egg if they want to try to continue chasing. Junja's there, and that's what they got to be cautious of. The Olaf almost has his ulti ready to go again, and that is Shun just going way too far. Overplays his hand, gets overzealous. On taking the blast cone to get away. Flash Frost does stun Junja as he tries to chase after Viper. Flash for flash. Undertow misses. Junja goes for the guess, and he guesses wrong as Viper runs left. The axe flies right, and it's a single kill there. Finally, JDG get a punish for all the aggressive movement from BLG.
Can't blame Shun, though, because he did have the most powerful member in the game, the support Anivia behind him.
Support Anivia with Swifty boots and an orb.
Exactly. He was confident that he had the follow-up he needed after seeing the mayhem that On has been putting in on this game. Has been looking good, but yeah, Shun goes a bit too far, does give one over as Xiaoshu will be pushed back to base, or back to tower, excuse me there, but we'll just be able to constantly sustain up. Viper, though, the big winner here, knocks down the first tower of the game, 17 minutes in, so pretty late first tower, but it is, you know, massive lead for Knight, who got another kill on that bot side, and it is nearly 1,000 gold for Viper as well.
They want to try to find On here, but both spells miss. He just walks away from everything. On is just, he's feeling it, man. He's loving the support of Anivia this game. One thing that I can at least say for JDG, though, is the gold lead for BLG, although it's slightly larger than it was, you know, 6 minutes ago or so. It's still not growing a ton, so it's not like they're just completely hemorrhaging the game. But the problem is the turrets are low HP. They already lost the one in mid lane. They're about to lose the one in bottom lane. BLG has control over the bot side river. Their jungler's nowhere nearby, so this is going to be another Drake going the BLG direction. And now Bin has fully purchased his Trinity Force. Up until this point, he was dealing with the full item Tryndamere, where he was still having components himself because he stopped off for both steel caps, excuse me, and executioners. That means a really delayed first item power spike. Now he's caught up though, so the Yorick's going to feel that much better.
Yep, is going to be feeling a lot stronger as a result here. So they're just going to send Honku up towards that top side for now. Looks like Knight should be able to finish off this tower on bot side, though, so that is going to be even more problematic. And I gotta say, this is the Anivia support game that is going to spawn thousands of inters around the world.
It's also a weekend right now, Azale, so that means everybody's
queuing up as we speak.
Everybody's not at school. Everybody's not at work. Everybody that's watching First Stand is about to queue up some support Anivia.
Hey, I should play some support Anivia and solo invade over and over. That'll go well in my game.
This is what at least one of your teammates is thinking when you press queue up right now. So if you're at the edge of, you know, like a 99 LP type of situation.
Maybe ban Anivia, because they could be on your team.
You might want to ban the Anivia.
They could be on your team.
You might want to let that one slide this time, as Bin will be able to just take out this tier 1 turret here in the top lane. Now the gold is starting to run away a little bit more. We're almost 3,500 ahead on the BLG side. It's just about 20 minutes into the game, so Baron is going to be spawning here soon. I don't think that BLG is going to try to rush Baron or anything crazy like that, but we do have 2-item power spike here for Viper. Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer, both fully completed now. You can see he cashed in on the Cull for the extra gold infusion. Over on the other side, Gala does have static, plus the Hex Optics.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. That was going to be the third one if he didn't flash. So all 3 arrows aimed at Honku. Kill, Summoner Spell Force. These arrows are locked on target.
Yeah, and Honku is that target, and has just been bullseye after bullseye there for Viper. Xiaoshu does have a couple items completed. You know, he does have the quick blades done. He's working in towards his Berserker Greaves. This build, you know, when you do get the quick blades, your cooldowns are so low because you're getting the cooldown refund on your spin just from crits, and then you're also getting the cooldown refund from the quick blades passive. So you're getting a lot of mobility, a lot of spins to be able to try to chase people down. But he's just not even getting a chance to really interact. You know, they're doing a couple little short trades here and there between him and Ben, but the Tryndamere has not really been a part of much of anything. You know, did have that one kind of pseudo all-in where they traded flashes, then died to one gank, and then besides that, it's just been a farm fest while the rest of the map loses.
All right, Rift Herald summoned up, and this is one thing I did want to pay attention to this game, because last game BLG's Herald was kind of just a sadness Herald. They just had to summon it up because it was running out. They got no value. This time around, very different story. Junja caught on the wrong side of the wall, taking a bunch of damage as Shun goes in, and they kill the Olaf. He can't be immune to the wall. Now Honku's in danger because remember, he doesn't have a flash. The shield is enough to keep him alive for now. No, but the double kill over to Shun, as now they're going to look to maybe make it a triple. Shun taking a lot of damage, though. Gala over the wall finds the kill, so at least they get one back, but BLG always gets more.
Yeah, they're just getting more and more here. Junja was trying to hold on to that Ragnarok for so long, but he just gets walled off. He's getting whittled down, and then the tower gets killed beside him, so Shun has nothing dissuading him from going forward there. Goes straight in on him, finishes him off. Honku got massive combo across multiple members. You hit the Spiraling Spear, snap them in, and Xiaoshu do anything? No, I mean, he's just going to have to retreat.
Yeah, Xiaoshu spinning away, tries, no, but again, the cage, the placement on these has been great from Bin. He's always catching Xiaoshu just at the very edge, but now Xiaoshu wants to turn it around. He drops the Ignite. He's going in after the Yorick, but once again, it's the MVP from BLG. Support Anivia there with the wall to make sure there's no kill for Xiaoshu.
Yeah, there with the wall, there with the stun, as that could have been an angle for Xiaoshu, because even though Bin has flash, that's a long lane, and again, I touched on it, such low cooldowns from that spot. But yeah, great combo from Honku. They're going to look for Knight.
Yeah, Knight with the flash over the wall, gets away. He'll be safe for now. 4-0-3 on the Aurora. No deaths and 7 out of 9 kill participation. So really great game for him. Again, a lot of that set up thanks to Viper's arrows. Really, I don't think I have a complaint how anybody on BLG has been playing this game. Shun had that one play around the enemy blue buff where he jumped in way too deep. That was about the only single mistake. TP coming in now from BLG. They know that the Tryndamere does not have his ulti. This is your chance to punish him, maybe find that kill, spin away over the wall though. Plenty of mobility on this champion. It's one of the things that makes him so obnoxious, but hey, Viper does no wrong with his ultis. The Ash arrows are point and click this game.
Yeah, it's just another day at the range. Bullseye after bullseye after bullseye for Viper. He has been on fire in this game, and I gotta agree with you. BLG playing almost perfect. Knight is behind them. They don't know Knight's behind him.
Okay, Viper's getting run down though. Nice kill coming out there for Junja as Shun puts the pressure into the back line and Vampire dies. Junja going after On, but now the Olaf is isolated. He has no Ragnarok. The cage is there, and Ben sends him straight to jail. Nice pickup there from BLG. They do finally lose their AD carry for the first time, but just like last time, BLG gets more.
Exactly. I mean, Knight was in such a good position. It was good that they did go in, but now 23 minutes in, they are on the Baron. Yorick crushes through Baron so quickly. I can do a lot here with that maiden damage, and BLG does not look like they'll be contested. I mean, Junja's dead for a long time, and no one else here is even moving over into the area. So this one is just going to be gone. They're already up 5K. And the Dragon probably not even going to be taken. So we can see them one more time. BLG was laying a trap. You can see Knight was moving over behind them, and they were trying to set up for this pincer from Knight. But JDG find a good angle here. Ragnarok is popped. The wall was placed incorrectly there from On. Couldn't find the right angle to actually wall off this Olaf from him. Knight gets into the back line though, pushes back the Senna, and then Junja is just sectioned off from his team. Ben commits the flash. Don't know that he really needed to, but they wanted to get that kill quick so they could go to Baron.
And Baron they got, my friend. 5,500 gold lead now. The control over this bottom side river means that there's no contest for this Drake. That's 3-1 on the Drake count. Sole point from BLG. Red Bull Baron power play still for the majority of that time, or 2 minutes and 15 seconds, where BLG are going to have all this extra pushing power. They're in the enemy jungle. They're stealing away the blue buff. It's so hard for JDG to even breathe at this point.
You know, I was saying in draft, you know, is he going to go for an Archangels? Is he going to go for a Roa? It's Proto Belt and Nivea, of course.
Of course. What are you even talking about, Isaac? Why not go? Because it helps him do extra troll stuff.
Oh,
another nice arrow onto Honkyu. Not enough to kill him here just yet as the Dawning Shadow goes through, and it's a ton of burst down onto the Aurora. That's a huge shutdown onto Knight. But what about On and Viper back towards Junja? They get one in return again. Defensive ulti from Shun to stay alive, but he's rooted up underneath the tower. That last shot will not have enough damage to kill him. Meanwhile, the Yorick split pushing over in mid lane, trying to make sure that BLG maintains multiple points of pressure. The shutdown on Knight was huge, and that's his first death the entire game. But Bin just continues pressuring mid. Honkyu tries to move forward. The Severing Bolt doesn't hit On, and it looks like BLG's push will be stopped for now, but even after they recall, they still will have a little bit more time to use the Baron.
Yeah, Ben just going armor stacking here. Frozen Heart second. Knows his job is just to never die to this Tryndamere. Xiaoshu working in towards that last Whisper, but just doesn't feel like he's ever going to get to a point where he's really relevant in this game, because Ben is just never going to give him the opportunities to find those all-ins. So we can see this fight one more time. Honkyu gets caught by the arrow. They do have a nice CC chain, but look at the root. It's all about the center root landing onto Knight as he goes forward to get the damage down on the Honkyu. That lands, so all the follow-up is there. The Encore from Vampire, the full combo from Honkyu. They do burst him down, and look how long these roots last, as they had the Seraphine route into the Hui route. They had all kinds of routes coming through and holding Shun under that tower for a long time. Almost were able to get him, but couldn't quite finish him off. And now it is Soul Point, 6K gold lead. And JDG are going to have to try to find an opportunity to make their move. And it's going to have to be an incredible one to give them a chance of coming back.
2,000 gold lead for Knight, 2,000 gold lead for Viper, 1,000 gold lead for Shun. And this is just a problem, man. Xiaoshu, I was talking about how gold leads mean less in a game that has a very high emphasis on split pushing, because the split pusher can just disrupt so much of the normal momentum. But Xiaoshu is not in a spot where he's able to really do a whole lot. Frozen Heart
He's
completed on Bin. Yeah, Junja's just smushed into the terrain. It's kind of a moment where it's so close that he doesn't actually have viable pathing, either left or right, so his character just kind of glitches out and stays there.
He has become one with the tower.
Yeah, now I am tower, and tower is me. It's not exactly where you want to be. 6,000 gold lead for BLG as a team. Still no deaths for either Bin on the Yorick or On's powerful Anivia.
Yeah, I mean, the Anivia is definitely the true goal, you know? Elder, Baron, those are okay objectives.
That's
support
that's
Anivia. That's the real prize. At this point,
Support Anivia creates objectives around himself. Anywhere Anivia is, that's the objective.
Yep.
Split pushers are down in the side lane now as Bin and Xiaoshu are both level 17 on their champions. Obviously the highest leveled in the game because of the state of the top lane with the quest. Hongq over an entire level behind Knight. It has been so rough for him in this Hui game. When you pick a control mage and the enemy team just targets you constantly, especially with things like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which are always a threat that you constantly have to be mindful of, it can become such a problem if they land the shots like Viper has been. You just get put so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Viper made a pit stop for the Serpent's Fang because there's tons of shielding, obviously. You know, the running Shadow, the Seraphine shielding, Hui can shield, Olaf has a shield, but now still has the IE. So even with that, he still gets the IE faster there than Gala and is going to be very, very strong right now. Knight is working in towards that 4th item. This team is ready to go. You can see Shun has an elixir in his pocket, knowing that, hey, if we get Soul, it's probably game. We've probably won the series, and On just going to cycle through that barrier because his flash is back up with Spellbook.
Okay, so we've got the cleanse for On. We've got so much damage on the carries of the BLG squad. And you can see in the inventory of Bin here, he does have the Caulfields plus the pickaxe, so he is getting close to having his 3rd fully completed item as Xiaoshu just continues clearing waves. This split push state is kind of just locked forever in Purgatory, as they'll both just, like you said earlier, you kill the wave, you don't engage with the other guy. But when the other guy has more other guys that come to help him, all of a sudden it's harder to not interact. As Knight nearly insta-kills Gala. Shun's coming in to try to finish the job. Ulti for the defense as On and Knight continue to back up their jungler, but it's a lot of damage onto Shun, and he's shut down. Nice kill for Junja. Gala still barely staying alive now as well. 4v5 on the rift. Xiaoshu tries to flash over the Flash Frost. He goes after Viper, but again, it's On with a beautiful wall that the Tryndamere cannot get through. An arrow to the heart takes his life, as now a flash out from Vampire keeps the rift to 4v4. Baron's gonna spawn in 5 seconds. The Mountain Drake is already up, but Shun is off the map. Finally a route onto the Anivia, but they can't follow up because the wall blocks the entryway. Bin is down to 1/3 HP, but remember, he doesn't have his teleport either, so he's just going to go back into the bottom lane to re-split push. BLG knows that, yes, this would be Soul, but even if JDG takes it, they're going to have the pressure from Bin at the same time to break into the base. On and Viper still hanging around, still seeing if maybe they can harass this enough as they fire out another arrow onto Hongq, and Knight arrives with the teleport right behind him. He shouldn't have enough damage to take this kill. It ends up sealing the fate of the BLG mid laner instead, but the entire time, Bin is in the enemy base. The damage from the minions should be enough to finish off the tier 3 turret. So the fight actually favors JDG.
They're going Baron.
The arrow play ends up being a blunder as Knight gets punished trying to kill Hongq, and we'll see if JDG can take this objective. This would be huge.
I love it. You got to flip it. You are behind. You got to take risks, and Knight is dead with no TP for a long time. This might be their best shot.
Hongq coming around on the flank. Viper and Ban approaching here as well. Hongq has to flash. The wall would have sealed his fate otherwise. As Shun goes into the middle of everybody and Gala's already down. Now the Olaf tries to flash into the back line, goes after Viper and finds them. Vampire's trapped in the pit. It's a double kill as Shun kills the Olaf. And now the Tryndamere is trapped in the middle of everybody. He's unkillable for now, but he's got to get something. And all he gets is buried in the river. BLG, they're just too far ahead. They stop the Baron attempt. They complete the Baron take themselves. And only Hongq is left standing on JDG, but not if On has anything to say about it. He finally runs out of mana.
Yeah, not going to be able to get him. JDG, it was a valiant effort. They got a kill. They got a dragon. They felt that that was going to be their moment to try to make something happen. But it took so long for Xiaoshu to get there. And Gala, without summoners, could not stay alive for long enough for that Tryndamere to arrive, for that Tryndamere to really make a difference. And by the time he finally got there, he just gets CC'd, he gets knocked down, and now JDG back against the wall here. Down 8k, they did stop the Soul, but they gave over the Baron. We can watch it one more time. This is that initial play. Hongq gets pushed on the side. They just can't buy time. Look at Gala. Gala gets sectioned off, burst down immediately from Shun. Hongq was forced to flash thanks to the Anivia, so he's not even involved. So the Olaf is completely sectioned off. By the time Xiaoshu arrives, just look at this. He gets caged in. They pull back. He gets knocked up by the Baron, then stunned by the Anivia. He just doesn't have enough time to do anything.
And even when Hongq tried to get back into the fight, On just walls him off again. Hongq's contribution to the fight was he managed to hit Spiraling Despair on Olaf that he can't kill, and he Magma Fissured the Baron. That's it. He wasn't really able to do anything else. And so now BLG with an 8,000 gold lead, with everybody back alive again, are once more looking to breach the base. Remember, the bottom lane inhibitor is exposed because of Bin's split push earlier, as we'll see pressure onto the mid and top lanes for the time being, as everybody in BLG is grouping up. But Knight gets caught! A big blunder from the mid laner gets punished, and that's going to slam the brakes of the Baron push.
Knight tried to go across the Veil. He tried to angle it so he could hop over the edge, but instead he face planted into the wall. So he didn't actually get over the wall there, and he had his flash, but at that point he had already been rooted up, so it's too late. He tries to go between worlds, tries to bounce back, gets picked. So what was a pretty flawless game for him. He's gotten picked a few times. Now JDG know, okay, we have a slight advantage on the map. We got to push. We got to try to make something happen. But the Anivia is so annoying at just stalling out any and all of these plays.
I'm really loving, I know we've been joking about it a lot, but I'm actually loving the support Anivia pick in this game.
It has had crazy impact, unironically.
Yeah, it's so good against Tryndamere and Olaf. We've seen how good it is against Hongq as well.
So this is what I was calling out. He tries to hop over the edge, but he angles it not quite right. So he bounces off the wall. And because he had already been hit by a spell, you can see where they are in Viz. You see that little flicker when you hit them with a spell in Viz, so he gets rooted up, and they do get that kill. Knight had been deathless, but has been caught a couple times. BLG still fully in control. Soul's going to be on the table in a minute 20, so that's what you're looking forward to. Something we haven't touched on, though, Gala's at 120 souls, and he is closing in on his IE, so if he can get to Infinity Edge, I mean, his range is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
At a certain point in the game, I mean, we're not there yet, but at a certain point in the game, he doesn't really care about you walling him off because he's just going to shoot over the wall.
Yeah, that's the big problem. His stacking is on point here so far. At 25 minutes, the average amount of stacks in Tier 1 play is about 76. Obviously, we're very far past 25 minutes at this point, so I don't think a lot of times we might not even get to 35 minutes in a game these days. So.
He has a big number, regardless of if it's on pro pace or behind pro pace or ahead of pro pace. That's a big number. 120 is very, very scary. Normally when you look over and you see the Senna's got 100 stacks, you start sweating a little bit because it is just infinite stacking. It's not only additional AD, it is range, which is one of the most powerful stats in the entire game.
Range and move speed. That's the, I know that you and I have had that conversation a lot, but it's just like, yeah, that gives you the opportunity to deal damage when they can't deal damage to you.
Exactly.
So, BLG with control over this bottom side river for now. Again, On just being as obnoxious as possible. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns. It is Mountain Soul again for BLG.
No cleanse now from Gala. So he just forced that. That is actually a really big deal. If he gets hit by any CC, it could be a game ender.
Okay. Still just shots being fired back and forth. Nothing big committed here just yet. Bin is also joined up for the fight. You can see Xiaoshu on the side here as well. The Tryndamere almost level 20. The Yorick is level 20 as the Dragon is started by Viper. The Ashe has a lot of DPS for this. And remember that On is just going to use walls to keep everybody from JDG away. Buy a little bit more time for BLG to secure the Mountain Soul. Yes, they've got it. Xiaoshu wants to go in. He's going after Viper. He tries to spin forward, but the flash over the wall for the AD carry keeps him alive. Flash over the wall from On to try to respond. Killing spree for Shun as they take out the top laner. Junja dies trying to go forward. Now it's a 5v3 for BLG. Gala barely missing, getting stunned out there by the Flash Frost. Arrow shoots out. Arrow collides. Vampire tries to be the sacrificial lamb for his team. He flashes forward. He wants to take the blast cone to try to get away, but no! Vampire falls and the sun shines bright for BLG. Hongq's golden, and it'll just be a trophy for the LPL #1 seed. Double kill for Viper, and it's a 5v1 push. Gala Senna, there's not enough souls on Summoner's Rift to get you out of this one. Bin will chase him back to the fountain. There's no Summoner spells available. The Nexus turrets will be the next target. The first time they fought, it was 3-2 BLG. The finals was 3-1 BLG. And now at first stand, it's 3-0 BLG. They'll make their way to the finals tomorrow to face G2 and try to become first stand champions.
They just keep getting better, and what a series from On. This guy was incredible. You think about the Bard in game 1, you think about the Anivia here in game 3. He was doing so much, controlling space. It was a beautiful draft pick here. Incredible stuff from BLG. Lounge, what do you got?
an urge to play Proto Belt to Nivea, I think.
No, I mean, he adjusted.
I am not.
Yeah,
but
he did adjust his build from the LPL upper bracket where he went Roa that time. But so, this time he decided, I don't need to do damage.
The thing is that last time they played it, he had the Callista backing him up. He had like the ability to kill in lane. This time he was just controlling the game completely, denying with the walls non-stop.
Yeah.
It just felt like the terrain was such a big blocker constantly.
Yeah, both teams really cooked in the last game of this draft. I was constantly terrified that the Senna Seraphine was going to find a way to outscale with the Olaf Tryndamere, but played the most cracked Anivia support game I've ever seen. I haven't seen many Anivia support games.
He didn't die as well, which is crazy, especially On, who is this player who in his career has sometimes been... I mean, he was playing this game so aggressively.
You don't play Anivia support without being willing to run it down sometimes. I'm just saying.
But like,
in order to practice this.
He was on the thin line. He was so aggressive, but never went down once. So, I mean, just a crazy performance.
I'm actually shocked. So player of the game is On.
Yeah.
For this one.
I mean, I'm just glad I prefaced this with like, hey, he did play this in the upper bracket. He is willing to lock in things like this and test them out. I think this game from him was phenomenal. Like, especially we saw that Baron where... wow, 97.
Wow.
Okay. I'm surprised Knight didn't get any votes though. I thought his Aurora was great. But he walls off Hongkyu and it must just be so frustrating because if he gets in there, that fight probably looks completely different.
I mean, it's like the wall and then the Glacial Storm also to slow, and then they also had the Ghoulie Wall from the Yorick. There was that one fight Dragon where they were just walking around, taking the scenic route when they're approaching the objective.
Yeah, this game also, as we're waiting to set up the interview, Viper landed a ton of arrows, right? They had the goal lead in the first place so that the walls could be so incredibly effective, but the overall impact on the map that, what were we calling the bot lane, the Ashe Anivia bottom lane?
What
like
are we
Frost Sisters or something?
Frost Sisters, yeah. I mean, these arrows were just, this setup being there consistently and just providing this way in to get Knight extremely fed in this game. This time On is there to follow up as well, but just really finding these angles consistently, and for Hongkyu, it must be so frustrating. You're focused on your 1v1 in lane, arrow flies in, oh, I'm dead again.
Yeah, and I mean, Viper was so on point with those. Getting Knight ahead was actually super important for BLG as well, to kind of stave off, because there were times where it looked like, okay, this Seraphine combo with Tryndamere, with the Olaf, still can be really, really terrifying. And yeah, being able to have that fed Aurora, even though it got a little dicey towards the end, was actually huge for their mid game.
Yeah, disappointing end for JDG for sure. After being close and competitive with BLG in the LPL playoffs, having a chance to go into the finals as well, not going to be there. But honestly, this is going to set up the final of G2 BLG, which is going to be, prediction-wise, one of the biggest toss-ups at the entire tournament after what we witnessed today.
Based on what we've seen from the tournament, I think whoever wins game one will be in good stead. So many 3-0s that we've had so far. I mean, even today, I think some people were expecting that Fierce series to be a 3-0, maybe not in the direction it went. But then a 3-0 again here when it has been more competitive domestically.
And we got to welcome Viper to the Horizon post-game interview. Viper, congratulations on the win. What were the expectations going into this series against JDG?
일단 승리를 축하드리고요. JDG와 맞서기 위해서 어떤 기대를 하고 계셨나요?
일단 감사합니다. 네, 그리고 이제 JDG와의 경기는 사실 좀 많이 붙어봤기 때문에 어떤 걸 잘하고 어떤 걸 좀 힘겨워하는지 제가 잘 알고 있다고 생각해서 특히 이제 바텀 쪽 뱀픽을 좀 많이 고민했고 오늘 잘 결과가 나온 것 같아요.
First, I would like to thank you for your congratulations. And, well, JDG is a team we've already faced so many times, so we kind of know their play style. We thought about really carefully about how to make our bans and picks for this team.
You're the only reigning Fierce Stand champion to make it back to the tournament. How does it feel now that you've secured finals and have a chance to defend that title?
이 팀을 다시 돌아오면서 다시 한번 이렇게 승리를 거둔 선수이신데요. 이렇게 팀에 돌아와서 승리를 다시 한번 거둔 거에 대해서 어떻게 느끼시나요?
우선은 오늘 승리로 이제 두 번째 퍼스트 우승에 도전할 수 있게 돼서 굉장히 기쁘고 또 영광스러운 기회를 얻었다고 생각하고요. 오늘의 좀 승리를 바탕으로 내일도 좋은 결과를 보여준다면 후회 없는 경기 한다면 이제 제가 원하는 결과를 얻을 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Well, I am really glad to be doing this well and this second time at first stand. So if we keep preparing and practicing ourselves better for tomorrow, I think we'll have good results.
You hit a lot of early Ashe arrows that were really crucial in getting Knight ahead. Who is calling for those, or is it kind of a team coordination thing?
사실 게임 초반에 벌써 애샤 그 에러를 많이 맞추면서 굉장히 좋은 그 결과를 가져오셨는데 혹시 누가 그런 그 게임 플레이를 말씀드렸나요?
이제 그런 경우에는 보통 제가 좀 주도적으로 얘기하는 편이고 뭐 상대가 이제 멜 같은 챔피언이면 W가 있는지 없는지 뭐 이런 것도 좀 물어봐야 되고 그리고 상대가 좀 게임을 하면서 습관적으로 어디로 움직이는지를 제가 보고 그 라이너들과 소통해서 그렇게 가끔 이제 미드나 탑이 궁 쏴달라고 할 때도 있고 네 약간 그런 것 같아요.
Yeah. So we really need to verify their play styles, and if our opponent goes to some places with certain frequency, if he goes often to that place, he will aims to shoot to that place, or other players also ask him to do those ultimates so he can assist them on those kills.
On brought out his Anivia support this game to great effect. How is it preparing these sort of off meta picks and practicing so you can have good synergy with them? And how is the pitch for it? How does On convince you that these picks are going to work?
그런 연습을 할 때 그런 픽도 또한 어떤 식으로 이루어졌나요?
사실 첫 번째는 온 선수의 자신감이고 이제 두 번째는 이 챔피언에 대한 팀적인 이해가 좀 저희가 두루 갖춰져 있기 때문에 어떤 상황에서도 쓸 수 있게 된 것 같고 아무래도 근데 가장 큰 거는 플레이하는 선수 본인이 잘하고 또 자신감 해가지고 계속 하게 되는 것 같아요.
So our confidence, our own confidence and the confidence the whole team has together is really important for us to keep playing as a team and have those better results.
I remember early on in your career, you were known for picking a lot of off-meta picks in bot lane. Are there any picks you'd want to convince On that you want to play?
네, 사실 처음부터도 메타에서 약간 벗어나는 픽을 많이 하셨다고 들었는데 지금도 어떤 식으로 메타에서 벗어나는 픽들을 하고 계시나요?
사실 이제 피어리스 드래프트가 도입되고 나서는 좀 그런 원딜에서 그런 픽을 하면 너무 손해라고 생각이 들어서 사실 할 생각 별로 없는데 만약에 하게 된다면 그냥 나를 믿고 한번 하자 이렇게 말할 것 같아요.
So I know that since Fearless Draft has been implemented, it's kind of difficult and a lot more risky to do these off-meta picks. So when I am about to do a pick like this, I really think that I need to trust myself, and that's how I convince myself.
Great. Last question. You face G2 tomorrow in the finals. You've already beaten them this tournament. What were the keys to beating them the first time? And do you have a prediction for the series tomorrow?
그럼 내일 결승전 때는 G2와 함께 싸우는 건데 처음에 벌써 이전에 한번 이긴 적이 있고 그때 당시에는 뭐가 그 이기도록 해줬는지 또 내일은 어떻게 해야 이길 수 있다고 생각하시나요?
사실 가장 중요한 건 저희가 이전에 G2와 붙었을 때 그때 G2와 지금의 G2가 완전히 다른 강한 팀이라는 걸 더 인지해야 될 것 같고 그런 마음가짐으로 새롭게 준비하면 이제 저희가 못 보던 것들을 볼 수 있게 되고 그럴 수 있을 것 같고요. 제가 가장 주의하는 점은 G2의 어떤 그런 막힘 없는 운영 그리고 그 운영을 통한 좀 교전 유도 능력이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 그런 교전에서 저희가 승리하는 것이 좀 승리에 가까운 길이 아닐까.
Well, we have to first recognize that the G2 we're going to face tomorrow is very different from the G2 we faced on that victory match. So we have to keep preparing ourselves with a new mindset so we can face them correctly. And also we need to remember that they are very good at adapting themselves to those new situations. So I think that way we can even wait for a win, expect a win.
Okay, Viper, congratulations again. Good luck tomorrow. Round of strides. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. As we wrap up the day, we're going to award our Oppo Player of the Series as well. Viper played great. The support in Nivea was great. But across the series, we ended up voting for Shun. Just incredible jungling the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the biggest thing I saw from Shun today was that he just seemed to have such good communication with his team in terms of where to be in response to his lanes, and his decision making around, okay, knowing that JDG are going to focus a certain point of the map so he can affect a different part of the map. His team fighting was really, really good. As we see this montage, I thought him kind of interfering with this topside lane. Xiaoshu did not have a very good time here.
Yeah, I think Xiaoshu really got shut out of the series, partially because of Bin, but also Shun just being so present, completely just taking over the game, I feel. And I think it really sets up for the finals, because Skewmon having a fantastic series earlier today. Both junglers in great form right now.
This is why you have to play the games, man. Let's look at the bracket.
Yeah,
because before this tournament, before this last 2 days, we were thinking, oh man, just give Genji the trophy. We were already pulling up graphics when they were 6-0. Will this be the best individual tournament in history?
Will they go undefeated?
After 6 games, Ox, we did this. Now they're out. G2 and BLG are in the finals. First Stand is completely warped after what happened today.
And if you think how long it's been since a non-LCK region has won, 2023 MSI was the last time where it wasn't LCK, and we are going to have a non-LCK region winning, whether it is EU or China.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
It's going to be so fun.
Yeah.
I also think like the way the two teams that are in the final, the way they adapted the bot lane prio, the way that each of their junglers are playing, I think the similarities between the two can be found there and how they adapted. So I'm super excited to see the Shun Skewmon matchup in particular, because I think Skewmon's been playing phenomenal.
I want to see Bin versus Broken Blade, because Bin's been stomping on everyone and Broken Blade did a really great job neutralizing. And then the bot lane prio with Hansam and Lebrov and how much they've been able to play. Are we going to see like a top versus bot type game?
I feel like Lebrov and On both just kind of really popping off in their series, you know?
It's going to be fun. That's it from us, though. Thanks to the fans for hanging out with us once again. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central European Time for G2 versus BLG. See you then.
Bump it louder. Bump it louder.
Right after burning flashes in bottom lane, then getting yourself in dangerous territory. Ash Arrow.
Arrow going to connect there. Let's see whether Chovy does have enough damage here. The Justice Punch comes through. He's going to come on through here as Chovy does have to flash, but I don't think it's going to save him as the Aegis comes out. And Caps is going to lock down a killing spree.
That's good. That's fun, baby.
Rula, let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield.
Wait.
And the last tick is enough to do it. Lebrov locks down the second one for G2.
I'm TP, guys. I'm TP. I'm TP. Guys, watch out. Looks good with Serene. I'm coming. Bang. Are here. Into. Oh, shit. She's dead. I've got Aria as well. We hard win. Look at Aria. Get her. I'm alive. Good shit, guys. Nice, guys. Let's go. Win. We're going. Nice, one more, guys. Let's go. Good job.
That is so classic Canyon. Oh, the flash forward in first blood to Caps.
I thought so. I mean, Caps knew. It's like there's no way this man is getting away.
I'm so flash. We hard win. We're going. Oh my god, go on. 3-0. Tricky 3-0.
And you can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting. Shockwave beautifully pulls Junja back out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Junja, who now backs away from the remaining two grubs, ready to help the fight as On tries to go in, but instead the reversal is beautiful. Gala gets out of the range, trying to get away with taking of air in 25 minutes into the game. That's 4 dead on JDG. The throw is completed. Arrow shoots out, Arrow collides. Vampire tries to be the sacrificial lamb for his team. He flashes forward, he wants to take the blast cone to try to get away, but no! Vampire falls and the sun shines bright for BLG. The first time they fought it was 3-2 BLG. The finals was 3-1 BLG. And now at First Stand, it's 3-0 BLG.
Back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, he's back. Don't never no time to relax. I'm packing in stacks, you packing your bags. Game time. They about to step on a landmine.
Wow.
Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
It's about valleys and peaks, and I know that I'm at my peak. I'm knowing that I got that reach to make them all fall at my feet. I'm standing tall like I'm a mountain. I double up and I keep counting. I switch it up then I keep bouncing. They wanna know how I stay valid. I'm the captain now, I'm the lead in the streets. I'm a lead, I'm a chief. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I won't back down, yeah, I got what you need. You heard about me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You better recognize I'm on it. I've been triumph and I keep it coming. Yeah, I'm the champ, I've been 100. I've been done and I keep throwing it. Yeah. Creme de la creme. I win and I win, I win and I win. Creme de la creme. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. Creme de la creme. Again and again, again and again. Creme de la creme. I'm better than them, I'm better than them. I'm at the top. Like it or not, I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. I am not them. I make it go pop. I'm at the top. I can't be stopped. Let me make it clear. I'm top tier, I'm the man of the year. Switch them gears, now they all got fear. I ain't gotta lie, I'm the real one here, yeah. I'm pushing the culture, about to take